Thank you, everyone. I'd like to obviously welcome all members, staff, and guests to this meeting of the Standing Committee of Legislative Offices. My name is Nicholas Milliken. I'm the MLA for Calgary-Currie and Deputy Chair of Committees. I'd ask that members and those joining the committee at the table introduce themselves for the record, and then just at the table first, and then we'll hear from those who are joining us remotely. I'll just start on my right.
Good morning, everybody. It's Mark Smith. I'm the MLA for Drayton Valley Devon.
Miranda Rosen, MLA for Banff Kananaskis.
Tanielle, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Good morning, Thomas Dang, MLA for Edmonton South.
Good morning, David Shepard, Edmonton City Centre.
Good morning, Terry Chirkowich, Law Clerk.
Good morning, Nancy Robert, Clerk of Journals and Committees.
Good morning, Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And then it can be sometimes kind of difficult, but what we'll do is we'll just try to go through at least everybody who's online. Do you want me to introduce, or do you guys just want to jump? Starting with member Cece.
Oh, can you see me? Hi, Joe Cece.
Nice. And member Allard. And member Dack. Member Van Dyken. Still muted.
Good morning, Glenn Van Dyken, MLA Athabasca Park at Westlawn.
Nice. Let's go with Mr. Long.
Morning, MLA Martin Long, West Yellowhead.
Member Loyola.
Rod Loyola, MLA for Edmonton Ellerslie.
And I think that is that's the members. Did I miss it? Did I miss anyone? There's a +3. Sometimes this is difficult because of that kind of stuff. Miss any members? Going once. Sold. For the record, I would like to note the following substitutions. I, myself, am stepping in as chair for Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Smith will take on the deputy chair role. Mr. Yao will be participating as an official substitute. We also have Mr. Dack substituting for Ms. Sweet. And before we turn to the business at hand, a few quick operational items to take into account. Further to the direction given by the Office of the Speaker, I would note that masks should be worn in the committee room at all times except for when members are speaking. In addition, members are also encouraged to leave an appropriate amount of physical distance around the table. Please note that the microphones are operated by Hansard, so members do not need to push the button to turn them on and off. Committee proceedings are being live streamed on the internet and broadcast on Alberta Assembly TV. Please set your cell phones and other devices to silent for the duration of the meeting. So moving to the agenda. A draft agenda was distributed several weeks ago for consideration with no concerns raised, and no motions have been put on notice to alter the agenda. If it would please anyone, would a member move a motion to approve today's meeting agenda as circulated? I see member Smith. Moved by I'm assuming that Mr. Smith, that the December 3rd, 2021 meeting agenda of the Standing Committee of Legislative Offices be approved as circulated is a fair motion. So moved. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And on the remote, I'm seeing
Aye.
Okay, any?
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. And online? Carried and so ordered. Moving on to agenda item 3, adoption of meeting minutes. Are there any errors or omissions to note? Seeing and hearing none. Would a member move approval of the minutes as distributed? I see Mr. Yao. And Moved by Mr. Yao that the minutes of the October 7th, 2021 meeting of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices be approved as distributed. Does that suffice, Member Yao? Yes. Yes, okay. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And online?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, can I just interrupt for a second? Sorry, it's Joe Ceasing, Calgary.
Sure.
Approval of the meeting agenda. I see on item 4, and then it's followed in 5A, the first I is the Chief Electoral Officer presentation. So for A, B, and then 5A1. I wonder if all of that can just run concurrently. We're starting here at 8:21, and when we get done 4, will we be taking a break potentially if that ends before 9, or can we just run in his presentation?
I'm perfectly happy to take the measure of the room and those online. If people need a 2-minute health break, though, we might just do that. But you're right. We'll try to run those as quick as possible. If that suffices your answer, can I just get the potential any opposition to Member Yao's motion? All those opposed to his motion, please say no. Hearing none. All right, carried.
Thank you. I apologize.
No worries, no worries. All right, so we have adopted the minutes. Moving straight to 4 then. Presentation by the Chief Electoral Officer. This is Elections Alberta Social Media Policy Update. Committee members may recall that during the elections on October 18th, some statements made by Elections Alberta on social media raised significant or some concerns, and in response, Election Alberta has conducted a review into the matter. The Chief Electoral Officer has been invited to present the findings and any recommendations that arose from this review. Of course, this inquiry likely touched upon some confidential personnel matters, and this committee is aware that such information will not be included in the presentation. Approximately 15 minutes has been put aside for Mr. Resler's presentation, which will be followed by half an hour for members to ask questions, should they take that amount of time. Mr. Resler, I believe you are online. Glenn, yep. The floor is yours if you are ready.
Good morning, and thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to share the findings and recommendations of the formal review that was completed on November 15th into the conduct of our social media platforms during the 2021 municipal elections. This morning, I am joined by Steve Kay, Director of Compliance and Enforcement, Pamela Renwick, Acting Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and Paula Hale, our General Counsel. First, I will discuss the structure and policies of my office, which will provide the committee with some background into the formal review. Steve will then present on the timeline and conduct of the formal review, followed by a discussion of the changes that we will be implementing to prevent this from occurring in the future. Next slide, please. My office has several policies that pertain to the conduct of personnel and the use of social media. The first is the social media engagement policy that is found on our website. It provides the framework for how we expect our staff, contractors, and others to interact with stakeholders on our social media platforms. We want our social media channels to be a reliable source of information and guidance in accordance with the Chief Electoral Officer's mandate under Section 4 of the Election Act. The main components of that policy are to provide accurate information.
I hesitate to interrupt you, Mr. Resler. We just have a member here in the room who I think is indicated.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if we could get this presentation, just for Mr. Resler's information. It's not on our screens here in the room, and I was wondering if we could get that shown to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We intend to display them in the room. Fortunately, were distributed to members already. We're just having a little bit of a technical issue with that.
Thank you.
So are we okay, though? I don't want to in any way, shape, or form.
I just don't have access to the committee website as I'm a guest to the committee, so I was wondering if I could maybe get a printed copy or something, if that's possible. Sure, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we okay to continue, though? Yeah, I'm seeing thumbs. Okay, Mr. Resler, please, the floor is again yours.
Would you like me to start from the beginning or on this slide?
No, just from where you're at.
Okay. So dealing with our office policies, the second item on the slide, we have drafted an internal social media usage guideline that, once finalized, will provide a guiding framework for those who engage in these activities. It currently includes a framework for account access, identity and branding, content posting and moderation, third-party content and intellectual property, hours of coverage and potential for conflicts of interest, and confidentiality of information and protection of privacy. Third, all Elections Alberta employees must abide by the Code of Conduct and Ethics for the Public Service of Alberta. In addition, Elections Alberta has developed a supplemental code of conduct to govern the work of all employees and contractors working in our office. Our supplemental code of conduct exists to ensure that the employees of Elections Alberta perform their responsibilities with integrity and impartiality. The Elections Alberta Code and Political Involvement Policy prohibits all political activity at all levels of government. Next slide, please. My office is divided into 5 main areas: corporate, operations and communications, finance, IT and geomatics, and compliance and enforcement, as displayed in the organizational chart on the slide. Media relations, including social media management and monitoring, is overseen by the Operations and Communications Unit, which is highlighted in yellow. These 5 staff are also responsible for planning and conducting election events, including recruitment, training, developing processes and procedures for election officers, printing, warehousing and shipping supplies, advertising, and outreach. It's a significant area of responsibility that becomes even more challenging during an election event. As you can imagine, both our operational and communications activities increase substantially during an election. Operational staff focus largely on the operational functions, and a contractor is brought in to assist with advertising and social media management and monitoring. During the Senate election and referendum vote, we were working with the contractor to provide all social media management, with an internal employee assigned to provide assistance in messaging that was outside of the response matrix that is provided to the contractor for commonly asked questions. With this background, I'll now pass the discussion to Steve, who will share with you details about the incident that occurred on October 18th and the activities of the formal review.
Hi, Steve. You are muted. If you could unmute, introduce yourself, and then the floor is yours.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. If we could move to slide number 4, please. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to begin by adding some additional context surrounding this event. As Glenn's indicated, on Monday, October 18th, 2021, residents of the province cast their votes in the Alberta municipal elections. Albertans were also asked to cast ballots in relation to 2 referendum questions, as well as to select 3 Senate nominees. This was the first time our office would play a role in overseeing certain provisions of the Local Authorities Election Act. Adding to this was our increased involvement in helping to facilitate, but not administer, the referendum and Senate election votes. The voting process and administration of the election was a responsibility of the local authorities themselves. We knew that there would be a significant increase in the activities of all areas of our office. The true impact of this new legislation was, in part, somewhat unknown. Much preparation went into this event. We anticipated that our social media channels and inquiries from stakeholders and groups would be very active during this period. We also had a strong suspicion that there would be an increase in the number of queries and complaints that our office received. In anticipation of all of this, we stood up a call center, contracted services for social media engagement, and brought on additional contract investigation staff. Our predictions were correct. Traffic on our social media platforms and into our call center was very high, and at one point during Election Day, our compliance and enforcement team was receiving a new complaint every 90 seconds. Next slide, please. What we did not anticipate was that one of our employees would engage in unprofessional and discourteous conduct on our Twitter channel. Unfortunately, that is exactly what happened. The Twitter conversation that occurred between 10:43 a.m. and 12:53 p.m. on Election Day began after someone posted a picture of their marked ballot, a violation of the Local Authorities Election Act. There was also criticism of our efforts to explain the referendum question around equalization. At 1:49 p.m. this same day, senior management were notified by our social media contractor of what was occurring on our Twitter account. We took immediate action to determine what was occurring and quickly identified the source of these communications. The individual responsible was directed to cease all online posting activity, and the passwords to the Twitter account were changed at 2:19 p.m. An apology was prepared and posted at 2:22 p.m. for the negative messages that were posted on our Twitter account. We also acknowledged the unprofessional conduct of one of our staff members on our own Twitter account. We followed up with several public statements to provide additional information and assure Albertans that we would be looking into this matter. Next slide, please. Once the gravity of what had occurred was better understood, the Chief Electoral Officer ordered that a formal review take place. A case manager and file coordinator were designated, and 2 investigators were retained to look into this matter further. In the days that followed, 12 people were interviewed, 3,198 Twitter messages dating back to 2012 were reviewed, and roughly 250 exhibits and documents were collected. During our review of this matter, 2 fraudulent posts designed to disseminate deceptive information and further discredit our office were discovered, and those are now being investigated. We have already reached out to Twitter Canada through their law enforcement portal, and will be raising this issue with our National Deceptive Online Practices Subcommittee. Next slide, please. In conducting this formal review, the following conclusions were reached. First, there was no evidence of partisan activity on the part of our employees or external contractors during this incident. While the tweets were inappropriate, they were not partisan. Second, there were clear breaches of the code of conduct and social media policies on the part of an employee. Essentially, the person responsible for ensuring that all social media interactions were undertaken with impartiality and courtesy was the very person who breached this trust. Third, although our contractor had a formal approval process for all messages on the Elections Alberta social media sites, the overseeing employee had administrative rights to the Twitter account and unilaterally engaged without additional approval. Elections Alberta's policies must have a formal review mechanism and approval process to ensure that individual employees are not subjectively determining which messages require additional review. Also contributing to this situation, we identified a gap where information did not flow correctly within our organization. We learned that an individual had contacted our call center to report a concern and that this was not forwarded to the correct team. This occurred because incoming calls were captured in a log meant for aggregating data, not for cataloging individual concerns, resulting in this complaint being missed until this formal review commenced. Thank you. I will now turn it back to Glenn to share the actions that the office is taking following this review.
The floor is yours, Mr. Resler.
Yes, thank you, Steve. While I appreciate the quick action that my office took to respond to this incident, This should never have happened. This individual exercised poor judgment while on social media, and their conduct was unacceptable. I have started taking action to address each of these findings. One of these actions. If you can proceed 2 slides ahead to action plan, sorry. So one of these actions was addressing the employee's misconduct. That has occurred. Second, I recognize the workload of the operations and communications unit contributed to this issue. Within this unit, the operational needs of conducting an election take priority, and staff are selected based on their knowledge and experience relating to the conducting of elections and planning large events. The communications activities that this area conducts are secondary. As a result, we will be hiring a media and communications lead and transferring responsibility for this area to corporate services. This position will coordinate my office's media relations, social media, and advertising work. And we will discuss this organizational change further in my budget presentation later this morning. Third, in creating this new role, we will be hiring a person with the appropriate qualifications and experience. I anticipate having this position in place by the beginning of 2022. The Deputy Chief Electoral Officer will be working directly with this individual to work on rebuilding our brand and engaging with Albertans respectfully. In the meantime, we'll continue to work with our contractor to provide social media management and monitoring, so there is no disruption while we recruit to fill this new position. Fourth, we are in the process of reviewing and updating our social media policies and guiding framework to formalize our messaging and approval process. To ensure that our policies meet best practices standards, we have reached out to several organizations to share their policies. And fifth, to address the issues identified with the internal communication channels in the call center, we will be reviewing their training and methods of internal communication to ensure that they have the tools that they need to communicate public concerns in a timely manner. I understand that there will be more activities that my office needs to undertake to rebuild trust in our organization, and we are committed to continuing this work. Next slide, please. And before I close, I would like to also take a few minutes to review my office's decision to produce informational materials for the referendum to provide further explanation of a yes vote and a no vote. This was an area of concern that was first raised on Twitter and which was not responded to appropriately. One of the mandates and legislative responsibilities of my office is to provide stakeholders with the necessary information and means to participate in the democratic process. This year, Alberta held its first referendum vote since 1971, and there is no precedent for the role that my office should take in information provision. The legislative framework did not provide a method for electors to receive information on the referendum questions outside of the third-party advertising provisions. It is common in other jurisdictions in Canada and globally that when a referendum or initiative takes place, that there is a framework for providing information to the public. In British Columbia's recent referendum, this was done through public funding of an opponent and a proponent group to ensure that electors receive messaging regarding both a yes and a no vote. My office identified this legislative gap and brought it to the attention of Alberta Justice and Solicitor General early in the process. But the decision was made not to add a legislative framework in this area. As a result, the only entities who could lawfully engage in public information campaigns about the referendum questions were members of the Legislative Assembly, third-party advertisers, and Elections Alberta. Considering my office statutory mandate under the Election Act to implement public education and information programs, I made the decision to provide information materials to electors. We worked with our contractor to develop messaging, asked a leading academic to help develop content information for the equalization question, and conducted focus groups with Albertans to understand what information they needed and if they felt our approach was appropriate for what the public needed. What we learned was that Albertans wanted far more information than we felt we could provide, and our final messaging was focused on providing a basic understanding of the questions, what a yes and a no vote meant, and whether the questions were binding on the government. I understand that there were concerns about the wording of what a yes vote means for equalization and concerns that Elections Alberta messaging could bias some electors. The mechanics of equalization and the constitutional principle of equalization in Section 36, sub 2 of the Constitution is not a subject most members of the public are familiar with, and this is very clear from our focus groups. While the wording on the Elections Alberta website could have been more technically precise, the information provided explicitly stated that a yes vote would not end equalization payments and explicitly explained the extent to which the outcome would be binding, and the website linked to neutral Government of Canada informational web pages. I will be recommending in my report on the referendum vote to the Legislative Assembly that a legislative framework for information provision on referendum questions be developed that ensures a balance of opponent and proponent messaging. This will ensure that electors receive the information that they need on these subjects, allowing my office the independence in conducting the vote. I'd like to thank the committee for providing the opportunity to share the findings of our formal review, and we're now available for your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Before I open the floor to questions, I would like to remind everyone that while this committee does have responsibility for approving the budget requests and a handful of other matters with respect to the various legislative offices, these are independent offices. If members in the room have any questions regarding the presentation, please raise your hand or otherwise catch my attention. For those who are participating remotely, please use the chat function or speak up whenever appropriate. I see the Honourable Member Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ressler, and all your team at Elections Alberta for coming to this presentation today. I think it's very important that we do this work and have an opportunity in the public on the record here to try and work with your office to regain the trust of Elections Alberta. As we know, democracy is one of the most important things in our province. So I guess I want to start off and look at some of the things you said around the new processes in the action plan you're coming to look at as a response to the review. And one of the questions I had was, one of the things that came up is a complaint was missed because of it was put into the wrong logging system that was meant to aggregate data. And I guess my question is there, what happened? Was it due to, obviously you were saying there's at one point over 90 seconds, over one complaint per 90 seconds, so clearly a large volume of complaints. Was there insufficient staffing? Was there insufficient resourcing? Why was that complaint missed in that manner? And I guess what other processes are going to be in place to ensure that type of oversight doesn't occur again?
Mr. Ressler.
Thank you for the question. Two different methods in which complaints were forwarded. So the one formal complaint process in which we mentioned was received every 90 seconds. That was through the online complaint process to the Compliance and Enforcement Group. And that's the manner in which the public, on the most part, provides complaints to us. Those complaints were received. Those complaints were acknowledged. During an election, especially on election day when you have that high volume, we did have additional staff reviewing and monitoring that. So that process, the complainants were engaged at that time. The specific item in which a complaint was forwarded through our call center, so we have the provincial call center that was established, and that was staffed by several contract staff. That is where the one item that I specifically stated went missing, in a sense that we detected during the review process. And really, it was tracked in the incorrect logging database. And that item is easily resolved as far as providing additional tools for the call center themselves, and they'll be able to address that appropriately. And any issues that are arising can be escalated appropriately to senior management.
Thank you. Follow-up? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ressler, for that answer. I guess one of the questions I have around the contractor again is basically it seems like there was a lack of or a disconnect between your office and the contractors. I guess what was happening in regards to the contractors who flagged social media issues, How much power did the contractor have to respond to complaints? And I guess, is there going to be new processes in place to ensure that either this is done in-house or there's a more cohesive communication between your office and anybody you employ through a contract process?
Mr. Resler? And you're on mute.
Hi, I can address that.
Sure.
Sorry, I just want there to be feedback. So we had a couple different contractors that were involved that I think are getting confused. So one, our call center is staffed by temporary employees. They are brought into our office. They're physically located here with us so that they can actually run complaints straight to us. They had access to us throughout the election period. We had a process in which they would pass on complaints. They had a referral chart for how complaints should have been referred. So in this case, the complaint that we found was mislogged by them instead of referring it appropriately. So that's where we're looking at additional training being in place, making sure that they understand the processes on how to ensure that complaints are passed to the appropriate people. The other contractor that is involved here is the social media management. So we did have contractors involved with posting and engaging on social media on our behalf. We had an employee that was responsible for overseeing their work. They had a matrix of responses that they could post automatically without further approval, and anything other than that needed to be approved by our office, and that was done through that one employee. Now, unfortunately, it was that employee that was overseeing that contract and that relationship that was the one that made those posts, the inappropriate ones that happened on election day. And so it wasn't actually our contractors that did that. That was an internal employee of Elections Alberta.
And if I could just add one other item to that. During the election, the social media update meetings did take place, and that was occurring 3 times a week between the employee, their supervisor, and the contracted social media provider. We also had ad hoc meetings that occurred internally as issues arose, and processes were in place for regular updates and communications, although they did rely to some extent on that employee to provide some further discussion items.
Thank you. I see Mr. Yao.
Thank you very much, Chair. This social media incident does make me concerned about the impartiality of Elections Alberta. Whether it was a direct employee or a contractor, it certainly reflects something within Elections Alberta. You stated it was nonpartisan. However, the individual chose to challenge someone who is associated with a political leaning. Mr. Leach vocalizes fiscal responsibility, something that is not associated with anything on the left end of the spectrum. And so I do have concerns about this, to the point where I wonder, to what extent is Elections Alberta under the purview of the Ethics Commissioner? And is this employee or contractor still employed by Elections Alberta? Because again, this hurts the confidence of Elections Alberta. Thank you.
Mr. Resler?
As Mr. Chair, as you commented earlier, as far as the confidential provisions of personnel matters, I'm unable to comment on the employment of the individual. So no further comment will be provided on that. When we look at the impersonalities or the person in which the conversation has taken place, we have no knowledge of who this person is, or who most people are in which we're engaging with. To draw conclusions that the misconduct of one person reflects the whole organization is totally inaccurate. And I believe the investigation soundly stated that as far as one of its findings. If there are specific tweets in which you think are partisan in manner, please provide them specifically to me and we can have that discussion.
with a follow-up? If not, that's fine. Okay.
Well, regardless of what Elections Alberta has decided on this issue, it's the public opinion of this. My constituents have mentioned this issue to me about the impartiality of Elections Alberta, and without any further clarification, it does demonstrate to my constituents, to the general public opinion about the potential bias of individuals in Elections Alberta, and unfortunately, that will stick to Elections Alberta, and I think that's very unfortunate if you can't answer any questions related to that, and well, that's all. This is commentary.
Okay. I see, sure, Mr. Resler with a comment.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that as an independent and nonpartisan office of the Legislative Assembly, we have a long-established record of managing provincial elections in Alberta. And we take seriously our obligation and unbiased provincial election oversight. We have an employee conduct code that forbids political party membership or affiliation of any kind, and every employee signs this code of conduct. I also report, as you're aware, directly to the Legislative Assembly through this committee, and it is comprised of all members of the legislature, and is an important oversight mechanism that allows for that arm's length relationship, and that's a key factor that helps maintain our independence. And I can say that our commitment to delivering unbiased, independent, and secure election administration and oversight remains our primary goal. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, Mr. Professor, you mentioned at the end there a bit about the educational component your office chose to engage in. And I guess I just have some questions around how you engaged with academics and outside contractors on this. One of the aspects that came up was concerns about the accuracy of that information or the how that would work. I guess, did the leading academic that you engaged with flag any concerns on the educational content on equalization, or was there any back and forth between your office and theirs on how that should be worded?
And I see
Hi.
Pamela.
I can provide some of the information about how we created those informational materials. So we did work with our contractor. They were the lead in coming up with content, and we asked that they engage with an academic to get information about equalization, because clearly that is not an area of expertise for us. So they did reach out and was able to find someone that was willing to help us out with that. And they went back and forth on actually a couple of different options, because we did a focus group. We thought it was really important that before we put this information out, we wanted to hear from Albertans on whether or not this information was helpful. What did they need to know? What was unclear to them about the question? And so the academic actually helped us to create some options that we could take forward. And so those were brought forward to a focus group. It was done by an external contractor as well that had those discussions and then provided us with recommendations on how we should structure the information. What actually came back is they wanted way more information than we thought we could provide. They thought there was so much that they needed to know about equalization to understand that question and answer it. From there, we kind of structured that final content that we were going to put out on the pamphlet and on the website that we thought provided a basic understanding of the question, and then provided the links to an external Government of Canada website where people could start to learn more about it.
Follow up?
Thank you for that answer. I guess in that case, was there any concerns from the academic or any other academics that reached out through your office or through the contractor that there were issues with the accuracy of the language posted? I understand that you tried to narrow down the scope quite a bit, and when you do that, you can sometimes end up in a place where the fulsomeness of the details might be missed. Is it possible to say who the contractor was as well?
So our contractor was the GM Modern Marketing Partners. That's who we worked with for both the advertising campaign and our social media management. In regards to No, like through the process, we were not receiving complaints about the content of the material. We, of course, throughout all of that process, were very concerned that we were going to provide very factual, basic information to Albertans. That was the priority right from the beginning. And during the campaign itself, we launched it in September, and we did a lot of media interviews. We did news releases. We've really pushed the information out. And in our call center, we were doing the logging of concerns that people had about the referendum and the Senate election. And we had 222 people report concerns to us. Of those, only 5 had to do with the content of our explainer. 1 was about equalization, 1 was about daylight savings time, 1 was on the Senate election, and 1 was about our website not matching the pamphlet. The pamphlet had less information than the website. The vast majority of the complaints and concerns that we received were about the questions themselves, whether or not people understood them, and a lot wanted a different option on what they could vote for instead of the standard yes or no, or different wording of the questions. So throughout the campaign, very little complaints were coming to us about the actual content of the explainer we provided.
And I see Mr. Yao.
Just follow up to my last question is, and it was a question I asked before that wasn't answered, is the office of the Chief Electoral Officer under the purview of the Ethics Commissioner? Or is there any other oversight provided? Thank you.
The oversight of the office is through the Standing Committee of Legislative Offices. I'm not familiar with, I'm somewhat familiar with the Ethics Commissioner's legislation, but I do not believe that they have oversight.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. I guess just a couple questions here. One is with regard to, I'll try to say this succinctly. Elections, you are designed primarily to administer the elections, but it seems that you also took on a role of education during this process. And I guess I'd like to know why. And should we have a separate organization be doing this? Was this the first time that you've done something like this? Do you think it leaves yourself open to creating a problem and a further referendum moving into the future? I don't know. Those are just some of the questions that are going through my head, and maybe you could address some of them. Thank you.
Resler.
Absolutely. Thank you. Part of our mandate calls us to provide information to electors. We have a legislative role under the Election Act, and the following section of the Act is very clear on that front. Section 4.2a states that Elections Alberta can provide the public with information about the election process, the democratic right to vote, the right to be a candidate, and generally about the operation of the Act and the Elections Finances Disclosure Act. And further, subsection B also states that our office can implement public education and information programs to make the electoral process better known to the public, particularly to those persons and groups most likely to experience difficulties in exercising their democratic rights. So as far as an educational program or capacity, we do have that, and it is a legislated means in order to provide that information. We have, in the recommendations, suggested that there would be a framework established for a referendum process in which opponent and proponent groups can communicate to the public, and the administration of the election itself would be through our office. So to provide some distance in there.
Follow up?
Just a quick one. So you said that, and I think you said it was the second 4B or something like that, public education. You said there's a process in the regulations that you can look at public education, but is it about the process or is it about the questions?
Well, the questions themselves, we do not write. The questions are written by the government, and they're provided to us as far as to put on the ballot and that process, the administration of the vote itself. So educational component is to help explain to the public on how what it is they're voting on. So, the question itself talked about changes to the Constitution. We provided that specific section of the Constitution to provide additional information. When we looked at daylight savings time, we provided a table in which explained how Albertans are impacted depending on where in the province they reside on when a sunrise and a sunset is. So they could apply information in order to make an educated decision on whether to vote yes or no.
I see Mr. Dang.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I have a quick follow-up on the last line of questioning I asked. Thank you for providing the information on the contractor, but could you provide the academic that they engaged in as well, or a list of academics? Maybe if it has to come back in writing, we can do that as well.
Mr. Resler?
Thank you. So as mentioned, Pamela did mention that ZGM was our marketing agency that developed the campaign materials. And the academic that they reached out to was Dr. Trevor Tombe from the University of Calgary economist. And he provided us his insight into the equalization.
Thank you. And I guess thank you. My follow-up here, I guess, is back on, obviously, your mandate has expanded a lot in the last few years. You're now giving significant information to electors on referendums. Now we've had a Senate election recently, and the legislation keeps changing, and you're doing elections commissioner work as well now. I guess the question I have is, it seems like some of these processes that are being updated and reviewed in this case were missed due to how rapidly your office has been expanding and the scope of the work you've been doing. Is there, is there a overwork issue? Do you have the resources you need? Do you have enough staff? Do you have enough funding? What is the guarantee here that Albertans are getting a strong democracy, and do you need additional resources?
Thank you for the question, and I do appreciate that recognition. Yes, our staff are being stretched a little too thin. And we do have a restructuring, and part of the presentation on the budget will discuss that restructuring process and the additional staff that we're proposing to complement in order to cover and ensure that we're able to provide the services to Albertans.
Thank you. And I think we might have even just caught up a little bit of time from the next presentation on that too. I see Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Resler, for being here today, along with your staff, to provide some insight on this. As I think many have noted, this has been an issue of some concern for Albertans. We appreciate the opportunity to have some discussion. Just to follow up then, you stated that the academic consulted with Mr. Trevor Tombe, and certainly recognize he is a man who has spoken extensively on equalization. Now, given that, the information that was posted stated that a yes vote means you support the removal of Section 36(2) from the Constitution Act 1982, ending the practice of equalization payments. Mr. Tombe, I think, has been very clear in at least the postings and comments I've seen that, that voting yes would not, in fact, end that. That is not something that is capable to be done during a referendum. So in consulting with Dr. Tombe, did he agree with all of the information that was published? Did he not raise any concerns with the accuracy, particularly of that statement or any others that were put forward?
So in the process of consulting with the academic, that was actually done before the focus group. We did not take the final response back to the academic for approval. We wanted to ensure that that process was done independently, and that he didn't have to, be stuck approving the final messaging that went on our website. We do feel that there's, that one piece is a bit taken out of context because our website also indicated that the referendum question about equalization is a constitutional question asked under the authority of Section 1 of Alberta's Referendum Act. As amending the Constitution Act 1982 is federal jurisdiction, the results of this vote is binding only on the provincial government to pursue the action directed by the majority vote, not on the federal government to amend the Constitution Act 1982. To remove or amend the Constitution, the federal government and the other provinces and territories would need to enter into discussions about the proposed change. We wanted to ensure that it was clear to Albertans what the result of this would be. And so that messaging was also included on the householder that went out, so that information was always packaged with what a yes and a no vote meant and some basics about what the question was about. So we felt like as a package, the information was providing Albertans with that understanding of the fact that the provincial government could not do this alone.
If I may follow up, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that context. I am looking at an archive of the page here now. And I'm sort of looking, so I see the you may vote yes or no, and it says yes, no, what that's about. Then it says what is section 36.2 of the Act. So looking there, ensure that provincial governments have, so that section does not address, from what I see, what you just said. So it, all the way down at the bottom of the page, okay, at the bottom of the page, what happens following the vote on this question is where I seem to see the information you just noted. So I guess there is the assumption that the members of the public are going to read each and every section on this page, and that despite the fact that section is well down the page from the section that tells them, essentially, if you vote yes, this is what's going to happen. Was that something that was brought to the focus group to ensure that they clearly understood that that was the case? And were there any other steps taken, I mean, to consider how the information was presented in the context of communications to ensure the public would fully understand the full context?
So as you notice, that information is at the bottom of the page. We were trying to lay out the information on the website in an order that would be logical for people to read about what is the question, what are my options for voting, what does the section from the Constitution say, tell me more about what are equalization payments, tell me about the equalization formula, and then what happens following the vote. We did the very similar format on daylight savings time. So they have a very similar structure of the type of information that we were providing in the order. It is a challenge, I guess, if people don't read the entire information on the website, deciding what comes first and how to structure it. On the householder that went out, because we wanted to ensure that was information that was presented to everyone. And I think a lot of people saw the householder. We got lots of good comments that it was very useful. That information on what happens following the vote was right beside the what does a yes and a no vote mean. It was packaged very closely together.
And I think I see Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess one of the things that I'm wondering about is this org chart here and how you've talked about in your review process, you're going to be moving this communications role into a branch called corporate services. And I just don't see corporate services in your organizational structure. So I'm wondering, have you done significant change in your organizational structure since, let's say, the last election or the last couple terms here? And are you anticipating having to make significant changes to your organizational structure as a result of, I guess, the budget proposal you'll be bringing in a few minutes here?
Yes. So what you see in the presentation is the current organizational structure. So that's the structure that was in place at the time. The budget presentation will provide you with a new organizational structure on how the office is going to be reorganized. And the new positions that are going to be implemented.
Sure. Thank you. And maybe this will be answered later, but I guess, or will be presented on later. But I guess my question then is, right now, obviously, the same person or individual who's developing content is then responsible for the impartiality of that content, right? Is my understanding, and that's how the incident occurred on Twitter during the municipal election. But I guess in the future, are you going to be reviewing that process and changing up, having a different person investigating or overseeing the impartiality versus the accuracy of information?
Absolutely. The position itself, a different structure as far as our policies, as far as the conduct on social media, the oversight, the approval process, all those items are being revised and documented, and then will be shared with staff who will be charged with that conduct.
Thank you. And at this point, I don't have any more questions. I see Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I'll just follow up again on that then. I guess one of my other concerns is, now obviously Elections Alberta previously had an election commissioner and a chief electoral officer, which you now take both roles. And I wonder, is there a question around having to look into your own investigation into your own office? I mean, is there, are you concerned about that process at all? And do you think there needs to be anything regarding additional resourcing for independent investigations and that type of concern?
So whether it was a separate legislative office of the election commissioner or the independent legislative office of Elections Alberta, the independence of investigations continues and is exactly the same regardless of which office it operated. So that conduct continues and is in place. Regarding staffing, the organizational restructuring, the budget request does request additional resources as far as for investigators for events, and that is also submitted as part of our budget process.
Thank you. I'm under the impression that we are finished and there are no other. I see Mr. Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I just want to make sure I fully understand. So just to summarize, what I've heard from you today, Mr. Resler, is that this was a unique circumstance. You were asked to take on an enormous task in regards to the two referenda in a context and circumstance that you had not been put in before. You attempted to mitigate some of that by approaching the government, asking about additional resources to provide education to the public. That was denied by the Minister of Justice. So you proceeded as best you could with the resources you had at hand, but unfortunately, just due to the pressures, there were some cracks and we had some of the issues that were brought up today. Is that a fair summation?
We did have just, I would say somewhat different. We did have discussions with Alberta Justice, and that was more regarding the framework of the legislation and the educational process. It did not include as far as additional resources or the request of resources. The event itself, as far as the referendum Senate, yes, it required additional resources and time in order to implement, but I would not say that was overwhelming for the individual involved that performed the inappropriate conversations in social media.
Thank you. I am now looking to move on, likely to.
Mr. Chair, just a request, perhaps?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if Elections Alberta, perhaps if we moved in camera for a minute or two, would be willing to answer questions regarding personnel matters that they wouldn't be able to give in confidence. Agreed. If they would be willing to give that information in confidence if the committee was to move off the record for a short while.
It's my understanding that we could move in camera and we could ask the questions, but I would never answer on behalf of Mr. Resler, but it's my understanding that as a arm's length entity that they would not be answering any questions with regards to HR policies. Mr. Resler, if you would like to comment.
Yeah, and it's not in that for my agency, but because it is a confidentiality of a personnel matter, we just are unable to share that status information.
And just moving then on to agenda item 4, which is.
We're on 4.
Sorry, we are moving on to. Sorry, 5A is what I'm looking at. I don't want to put you on the spot, Mr. Resler. Are you comfortable with just moving straight into your budgetary presentation? Are you comfortable with that, or do you need a minute to gather yourself?
I would need a couple minutes because we have to switch slides, presentations, and just grab a quick glass of water and that type of thing.
Okay, then I'll see you back here in a couple minutes too.
Okay, thank you.
And staff and guests, we are back, and I believe, Mr. Resler, are you prepared to move on with your presentation? Okay. Before we begin, however, receiving the presentations today, I will note that through Government Motion 105, the Assembly has referred the 2020-2021 annual report of the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate to this committee. Mr. Graff will likely comment on this annual report as part of his larger presentation today. However, a separate meeting will be scheduled to focus on this particular report. For the remainder of the day, this committee will be reviewing the annual reports, business plans, and 2022-23 budget submissions of the officers of the legislature. And once we've completed the review process, the committee will make its decision on each of the budget submissions. Each of the officers will be making their presentations today by video conference. Those of you participating by video conference may notice some users joining the conference from time to time without introducing themselves. These callers are the officers and their colleagues who will participate at the appropriate time. Staff are monitoring the conference at all times. There will be time for questions from committee members following each officer's presentation. Please ensure that you have all the information you need to vote on the budget estimates for each of the offices at the end of the meeting. We have a full day, of course, still ahead of us, so I hope everybody will, of course, use their time effectively and efficiently. So first off now, with Elections Alberta, with that, I would like to call on, again, Mr. Resler, Chief Electoral Officer, to begin his presentation. If you could keep your presentation to 20 minutes, please, that will leave us some time for questions for the committee members, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning again. It's a pleasure to meet with you today to review the activities of the office over the last year and to present Elections Alberta's budget estimates for the 2022-23 fiscal year. Again, I'm Glenn Ressler, Chief Electoral Officer and Election Commissioner, and joining me this morning are Pamela Renwick, Acting Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, and Steve Kay, Director of Compliance and Enforcement. Next slide, please. In your materials today, we have provided you with our 2020-21 annual report, our business plan for 2020 through 2024, and our budget submission for 2022-23. Next slide, please. Starting with the annual report, I'll highlight some of the financial compliance activities of our 500 political participants. On slide 3, as you see, we have aggregated the contributions to political parties, third-party advertisers, and constituency associations. Of the nearly $14 million that have been contributed in 2020, 67% went to political parties. Next slide, please. On slide 4, we are providing a snapshot of the totals by contributor type and location for political third-party advertisers. Political TPAs can advertise at any time outside of a provincial general election and by-elections. On the slide, you'll see that trade unions accounted for 62% of total advertising contributions. The majority of these came from the Edmonton area. Corporations accounted for 37% and individuals 1%. And of note, less than $1,000 came from outside of Alberta. Next slide, please. Slide 5 highlights a couple of our financial compliance success stories. The graph on the left shows the number of over contributors that we identified in 2020 and 2019. In both years, we resolved all cases in a timely manner before tax receipts were issued. By being able to resolve these over contributions during the quarterly review process, we have been able to eliminate referrals for investigation. The table on right side breaks down the number of political participants that are required to file 2020 annual financial statements. All entities met the filing deadline. Parties, constituencies, and political third-party advertisers also filed quarterly reports, and all of them filed their reports on time. Next slide, please. Taking a look at our modernization activities to date, my office has completed almost all of our online financial system, or OFS for short, its development for political participants to electronically report and receive contributions and to file financial statements. Electronic submissions through OFS was well timed given the challenges of the ongoing pandemic. OFS has enabled accurate and timely reporting and helps participants save money by avoiding late fees or having to mail or courier paperwork. We anticipate updating OFS in the coming year to reflect changes as a result of Bill 81. Next slide, please. Slide 7 highlights many of the initiatives that had to be undertaken after Elections Alberta resumed its enforcement role. As I mentioned in my previous report, the compliance team required a far more robust and secure records management system. A reporting tool was acquired in late 2020, and all staff were fully trained in its use. The system went live this fiscal year, and I'm pleased to report has been a great success. A clear set of file naming and data entry rules have been developed to ensure the quality of our records. And it also allows us to comply with and provide more comprehensive court-ordered disclosure materials. After the system went live and staff were trained in its use, 211 files were entered into this new database, and all investigations had undergone a quality assurance audit. In addition, we converted our small boardroom into an interview room, complete with audio and video recordings, to be used by the investigations team. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the complaint activity for the year. 138 complaints and active investigations were carried forward from March of 2020. In 2020-21, we received 211 new complaints. We concluded 78 complaints without investigation and 133 others through investigation. There were 138 complaints and active investigations that were carried forward into the current year. Next slide, please. This complaints disposition graph illustrates the 133 investigations that were concluded in this fiscal year. We issued a total of 11 administrative penalties or reprimands, and those findings and decisions are posted on our website. Next slide, please. While the annual report highlights recent legislative changes that have taken place, this slide provides a review of the legislative activity that has impacted my office in the past 3 years. We have seen the reintroduction of Senate elections in Alberta in 2019, amendments in 2020, and 4 supporting regulations. The Constitutional Referendum Act was amended in 2020 to include non-constitutional referendums, as well as further amendment in 2021 and 3 supporting regulations. This year, we have seen the introduction of 2 new pieces of electoral legislation, the Citizen Initiative Act and the Recall Act. These new pieces of legislation, once proclaimed, will allow electors to petition for the recall of their MLA, for the introduction of a bill or policy proposal in the legislature, or for the conduct of a constitutional referendum. In addition to the petition process that Elections Alberta will oversee, successful petitions could require my office to conduct a recall vote, an initiative vote, or a referendum vote. Additionally, amendments to the Election Act and the Elections Finances and Contribution Disclosure Act have also occurred in each of the last 3 years. This level of electoral reform has required significant resources from my office to support the consultation, drafting, and implementation of these bills. Next slide, please. As I have shared with the committee previously, Elections Alberta is a fairly lean organization in comparison to election management bodies in Canada. British Columbia is a good comparator as we have the same number of electoral divisions, and with the introduction of this new electoral legislation, we have very similar legislative mandates. As you can see on the slide, Elections BC's permanent office is comprised of 70 positions compared to our current office size of 32. While legislative changes have impacted our mandate, historically, we have attempted to absorb these changes within our existing structure. This has resulted in significant challenges for my office in this past year as we struggled to keep up with the legislative changes that are being introduced, in addition to us overseeing the referendum and Senate election and conducting our preparation activities for 2023. We have reached a point that our staff are spread too thin, and we can no longer absorb these changes within our structure. Today's budget represents the beginning of a restructuring that we'll need to undertake to ensure we have sufficient resources to support the electoral needs of Albertans. Next slide, please. So I have provided the committee with a budget handout. As the election cycle is spread out over our 4-year cycle, our budget can be difficult to compare year over year. In your budget package, you have comparatives to our last fiscal year, to the previous enumeration and previous election budget to assist in your review. You'll also note that on page 1 of your budget documents, full election is budgeted in both fiscal years, 2022-23 and 2023-24. Current legislation prescribes a fixed election period that spans these 2 fiscal years. So the election budget, however, is only expended once, and which, if Bill 81 passes, will be primarily in 2023-24. Although material and supply purchasing and pre-election preparation activities will occur in the 22-23 fiscal. In total, we are requesting funding of $45,224,000 for fiscal year 2022-23. As a reference, in your handout documents, pages 2 to 4, compare our consolidated 2021-22 budget and 2022-23 estimates. The variances are significant, and therefore there's more value from looking at each individual program area in detail. I'll start with the corporate services unit, which is on page 5 of your handout. Next slide, please. Our corporate services estimate is $5,674,000. and represents a net reduction of 2% from last year. A combined decrease of $361,000 has been made in supplies and services and capital, primarily related to a decrease in contracted services and the completion of major components of the election finances system. This is offset by personnel costs increasing by $231,000 to support the off services budget has a net reduction of $100,000. Next slide, please. Slide 14 provides a summary of the changes that are being made to the structure of Elections Alberta. Starting with my position, I am retaining the role of election commissioner, allowing me to reinvest the commissioner's salary into frontline staffing. Reporting to me will be 2 deputies, one responsible for electoral finance and compliance and enforcement, and one responsible for corporate services, operations, IT, and geomatics. As each area of my office is impacted by our increasing legislative mandates, additional supports have been added in each core unit. In the compliance and enforcement unit, additional hours are being budgeted for contract investigators. In electoral finance, we have converted our co-op student into a permanent financial compliance clerk. In corporate services, a dedicated media and communications lead and human resources coordinator will be retained. In operations, a position will be dedicated for developing online and classroom training materials, and an event planner will be brought in to temporarily assist with conducting returning office staff training throughout 2022. And finally, in the IT and geomatics area, an IT operations lead has been retained to oversee the IT infrastructure of our office, as well as to set up the phone and IT infrastructure for the 87 returning offices and the Vote Anywhere process. Additional contract GIS analysts have also been brought in to support our map and list review process in preparation for the 2023 provincial general election. As you will see in your budget documents, these changes to permanent personnel represent an increase of $231,000. However, we are showing an overall net decrease of 2% to the overall corporate services budget. Next slide, please. I would like to review the major assumptions and cost drivers for budgeting the 2023 general election. First, the election is fully budgeted in 2 years, as I stated previously, and that is based on the current legislation. Second, the impacts of Bill 81 are not incorporated into this budget. If passed with a fixed election date of May 29, 2023, there will be changes to when some costs are incurred and opportunities for cost savings. These savings are not reflected in the numbers presented to you today. Third, we did not include budget items specifically related to COVID or pandemic precautions. As the election is still 18 months away, we are looking at the experiences of other jurisdictions that we know, in which we know that additional costs are incurred for pandemic elections for staffing, rentals, supplies, and special ballot voting. Fourth, we are seeing increases in estimates for materials and supplies, rentals, and services. This has been related to both supply chain issues, postage increases, as well as inflation. And fifth, Alberta's increasing population impacts our estimates, as it results in an increase in materials and supplies, voting areas, staffing, and where to vote cards. Next slide, please. So if you turn to page 7 of your handout of the estimates, our budget for the 2023 general election and 2 by-elections is $35,344,000. To provide you with a more meaningful comparison, the 2019 provincial election budget is compared to the 22-23 estimates. Personnel costs are increased by $1.1 million. This provides additional returning officer support, centralized special ballot staff, 2 GIS positions, and the associated employer contributions. The $5.2 million increase in supplies and services includes changes such as additional support in the returning offices to support IT infrastructure, online training, and the advanced polls, providing more locations for advanced voting, which impacts staff, equipment, and rental costs, increases from Canada Post for delivering where to vote cards and election supplies to returning offices, increased costs to equipment and support for phone, and data solution for the returning offices, and fees for the fees for the election management system and 2 by-elections versus in 2018 or 19 where no by-elections were budgeted. Capital costs are increased by $470,000 to complete the customization of the election management system. Next slide, please. As I provided office size comparisons to BC, I also wanted to show the comparison between election services and costs between our 2 jurisdictions. This slide compares our estimated $34.5 million for the 23 provincial election to BC's $51.6 million in actual costs for their recent 2020 provincial election. Elections BC did experience a very different election, as it occurred during the pandemic with record numbers of electors choosing to vote by mail. We do not anticipate seeing the same breakdown for where and how people choose to vote in 2023. But we are anticipating that we'll see an increase in alternate voting opportunities, resulting in a decrease on election day. In 2019, 60% of Albertan voters voted on election day, but we are estimating that number will be closer to 50% in 2023. Advanced voting will increase by 37% to 43% as we plan to offer more opportunities and locations for advanced voting, particularly in rural electoral divisions. We see a potential for special ballot voting to increase from 1.5% to 5% as the awareness of this voting option has increased over the last 2 years. We are also anticipating an increase in voting at mobile polls as we plan to offer this voting opportunity on advanced voting days and election day, as well as increase the number of locations that receive this voting opportunity. The anticipated increase in voters at this alternate voting options requires us to plan for more locations, staffing, equipment, and resources, and our budget estimates reflect these increases. With the changes that are proposed in Bill 81, however, we do see opportunities for cost savings as we streamline our operations on election day. These savings will likely be in staffing and material costs as we find ways to improve the efficiency of our voting services. We do not anticipate any changes in our rental costs, however, as we plan to maintain the same or higher number of voting places on election day to ensure that electors continue to have easily accessible opportunities to vote. Next slide, please. So this slide corresponds to page 10 of your handout. Our budget request for enumerations is $3,119,000, of which $100,000 is for capital investment. I provided a comparison between the 2018 enumeration and our current estimates. In 2018, a full door-to-door enumeration was completed in comparison to a targeted enumeration in 2023. Therefore, you'll see a decrease of $10.2 million. Our targeted enumeration will include a register to vote advertising campaign, a targeted mail out to households that are in new or transient areas or where no electors are registered. We'll implement community register to vote opportunities, and there will be a door-to-door enumeration in select areas. Next slide, please. Turning to page 13 of your handout, we have our budget for the other electoral events, which consist of Senate, referendum, citizens initiative, and recall vote. Our budget request for this program is $449,000. This estimate accounts for recall and citizens initiative votes, whereas our 2021 budget was for the Senate election and referendum vote held in October. As we anticipate the Recall Act and Citizen Initiative Act will be proclaimed, we have budgeted for the review of a recall and an initiative petition, as well as one recall vote. In the event that a recall vote was successful, a by-election would be held, which is budgeted under elections. If petitions are not submitted or a recall vote does not take place, these funds would not be expended. If, however, an initiative or referendum vote is required, a supplemental budget request will be submitted. Next slide, please. Lastly, on page 16 of the handout, we have our budget for compliance and enforcement. You will see our budget request for this program is $638,000. This is an increase of $25,000 from last year, This increase is related to the additional hours needed for contracted investigators following the municipal elections, as well as additional hours needed for pre-election activities. So to summarize, the total budget estimate for 2022-23 fiscal year is $45,024,000. Next slide. Mr. Chair, that presentation and respond to any questions.
Thank you very much. I will now open the floor to committee members or any other MLAs that are on. First I see Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Resler, for your presentation. I guess I have some questions and concerns regarding this. In terms of compliance and enforcement, of course, we've noted a small increase of around 4%. We know, of course, CPI this year is 4.7%. So frankly, it's a decrease in your overall compliance and enforcement budget. And you did give some numbers regarding the number of complaints that you've dealt with or carried over from previous years. Can I just ask, how many of those complaints remain that are greater than 2 or 3 years old? And have any complaints been dropped due to section 153.2 or 163.1 of the Elections Act? Which are the one of them is the time limit
statute. Thank you for your question, Mr. Dang. Going into this fiscal, I can give you a blend of the LAEA complaints and the complaints regarding other acts and requirements or investigations that we conduct. But I can tell you that every investigation that we've completed this year has occurred within the statutory provisions of the legislation. Nothing has been dropped. We have received to date total this fiscal 325 complaints. 76 of those were carried over from 2020-21, the reporting period where we discussed in our previous report. We've concluded, so the total files to date we have, including carryover and new, is 401. We have concluded 307 of those. 41 of those are currently active and assigned to our investigative team. 53 are awaiting assignment.
Thank you. And for my follow-up, I guess, in that case...
I guess to follow up with your complaints over 2 years old, we have 0.
Okay. So in that case, I guess, if you have no complaints that are greater than 2 years old and you haven't dropped any complaints due to the statutory limitations, I guess in that case, for example, there are instances where we've seen media reports of complaints being resolved or completed. It's unclear to me what completed actually means. When you complete an investigation, is there a posting? Is there when you issue a writ of enforcement, is there a public posting every single time, or do you, or what is the process to ensure Albertans are aware of the accountability measures being enforced?
I can walk you through that at a high level, just in the interest of time. We receive complaints in a variety of fashions, online, via telephone. People can walk in, make a complaint to us. I suppose someone could submit a video complaint if they wanted, though we haven't had one like that. So the complaints go through an intake process where our goal is to provide a personalized response to the complainant within 5 days. We review and analyze the complaint to determine if it falls within our jurisdiction, i.e. it falls within the legislation we're authorized to enforce. Then we look at the elements of the complaint to determine at a high level whether it appears whether a violation has occurred. If it appears as though a violation has occurred, we complete a complaint analysis document and we submit that to the election commissioner. That goes to the commissioner because only the commissioner can approve an investigation. So no one on the compliance team can initiate an investigation without the approval of the election commissioner. Once that's done, an investigation will occur. We provide a report, in some cases hundreds of pages long, to the commissioner at the conclusion of the investigation, and the commissioner makes a determination on whether a violation has occurred and what the outcome is going to look like.
Okay, next I see Mr. Yao.
Thank you very much, Chair. Goal 1 in the business plan is to review the efficiency and effectiveness of election administration. And you also mentioned that review and update the voting process to find the opportunities for modernization and cost savings, while maintaining a timely, efficient, and accessible system. What exactly is Elections Alberta doing to ensure that within their budget, taxpayers' dollars are being efficiently and effectively spent? And yeah, that's my question.
So after the 2019 provincial general election, when we put out the report that talked about the recommendations for legislative changes, that was a big portion of where we would like to modernize, where we would like to find efficiencies. And so I think that report really covers a lot of what we're doing. And we've seen a number of those pieces are coming forward in Bill 81. The fixed election date will allow us to actually book polling places in advance. That will have a huge impact on us being able to acquire locations that are going to work best for Albertans without a fixed date. We have a very short timeline in which we can book locations, and that sometimes means that people travel a little bit farther to vote. So we're very excited to be able to plan, as much as a year in advance to book those locations, get the best opportunities for electors. We also want to look at our staffing on election day. In the last election, we've seen a lot of people are voting in advance and in different voting opportunities. So 7.8% of our staff in advance provided services to 37% of voters, while we had 87% of our staff, over 17,000 people, serve the remaining 60%. And so we want to provide good services on both advance voting days and election day. So we're looking at those resources or at that staffing model to make sure that it is the most efficient process possible, that taxpayers are getting the best bang for their buck as far as what the services look like, but that they're also not standing in long lines or seeing tables that election officers are not working because they're not able to serve them. And a lot of that has to do with the structure of the legislation. And so we've seen some changes with Bill 81 that, if passed, we'll be able to review and figure out how to implement that and really modernize and improve that process for electors.
And with a follow-up?
Actually, I'll pull my follow-up. I believe my question's been answered. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. And Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I think one of the concerns I have around how this office has been proceeding is I'm a little bit worried about complaints that are old or outstanding and haven't been posted and haven't been updated. And I don't think I got quite a clear answer on what the process for that looks like after the process has concluded. So can I just ask again, is there any investigations that have timed out at all since, let's say, 2019? We know last year when we came to this committee at the budget meeting, the Elections Commissioner's Office indicated that the government had denied a request for an extension, for a 120-day extension to complete the work, investigations related to the 2017 UCP leadership contest. Has there been other cases where investigations have either been denied or timed out under the legislation?
The answer to that is there have been no investigations that have timed out in the reporting period that we've referred to. Insofar as a notification process, there are provisions in the legislation that require our office to notify the subject of an investigation, that they are the subject of an investigation prior to the conclusion of an investigation. They are also required to be notified of what the outcome of the investigation is. To be clear, we send a response in every instance to every complainant, regardless of whether a matter is referred for investigation or not. Every single individual who makes a complaint to our office is notified of the outcome of their complaint. Issues that progress through the investigative process and where a violation has been identified that results in the issuance of an administrative penalty or a letter of reprimand are posted on the Elections Alberta website. In cases where no penalty, administrative penalty, or letter of reprimand is issued, then subjects are sent written notice, oftentimes also emailed, and are advised of the outcome of the investigation. This also applies to complainants.
And I would just like to add to that one. The comments that Mr. Kay expressed as far as the disclosure process, that is mandated in legislation. So there is no discretion in what investigations in which we can make public or not. And the process is whether is determine whether administrative penalties, reprimands, type of thing are issued. So that is regulated.
Okay, with a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that no complaints have timed out that were issued this year, as you've mentioned, but complaints that were older may have timed out or been denied extensions, things like that. Were any complaints denied extensions, and were complaints that came from previous periods that were carried over timed out at all?
There were no complaints that fell into that category.
All right. Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Goal 1B is to collaborate with municipal affairs and municipalities on preparing for the anticipated October 18th, 2021 Senate election and referendum vote. Your business plan outlines some of the steps taken by Elections Alberta to fulfill this goal. So could you elaborate or provide more detail on how you collaborated with municipal affairs and municipalities in accomplishing this goal?
You turned off. Yes, so we worked with Alberta Municipal Affairs right from the beginning of when the legislation came out on the Alberta Senate Election Act and the Referendum Act. And we were partners through the whole thing in training municipalities. We recognized that municipalities needed training and information coming at one time and not from two different bodies. So we collaborated on a returning officer manual that had information on both the municipal elections as well as Senate and referendum. We did virtual training with them. So every session we were both involved in, and those ran between October of 2020 and June of 2021. And we've recorded all of them. So no matter when a returning officer was appointed in any of the municipalities, they were ready to, view any training that they had missed so that they could conduct the election. We had processes between us so that we could share information on how we were interpreting legislation, pass concerns and questions back and forth to make sure that no matter which municipality was asking a question of who, that we still got them to the right department for answering those questions.
And Mr. Smith with a follow-up?
Thank you. So just based on how things ran the day of the referendums and the elections, were your training sessions successful?
I certainly hope so. We did do a survey actually of all the municipalities and the returning officers to provide us feedback on how they felt things went and where we could improve. And that's going to be included in our report to the Legislative Assembly on the conduct of that election. It was a very complicated election for municipalities to run with the local elections, school board elections, the Senate, and the 2 referendum votes. And I think they did amazingly well to pull it off.
And I see Member Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm concerned about some of the comments Mr. Resler made regarding the role of the elections commissioner and the electoral officer. I mean, impartiality isn't a trade-off, right? Trading frontline staff for electoral impartiality isn't something I think is appropriate in a democratic system, in our election systems. We've just seen in this report around the municipal election that one person cannot adequately develop and approve materials and operations and then impartially monitor those same decisions and activities and do an investigation into their own activities. I'm wondering whether there is indeed enough resources and whether we do need additional resources to have an independent elections commissioner that can properly investigate complaints, especially when they're directed at Elections Alberta.
Mr. Resler?
I would disagree with your comment that I am not independent in my roles and duties. I take an oath of office in which I swear my independence and impartiality to the legislature and to Albertans. So I disagree with that comment. As far as staffing component, when we look at the election commissioner, I have now had 2 years in which I've undertaken the role, and this is a role that was performed previously. With the resources that came across from the Election Commissioner's office, we have 5 contract investigators and 3 additional staff in the office, permanent staff, that provide that support. I do not believe, based on what I've seen over the last 2 years, that the position is a full-time position. It is a part-time position. Does not require a full-time staff to do it, and I'm able to perform the role within my other duties. The reason we have a second, a deputy commissioner that's responsible for finance and compliance, is to provide adequate support to myself, which will alleviate some of those duties of the commissioner and provide that support.
Thank you. With my follow-up, I guess, to be clear, I'm concerned around if a complaint is made about me, I don't investigate myself. The independence of yourself against yourself is very difficult to justify here. I think moving forward, one of my concerns is also regarding, we just heard that your staff are stretched super thin. I think the exact words you said is Elections Alberta is stretched thin. Now, we're looking at a 4% increase, give or take, to the enforcement and compliance area, with CPI being 4.7%, right? So we're below inflation on enforcement. In that case, is it not clear that we do need more resources? We need more people. We need to have an actual system in place that will allow these investigations to be concluded in a timely and effective manner?
I believe the investigations are proceeding in a timely manner. We did have a significant backlog of investigations that came over from the previous office. In addition to that backlog, we've had numerous court challenges on the quality of the investigations that were performed previously, or not some of it the quality of investigations, but the decisions that were made previously, I should say. Decisions that are made that have been provided by the courts have shown that there was an unfairness of the decisions and enforcement, the levying of fines, and that's provided in our annual report if you look at Rumpel. And so we've had to engage in considerable amount of time and resources to some extent to clean up what was done previously. And the unfortunate part of that was some of those decisions, and they're mainly looking at over contributions. They were valid over contributions, and the courts have struck the penalty and struck them from public disclosure on the website. And that is unfortunate because that disclosure should exist adequately, and which did not exist or does not exist now because of the unfairness of the decision.
All right, conscious of time.
When we look at the increase as far as the 4% increase, we do recognize that we're a small office, and in order to integrate additional staff, we have some constraints in order to additional staff to bring them on stream. What we are proposing is a first step to get us through the 2023 provincial general election. When we look at further, as far as the impact of the other electoral activities, there may be further requests for additional staffing. But part of those constraints is we don't have capacity within our infrastructure. Our building doesn't allow additional staff. We're already over full capacity and looking for additional space in order to accommodate the next election. So we've already initiated informal discussions with Alberta Infrastructure to look at the potential items in that, and then we can look at what we're able to, how we can grow and ensure that we have adequate resources.
Thank you, Mr. Resler. I don't have anybody on the list, and we are running up with a time issue. However, I will offer one to Mr. Dang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And seeing as we are running up on time here, I have a few things I might ask into perhaps the record, and perhaps Mr. Resler can reply in writing if he has that opportunity. But certainly, I think that we've seen today some very serious concerns around the funding, the space available for your office, the amount of people who are.
We're running up on time. I appreciate everything that you're doing right here. With regards to questions potentially being sent in writing at a later date. However, we will be voting on this matter today. And is that something that kind of directs where we're going with this?
Sure. Maybe I'll just get one specific question in, or one or two specific questions in there.
Okay. Be very, very mindful of time, please.
Thank you. I guess in terms of some very serious complaints around things like the UCP leadership contest, around things like complaints to third-party advertisers such as Shaping Alberta's Futures, we've seen complaints that were filed as far back as 2018 that will be very likely coming up to the end of the statutory period. And there's been no update either publicly communicated or to the complainants. I guess, why is there no update? And is that an acceptable reporting time of over 3 years now, almost 3 years now, to Elections Alberta to consider that completed?
And I believe the request was in writing the response. And
Thanks for your question, Mr. Dang.
Again,
unfortunately, the flow of an investigation is.
I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member, Mr. Kay. Mr. Kay, I hesitate to interrupt you. Mr. Kay, Mr. Kay,
documents.
Mr. Kay, I hesitate to interrupt you. However, the question was with regards to having the response in writing, and Mr. Yao with a final comment.
I just wish to comment one final aspect of your presentation, and that's regarding the social media incident. That has hurt the public's confidence in Elections Alberta. Government often has to comment on HR issues, even though these as well should be considered confidential, but it does reflect the need to support public confidence. I believe your office needs to reevaluate your position on this issue and recognize that your office needs to demonstrate the ultimate accountability and responsibility in this lack of confidence in Elections Alberta. Thank you.
Concludes. Thank you, Mr. Ressler, to you and your staff for all your time this morning. For your information, we anticipate the decisions on the officers' budgets will likely be sent out sometime early next week in writing. We are now moving on to Agenda 5A Sub 2. And up next, then, we have, I'd like to welcome the Honourable Marguerite Tressler, Ethics Commissioner, and her staff to the meeting. This morning, I am told that you only anticipate to need something in the neighborhood of just a few 5 minutes, perhaps. Once you've completed your remarks, I will open the floor to questions for committee members. And Ms. Tressler, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting the Office of the Ethics Commissioner and Lobbyist Registrar to present its budget submission. I will be very brief. I'd like to spend a couple of minutes giving the committee a brief update. The relevant information can be found in our annual report for the year end March 31st, 2021. During that year, we had an increase in people not disclosing their financial information in a timely fashion. There were 23 late filings and 5 administrative penalties. And I hope that late disclosure does not become a trend and was only the result of the upheaval of COVID. We also had 6 investigations during the year, which was a lot considering we were working around restrictions. For the most part, during the last 2 years, there were at least 2 people in the office, and often 4 at all times, and we rotated in and out. And I was in the office for both in-person and telephone meetings, as I did not want to take personal files out of the office. Since March, we've been busy with 1 investigation and a submission on changes to the Lobbyist Act. We were forced to do the IT hardware update, which we mentioned last year. However, we found a much less expensive approach than we anticipated, and we were able to complete the update within our budget. Most of it's done, and there's only a few things remaining. Our budget request for next year is the same as last year. And I think the budget is pretty well self-explanatory. We expect to have a very small surplus of under $30,000 this year. However, the total budget will be needed next year when we hope our operations will be back to normal. We had a flood in our office recently, which damaged a number of boxes and files waiting to be shredded and required drywall and paint repairs. If the flood had happened a few feet away over our file room, it would have cost us $30,000 just to restore the personal files with financial information in it, and they would have had to been taken off site where security could not be guaranteed. As a result, we've ordered cabinets for just personal financial files that have doors which should provide protection if a flood occurs. We hope to be able to purchase them this year and within this year's budget, but given supply chain issues, the purchase may have to be delayed until next year. That's pretty well all I have to say. I'd be very happy to answer any questions.
Sure, I will now open it up to questions to the floor or to any members online. I see Mr. Loyola, Member Loyola.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Commissioner Schutzler, for joining us this morning for your presentation. First, I'd like to just delve into the whole issue of advice requested from your office. I noticed that regarding Conflicts of Interest Act, it dropped more than 50% according to page 7 of your annual report. And as a preamble to that, could you just kind of give us a summary of what kind of advice regarding the Conflicts of Interest Act you get to your office? And why do you think there was a drop of 50%? What do you attribute it to?
I'll start with the second question. The drop was because nobody was going anywhere. Much of the advice we give is on gifts and invitations to events, and that is why there was a substantial drop in the past year. So we do give advice with respect to the acceptance of gifts. We give advice on whether a person should vote. We give advice on what property or assets a person can hold. There's a wide range of things we get asked about.
And a follow-up, should you want it?
Follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, how much time does that take in terms of providing advice, like staff time? And then do you think that will have an impact on your budget moving forward?
It's hard to say how much time it takes because each question is different. Many of the questions are routine and we can answer them fairly quickly, probably take a half an hour to an hour. I don't think if the request for advice goes back to where it was before, that it will cause any problem with staff time or with respect to the budget.
All right, and I don't have anybody on the list at this time. I see Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your presentation today, Commissioner. On page 10 of the annual report, it states that the Office of the Ethics Commissioner received 50 requests for information this year, which is up from the year prior. Does the office have any reason to why we've seen this uptick in information requests?
Well, it varies from year to year. In 2016-17, you will notice that there were 60 requests, which was less. It really depends how much time the public has on their hands or what the issues are of the day, and whether the public is engaged in those issues. So we get requests as to what our jurisdiction is and what we can do on things.
Okay. Mr. Yao.
Thank you so much. Page 10, you break down the request for investigation by those which had insufficient information. Those which were outside of the office's jurisdiction and those which had resulted in an investigation. Of the 10 investigations that were requested, which were considered to have insufficient information, how many of those would you consider to be frivolous? Thank you so much, Madam Commissioner.
Some of them are not so much frivolous as people just venting. So they say, you should investigate this particular MLA. But in fact, they don't say why we should investigate the MLA or give us any specific details as to what the complaint is about. So they're almost sort of non-requests. There is so little in what is said in the communication to us. With respect to non-jurisdictional, we get a lot of requests that just are not within our jurisdiction.
And I believe I see Mr. Loyola next. Member Loyola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 11 of your report, Commissioner, it shows that salaries came in over budget, and I was hoping that you could provide us an explanation with why that was.
Salaries came in over budget because I had a reclassification.
And
Okay.
Member Loyola, any follow-up?
Not on that particular question, but I do have a couple of more questions.
Sure. I have
Okay,
no one else on the list.
fantastic.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just I want to move to registered lobbyists, and I'm just wondering, how do the number of active registered lobbyists compare to the previous year?
I'll ask Ms. Draper to answer that question.
Member Loyola, do you mean the individual lobbyists or the registered organizations?
Registered organizations.
Okay, I'm gonna have to pull up last year's report and compare those. So last year there were 90 registered consultant lobbyist organizations and 311 registered organization lobbyist organizations. And then that compares to this year, it would have gone up 10 for organization lobbyists to 321 and about 12 or exactly 12 to 102 registered consultant lobbyist organizations from 90 the previous year.
Thank you very much.
And Member Loyola, did you have a follow-up?
Not on that particular one. I have, how about this? Were there any noticeable differences in 2021 in the subject matter or ministry for lobbying activities?
Yes, probably unsurprisingly, there was a lot more subject matters pertaining to health and a lot more of Alberta health due to the pandemic than in the previous year. That was, I think, the most popular subject matter. Let me just see here in the report. Yes, health was the top 10, the number one of the top 10 subject matters lobbied about during the relevant fiscal year.
Ms. Draper, so then the organizations that then registered were more organizations dealing with health, or were those individual inquiries, like not from organizations themselves, but
oh, pardon me, sorry.
no.
Oh, I'm
Well,
not totally sure I understand your question, but I think health would have captured anything COVID-19 related. So there was, I mean, I'm not sure if there was a single organization that wasn't affected in some way by COVID. So a lot of them would have something, they might be lobbying, for example, about workplace safety, but it pertained to COVID as well, because it was about, public health restrictions or safety measures. So I wouldn't say that it was necessarily that these were organizations that were specifically, work in the health field or do business or activities about health, but I think a lot of organizations, if not all, were affected in some way by COVID and so had some lobbying that pertained to health broadly.
Thanks. And next I see Member Yao.
Thank you so much, Chair. In your business plan, you discussed promotion and understanding of legislative obligations. And under that goal, it states that you review the disclosure statements of members, designated office holders, and political staff. As with this past year, your business plan mentioned that political staff disclosures will happen this July. My question is, what are the parameters that surround the staff who must meet with the commissioner? And can you clarify if all staff have to meet with the commissioner? And yes, thank you very much.
The political staff to the Premier and the ministers have to file financial disclosure, and they have to meet with someone in our office on a yearly basis. It doesn't necessarily have to be me, but I meet with everyone from the Premier's office and all the chiefs of staff. I think that pretty well covers your question.
Okay. Any follow-up?
Actually, yeah. What are the parameters to decide which staff must meet with the commissioner?
I made the decision that chiefs of staff and staff in the Premier's office have to meet with me. And if we have any files where we have some issues with them, then I will also meet with those people.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Tressler. I don't have anyone else on the list. So I want to thank you and your staff for your presentation and for responding to the committee's questions.
Mr. Chair,
sorry, I see
Joe Ceci.
Member Ceci.
I apologize for getting late. I just want to follow up MLA Yao's question with regard to political staff. Ms. Tressler, sorry about that. There have been, and I don't know, I can't remember how many, but several who have left the employ of the Premier's office. How do you decide which ones to come before you with regard to their disclosures, their financial disclosures, their interest disclosures, when they've changed and maybe not there anymore, but have been during the fiscal year?
The legislation does not allow us to ask for disclosure of people who have left their employment. So we can only do disclosure up until the time they leave. Now, if we send a request for disclosure the 1st of June and they're leaving the 15th of July, we still expect them to do it. But once they've left, then we don't have any further jurisdiction to ask them to do it. Our only jurisdiction then is with respect to post-employment, and most of them come and speak to us about post-employment.
Great.
And Member Ceci, any follow-up? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And just to finish off what I was going to say, and for your information, Ms. Tressler, it is anticipated that the committee's decisions on officers' budgets will be sent out likely early next week in writing as well, just for your information. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, taking a look at the time, and I think perhaps this might be a good opportunity, and it's kind of in the agenda there too, for a break. I guess if it's good with everybody, we will reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. I'd like to call the committee back to order. Next on the agenda, we have the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. I'd like to welcome Ms. Jill Clayton, Information and Privacy Commissioner, and her colleagues to the meeting today. If you could keep your presentation to 20 minutes or less, and then we will have some opportunity for questions after that. The floor is yours whenever you are ready.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Chair, and hello to the committee members. I am Jill Clayton. I'm the Information and Privacy Commissioner of Alberta, and I'm joined here today by Assistant Commissioner Kim Kreiser-Bork. It is a pleasure to be here. It is, however, a little bit bittersweet for me. This is my last presentation to this committee as Information and Privacy Commissioner of Alberta. As a result, some of my comments today reflect a little bit on the past 10 years that I've been Commissioner, as well as where we are now. But to begin, and considering we have some new committee members, I'll start with a very brief overview of my office. Next slide. As Information and Privacy Commissioner, my job is to oversee and enforce Alberta's Freedom of Information and Privacy laws. Alberta's three access and privacy laws are the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, otherwise known as FOIP, the Health Information Act, which is known as HIA, and the Personal Information Protection Act, or PIPA. FOIP provides Albertans with the right to access information held by public bodies, and all three laws provide individuals with the right to access their own information held by public bodies, health custodians, and private sector organizations. Each law also requires public bodies, health custodians, and organizations to take steps to protect privacy. When Albertans disagree with access and privacy decisions that are made by public bodies, custodians, or organizations, they can ask my office to review the situation. We are also responsible for reviewing privacy breach reports and privacy impact assessments that are submitted to the office. Private sector businesses, organizations, and health custodians must also report certain breaches to my office, and health custodians are required to submit privacy impacts on certain projects involving health information. Next slide, please. A quick overview of staff roles here in the office. We have a mediation and investigation team that reviews responses to access requests and privacy complaints. Adjudicators undertake formal inquiry or decision-making processes with the help of support staff. Inquiries result in binding orders that decide all matters of fact and law in a specific situation and that are subject only to judicial review. Our compliance and special investigations team reviews privacy impact assessments and breach reports and also conducts offense investigations. Our intake team is responsible for the flow of files in the office and responds to general questions. We also have administrative staff focused on information technology, records management, finance, communications, and human resources. Next slide, please. Moving on to a quick year in review. Last year, of course, was very much dominated by the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic, however, did not change the trajectory of the number of files coming into the office. Our numbers continue to increase. In fact, every year since I started as Commissioner, which was February of 2012, we've seen annual increases in open files, often by increments of between 20 and 30% a year. That first year I was before this committee, in 2011-2012, we opened 1,288 files, so almost 1,300. And last year, 2020-2021, we opened 4,166 files. So last year we broke the 4,000 file threshold for the very first time. So that's quite a shift in 10 years. The number of files coming through the door has more than tripled. In terms of closed files, 10 years ago, in 2011-2012, we closed 1,320 files, and last year we closed 3,517, again, nearly tripling our output over 10 years. In light of this, it is important for me to take this opportunity to acknowledge my colleagues in the office who have done this work year after year, and particularly including last year with all of its operational challenges. It was truly a remarkable effort on everyone's part. With that significant increase in files, however, there have been challenges, particularly with timelines. A primary focus in my first speech to this committee was timeliness. We had commissioned a stakeholder survey in 2012, and that survey identified delays as the biggest issue stakeholders had with respect to our internal processes. At that time, of files that could proceed to inquiry, we resolved approximately 60% within 180 days. However, as we continue to see more files coming through the door, the reality is that we've seen timelines increase, which is frustrating for the parties engaging with our office. In 2020-2021, 2021, last year, of files that could proceed to inquiry, we closed only 5% within 180 days. And that's largely due to a backlog that has accumulated. We're seldom able to even open the files within 60 days because our active caseloads are already so high. We can't just add more to caseloads that are already at 60 or 70 files simultaneously. It's just not possible. That said, I would like to commend our intake team. We've had some additional staff join the office, and last year we made significant inroads in getting files entered into the system so we can assign them in a more timely way. Similarly, we do have some lengthy timelines for PIA reviews, breach reports, and investigations. Next slide. An interesting trend I'd like to highlight concerns the makeup of our work. Looking back over 10 years, you can see that a good portion of the increase in our workload can be attributed to new legal responsibilities. So as you can see on this slide, this has led to a majority of our files now fall under the Health Information Act. A major contributor to this change is the requirement for health custodians to report certain breaches to my office. So that change contributed 800 net new open files annually since the requirement was introduced in 2018. The introduction of this requirement in the health sector is also associated with more potential offenses under the Health Information Act for knowingly accessing or attempting to access health information without authorization. We simply started hearing about these incidents more because of mandatory breach reporting, but they are very resource intensive to investigate. During my first presentation to this committee as commissioner, I noted that there had been 2 convictions under the Health Information Act for unauthorized access to health information. We recently saw the 20th conviction make its way through the courts, including one for knowingly using health information in contravention of the law and additional charges in some cases. This unfortunate milestone reinforces that the public cares about unlawful access to and use of health information, and it remains worthy of our attention. We've also seen more regulated health professionals gain access to Netcare, Alberta's electronic health record. Each new health custodian that gains access must submit a privacy impact assessment, or a PIA, to my office. So over the last several years, we've seen dentists, chiropractors, and optometrists, among others, granted access to Netcare. When I started as commissioner, we opened roughly 500 PIAs a year. Last year, we were close to 2,000. With respect to the freedom of information side of our work, requests to review responses to access requests have fluctuated over the past 10 years. We've seen a peak of 205, or we've seen between about 205 and a peak of 454 in 2017 and 2018. No clear trend emerges in the stats. However, can certainly see that the types of issues, volume of records, and complexity of files has increased, along with the prevalence of digital records. We've also seen requests for time extensions increase significantly. So timelines for responding to access requests by public bodies have gotten lengthier. Resourcing by public bodies has not kept pace with the volume and complexity of today's access to information requests. I see more and more reports of chronic staffing issues, positions that aren't filled for lengthy periods of time, and I know it's difficult for public bodies to even find qualified staff to do the demanding work of reviewing records and responding within timelines. Last year, we received a total of 295 requests for time extensions. This year, we've already received that many, with 3 more months in the reporting period. The legislation is also ill-equipped to deal with digital record keeping. As I noted in the annual report, despite the valiant and dedicated efforts of FOIP staff, it appears impossible to keep up with the demands, given system design and resourcing. Next slide, please. The one constant driving file increases over the years, though, is technological innovations involving massive amounts of personal information. And this reality has featured prominently every year that I've been before this committee and will continue to dominate the next commissioner's term. Over the past year, for example, the increase in use of virtual care apps or digital products to deliver healthcare has been phenomenal, almost overnight through the use of virtual care products. A family physician consultation now involves health information flowing through digital ecosystems that often involve service providers and servers outside Alberta and Canada. In the last year, we released 2 investigation reports on facial recognition technology. This technology has been subject to moratoria and bans in some jurisdictions as society grapples with questions about appropriate use and design of these systems, particularly in law enforcement and commercial contexts. We also see more breaches every year that are caused by cyber attacks, particularly the recent scourge of ransomware, crippling IT systems globally. Every organization, no matter the sector or size, is at risk. The complexity of information systems also often leads to unintended administration errors that can have significant consequences for those affected and expensive repercussions for the organization. These and other technological realities are challenging the practical implementation of the laws and exposing the law's antiquities and shortcomings. While legislative reform alone will not fix all of the challenges, I'm optimistic about our current efforts for possible reform, dare I hope for modernization of FOIP and PIPA. So far, I am encouraged by the consultation that my colleagues and I have had with the Minister for Service Alberta and ministry staff, and with efforts to engage with the public and other stakeholders. I'm hopeful this momentum will continue and that there will be more opportunities for consultation. Next slide, please. Before moving on to the budget portion of my presentation, I'm also going to take a little bit of a tangent to mention the publications we issued last year to assist regulated entities in responding to the pandemic while upholding privacy rights. Since March 2020, we issued or updated about 10 of our guidance documents, with several relating to pandemic response. We published guidance on managing records when transitioning from work to home, on businesses using customer lists for contact tracing, businesses offering discounts or services by showing or requiring proof of vaccination, and privacy laws in the context of a public health emergency. We also issued advisories on process changes to respond to the pandemic, and we're currently working on a resource to assist health custodians with choosing and implementing virtual care technology solutions, and hopefully that'll be out soon. These pandemic response publications instantly became the most viewed publications on our office's website. So within weeks, our proof of vaccination guidance had seen tens of thousands of hits. A positive note about our education and outreach amid the turmoil of the pandemic. Next slide, please. I will now move on to the statement of operations from last year. So last year, 2020-2021, we returned $41,116, or approximately 0.57% of our total approved budget. Salaries, wages, and employee benefits make up about 85% of our operating expenses. In 2020-21, payroll-related costs and legal fees were under budget. Supplies and services and capital purchases were over budget. And this leads me to my budget request for next year. Next slide, please. So for the next fiscal year, I am requesting a budget of just over $7,150,000. This is an increase of approximately $160,000, or 2.3% over our current budget. For context, I would like to note that our current budget is already a reduction of almost 3.6% from the previous year, that being 2020-21. Even with the increase I'm requesting for next year, our budget is still less than the 2020-21 budget by almost $100,000. The requested increase includes a 1.1% increase in personnel costs due to we filled some vacancies at slightly higher rates, and we've had to make some anomaly adjustments. And I'm also making a request for one new FTE. And that new FTE is additional IT support. This is an area where we have needed additional support for quite some time, and that was clearly highlighted during the pandemic. For example, we have only one staff member, permanent staff member, our manager of IT, who is responsible for preparing all the tools we needed for working from home at the drop of a dime. Since then, we've had multiple concurrent projects to improve our systems and processes. And so our manager of IT was overseeing something like 20 different projects. We need support for day-to-day administrative functions, while our manager of IT and records can focus more on project management. In previous years, I have not taken asking for new staff lightly, and that is still true. We've tried to ensure as much as possible that new hires would tackle file backlogs. The reality is that we do need administrative support as well. With respect to current staff, there are no planned changes to salary. This has been the case for most staff since mid-2015. Benefits for pensionable salaries reflect a reduction in employer contributions, along with a minor decrease in extended health premiums. Professional fees and development costs are being maintained. Supplies and services costs have increased by just over 10%, reflecting mostly postage costs, as well as an increase in telecommunications costs. And this is the result of more staff working remotely during the pandemic. Legal contract services costs have increased due to courts have returned to pre-pandemic scheduling, and technology services costs have increased as a result of enhanced security programs, including things like multi-factor authentication to access the new 1GX system, and for secure VPN access for staff working from home. As an aside, I wanted to say that the government switch from images to 1GX, which my office and the other independent legislative offices is participating in, has been very time and resource intensive for our office over the last year and a half, and not without glitches, some of which have been resolved and some that I am optimistic will be resolved. We do have some upcoming meetings with government staff that I hope will address some of these matters. Our budget also includes a small increase in costs for hosting or working sessions. This is $1,000 essentially for acknowledging employee long service. We do this every second year. And all of the increases in the budget are offset by a decrease in costs associated with offense investigations. We're now doing more of that work in-house as our staff skills have increased. We've maintained current supplies and services costs for travel, advertising, insurance rentals, repairs, maintenance, materials and supplies, and some contract services. So in summary, we're looking at a 2.3% increase, approximately 160,000, comprised predominantly of additional IT support, IT technology, postage, telecommunications, and some legal services. Next slide, please. So I would typically end my presentation now after my budget estimate, but I have a couple of more minutes and I would like to add a few more comments this year. Certainly just to say what a remarkable journey these last 10 years have been. We've seen incredible growth as an office. We've literally grown in terms of staff, but as I've mentioned, our workloads have far outpaced anything I could have imagined when I started. Overall, I'm disappointed we didn't make more progress in certain key areas. We haven't seen meaningful legislative reform. I highlighted this in last year's annual report. In many years, we've seen some consultations that didn't result in any significant amendments or even reports. We've seen some consultation behind closed doors without involving my office or the public. However, as I mentioned already, I am so far optimistic about the potential for reform of FOIP and PIPA. It's also been somewhat disappointing to see the access to information system mired in delays at every level, and this is throughout 10 years. This is a challenge that all jurisdictions globally, it seems, are struggling to overcome, and the pandemic certainly hasn't helped. While I appreciate open government efforts, I don't think open data has quite lived up to the goals and objectives of reducing FOIP requests or of making the information that people want more available. People still want to know why decisions are being made that affect their businesses or lives, and open government programs are often not set up or designed to provide those answers. The law didn't anticipate tens of thousands of records being involved in responses to FOIP requests either, and we see that all the time, 60,000 pages, 70,000 pages. So despite the many challenges, and perhaps because of them, I've certainly enjoyed going to work these past 10 years. Every day there's something new, some new topic or situation. You can't anticipate everything that's going to come through the door. And it's certainly been an exciting time to be immersed within the many global changes in access and privacy regulation. It's quite a remarkable moment in time. And I'm also very proud that during my term as commissioner, Albertans who were affected by a breach of their health information gained the right to be notified in law. So Alberta was a leader in breach notification in the private sector under PIPA, and it's incredible to see the global progress on the right to be notified since that time. It seems nearly every jurisdiction has breach notification requirements now, and particularly when we see the number of security incidents today, it's really important for individuals to know when their finances or their identity or their reputation may be at risk. So I've also had the opportunity to work with incredible colleagues in the office, as well as my Canadian and international counterparts. Looking back, we accomplished great things by continuing to rise to the challenges presented by burgeoning workloads and the increasing complexity of matters before our office. So over the next few years, I'll certainly be looking back to see what's going on and with great fondness to see how different issues progress in the years to come. And I wish the next commissioner all the very best with the great team at the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will now open it to questions. And first on the list, I have Member Allard.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And I'm going to, just wanted to ask a little bit, obviously with COVID, privacy and health privacy in particular has become a burning topic in our world. And I just wanted to know, you talked a lot about modernization and about the need to balance privacy protections and effectively using health information to deliver the best possible. I know there's some competing interests there. Are there examples of how modernized privacy legislation could enable better decision-making about public health measures? I'd be really curious.
Sorry, about how modernizing health legislation could enable.
Modernizing privacy legislation could enable better decision-making about healthcare and public health measures.
Yeah, well, I think that that is it's an interesting question. I think that, you know, we're looking at that in a lot of jurisdictions. There's a recent report actually, or an article that came out earlier this week, in fact, in the Globe and Mail, talking about the need to share information and some of the barriers to sharing health information. I'm not actually well, what I will say is that that in particular is an issue that has been around since my start as commissioner. So we're always talking about the need to share health information. And I think I would say that in particular, the Health Information Act, Alberta's Health Information Act, was designed to share health information and to facilitate an electronic health record. So there are lots of provisions in the Health Information Act that are in fact designed to share information with health providers and for other purposes like health system management, quality assurance, research, and those kinds of things. I think in some ways the problem is less about the way the legislation is written, and in the health sector for sure, and more about perceived barriers to sharing information. So, you know, we've seen often there's this sense that, and this isn't true in the public sector and the private sector as well, this, but more so in the health sector, this protective approach to information. I don't want to share it, and fear, sometimes fear, that if I share it, I won't be authorized to share it, that I don't have legal authority to share this information. And also, and I've mentioned this to this committee a number of times, this idea, particularly for health custodians, to share information outside the health sector, particularly with nonprofit groups that are often engaged in providing complementary services. And that's because, in part in Alberta, nonprofit groups are not subject to privacy legislation. So there's this sense, if you are the custodian of information and you're concerned about patient privacy, that if you lose control and you share it outside your sphere, that it won't be protected. Privacy won't be protected. So I think ultimately there are probably some legislative changes that might help. For example, bringing nonprofit organizations under PIPA, just going to throw that out there. But I do think there's a need for education and awareness, and we've said that for years and years. There's a lack of trust, I think, a lack of trust that information will be shared and it will be appropriately shared and that it will be protected.
And any follow-up, Member Allard?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. With respect to COVID in particular, I personally believe COVID has been a bit of a highlighter for a number of systems and a number of processes, the way that government works and interfaces with the public. And I just wondered if you had identified any specific issues that you think require a second look or that require systemic change as a result of some of the challenges that COVID has presented for us. I know that's a big question.
Yeah, and to be honest, I'd love to have a conversation with you or anybody else about that going forward. I think that is a big question. I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned. You know, I agree with you. I think that certainly the pandemic has taken all these things that we all talk about, even within my office, but certainly within health and for every employer, every employee, all of these things that we've talked about for years and years and years, and all of a sudden everybody had to move quickly, immediately, start working from home, how are you going to access records remotely? In the public sector, how are we going to respond to access requests when we're not in the office and we don't have electronic records, we don't have access to digital records to review, we don't have the technology at home to review? And again, that's sort of what you're seeing reflected even in my budget request, that, you know, we were doing things a particular way with a longer term plan to move to a more electronic environment and perhaps work from home and VPN access and all that sort of thing. And all of a sudden, you know, we have to do it now, very, very quickly, which is not the way to do things. It introduces risk, and then you see security breaches and things like that. So, so absolutely, I think COVID has highlighted a lot of these things, challenges with access to information, challenges with proactively disclosing information, identifying what information should be proactively disclosed without an access request. So people want to know what's happening with the pandemic, for example. And I think we've done some good work in terms of putting that information out there and having briefings and trying to inform the public. In the health sector, again, I think I had seen an article that something like 9% of physicians were using virtual healthcare solutions before the pandemic, and now all of that. So don't quote me on that. I'm just saying I think I saw this 9%, but it was low. Within weeks of the pandemic, we saw 150 notices about new virtual care solutions being introduced, and then it was up to 250, and we're probably at 300 now. So I think absolutely COVID has forced us to take a look at some of these things and move very quickly. And that has also uncovered a few issues that we need to grapple with.
Member Shepherd.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for joining us today, Commissioner. I just want to begin by saying a very heartfelt thank you for your 10 years of service in your role. Your passion for this work is absolutely clear. Your deep knowledge and expertise, even more so. And I think regardless of government, you have been thorough in holding to account, I think, in advocating for the best interests of Albertans. And as you've explained today, clearly there are many interests involved and a lot of passion from Albertans on this issue. So thank you again. We appreciate the work you've done and the legacy that you leave. In that regard, looking at what you were speaking of today, you spoke quite a bit about the growth in the pressures both over your term of service and in particular over the last year. A large increase in files, a large increase, unfortunately, in wait times and backlog. Obviously, this is an area that's of great concern for Albertans with this growth in files. You mentioned the rapid growth in the number of areas you have to look at with digital apps and services and the multiple vulnerabilities that come with that, as well as the growing access for more and more healthcare professionals. But the budget that we have in front of us here today, you have ultimately you've asked for one additional full-time employee for IT, and that's important, but aren't asking for any increases in terms of other staff to sort of cover. And so I'm just curious, is this, of course, we appreciate fiscal responsibility, but it sounds like there is more and more work that really does need to be done and is important work for Albertans. Is there a need for more resources, more staff to expand your work so that we can cover all of these areas?
Well, thank you, first of all, for your very kind comments. I do appreciate that. It's been a true honor to serve 2 terms as Alberta's Information and Privacy Commissioner. So thank you very much for your comments. Yes, I would always like to have more staff. Of course, we would like to have more staff. And I am very aware that, certainly over the last couple of years, that Alberta's economic situation has not been such that that I felt like we were likely to get more staff. When we did see changes to the Health Information Act and the increase in breaches reported to us under the Health Information Act that came into effect in 2018, I had come to this committee. I requested 5 new positions, and that was granted. But shortly after that, due to budget restraint and economic fiscal issues, we were held to, I think it was our 3rd quarter forecast. So I didn't actually fill those positions. And then I came before this committee last year and reiterated the need for monies to fill the FTEs that had been granted. And thankfully, we were able to hire 5 new people. So I did have 5 new people. And I think at this stage, I'd like to see how that, as an outgoing commissioner, I'd like to see how that plays out. I think that we have seen the contribution that makes to reducing backlogs. We've, as I mentioned, our intake staff, 3 of those people were intake staff, support staff, so we could just get these things in the system and be able to assign them. And we've seen tremendous progress there. And again, kudos to the intake team for all of that work. So we do also have new investigators. and they're doing a fantastic job getting their feet wet, learning how the office works and about our processes. I suspect that we will see even more see them get their feet wet and just sort of get up and running if they're not already. So I think it's a little bit early for me to say what the next requirements are. I think I would also like to leave that up to a new commissioner to decide how best to staff the office and structure the office. I can say absolutely that I think, and I always think, that there is a need to have new staff. But again, I'm very, very aware that there are fiscal pressures, and so I try to pick and choose and look at the numbers and figure out where new staff would make the biggest difference. But I fully expect that a new commissioner will be before you, perhaps even as a supplementary ask in between, to say we really need some more staff to deal with some of these issues, particularly if the numbers continue to increase as they have been.
Follow up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So then, speaking of, I guess, the increase in files and the increase in requests, are there any particular patterns, I guess, that you're seeing? Let's say, particularly in regards to health information, are there any particular, I guess, system weaknesses or patterns that you're starting to see in this increased number of, I guess, requests that you've had over the last year?
There are, and actually, thankfully, that's a really, really good question. I've had lots of conversations with staff in my office right now. I think, and actually, I was on a panel with with my colleagues from other jurisdictions the other day, and I was talking a little bit about the investigation reports that we released related to the Babylon Vitalis Health System, and that is I think that's not the only system. There are a lot of new systems. And as we review these systems, we are in this unique position where we are starting to identify some of those trends. And that's why I mentioned in my comments that we are proposing, we're working on right now, a guidance document that will help we've already put out some guidance around what to look for when you're reviewing a virtual healthcare solution. But having completed these reviews, we have a much better idea of what some of those issues are. And I think what I would say, and it's quite interesting to me that, traditionally, when we see a health custodian looking to technology to assist in the delivery of a health service, so diagnostic treatment and care services, the technology has been designed as a tool to assist the custodian. The primary objective is to deliver healthcare services. And so these systems are designed with our Health Information Act in mind. And what we're seeing now are systems or solutions that were designed for other purposes by entities that are operating in a sort of a private sector environment. And the private sector environment is all about consent and notice and what is reasonable, versus the health world, which is all about limiting collection to the least amount of information, highest degree of anonymity possible, what is essential to provide the health service. So it's not about what I would call sort of private sector purposes, perfectly legitimate in the private sector around marketing and communication and promotion, perhaps collecting vast amounts of information for artificial intelligence purposes. And there's lots of good reasons why people might want to participate in those kinds of initiatives, or be part of use those kinds of technology systems if they know what's going on and they are actually understand that they are consenting to the use of their information for these purposes. But that's not how Alberta's Health Information Act is structured. Alberta's Health Information Act is structured so that custodians, the doctor, the care provider, is ultimately accountable and responsible for the health information of their patients. And it's about collecting information, using it, disclosing it to provide health care. It's not about feeding AI. It's not about marketing promotion. It's not about those kinds of things. So when you see sort of this collision of the private sector and health sector worlds, that's where we start to see some problems. So we see, across these systems, we see privacy policies that talk about marketing and promotion using health information. I'm not entirely sure that physicians know that that's what's happening. Sometimes when we're following up and asking questions, it turns out that's not what's happening, but it's in the policies because they were written in the private sector. These sorts of solutions, these kinds of apps, often involve multiple service providers. Again, just to use the Babylon app as an example, there's some 22 different service providers that are, behind the scenes that are involved in providing these services. And so again, under the Health Information Act, a custodian is responsible for everything that their affiliates do. So for all 22 of those service providers, whether they're in Alberta or outside the country, there's this accountability relationship and ultimately a responsibility that is on the custodian, not on the service provider. So I think, that's definitely a challenge we've seen. And also the fact that many of those service providers may not be in Alberta, Canada, they might be operating globally. So again, there are requirements under both the Health Information Act and our Personal Information Protection Act, where you're using a service provider outside of the country, about being upfront about that. If you're in the private sector, you have to be telling people, you have to have policies, you have to have information about those countries that you're making available. In the health sector, you have to have agreements that ensure that as the physician, the custodian, you retain control, even when the information might be going to another country. So that's just a couple of examples of what we're seeing. It's there are some systems we've looked at. I'm pleased to report I had a note yesterday from one of my colleagues saying that after a lot of back and forth with a particular vendor, we've gotten to a stage where we think that they've got something that is compliant under the Health Information Act. We have others that we continue to work with.
Thank you. Next on the list, I have Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner, thank you for your 10 years of service. It's quite a haul. Listen, I want to just delve a little bit here. The Office of Information and Privacy Commissioner is requesting a budget of an increase of 2.3%. And in the Commissioner's letter to the committee, it explained that the supplies and service costs have increased by 10.1%. So could you explain the 70% increase in freight and postage expenses and how this might relate to your office shifting to digitizing your records? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that question, and for your comments of appreciation. It has been quite a haul, 10 years. Yes, so definitely both postage and telephones and communications. These are some of the additional expenses we've had as a result of staff working from home. So, but I think the postage costs in particular have more to do with courier costs, that kind of thing. And telephone and communication expenses are basically when I didn't want people working from home and using their personal phones to call complainants and applicants, so office issued devices. So basically the costs reflect what our actual costs have been with the new circumstances with staff working from home.
Any follow-up?
No, thank you.
I believe I have Mr. Shepherd, Member Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, on page 27, 28 of your annual report, you outlined some concerns over Bill 46. I know I had the opportunity to review those and speak about them in the legislature, but you raised concerns over some of the risks it posed to the privacy of health information. But as you noted, that there have been no changes to the bill. There were no changes to the bill, I guess, as a result of your concerns. The minister did commit to consulting with you on the associated regulations. I was wondering, has that consultation process begun? Will you have the opportunity to delve into that?
I certainly hope we will have the opportunity to delve into that in a meaningful way and in an extended way. As you know, I was disappointed and said so that we were not aware of the changes that were coming in Bill 46, and I have said publicly that those really are the most significant legislative amendments to the Health Information Act in a decade, other than the breach reporting requirements. So yes, it is disappointing when we're not consulted, and I believe that there are some risks associated with the amendments that that have been made. In terms of being consulted on the regulations, I haven't seen regulations that I can think of. I don't believe staff in the office have. We have had one or two of our regular meetings with Alberta Health staff, and I think there is a commitment that we will be consulted. Again, I very much hope that we will be consulted in a meaningful way. So there's sort of being told that certain, at a very high level, that these kinds of things might happen. That's very, very different from being told how it will happen and what the language will be. In my view, again, reflecting on 10 years, we see much better results when we have information to hand, when we're involved, when we're able to comment. I think it behooves government, public officials to get our take on things. They can still do whatever they want to do, but I've always sort of wondered why you wouldn't want to know what I'm going to say about something before it becomes public. So anyway, I'm hopeful that we will be consulted in a meaningful way on the regulations.
Thank you. And follow-up?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry to hear that. I believe we're about a year out from when they passed that bill in the winter session of 2020. So we'll follow up on that from our end as well. I am wondering, sort of in following up on that, in regards to, I guess, changes in health information or, I guess, the effects of that. Are you investigating the privacy breach that occurred on November 26th with the updated vaccine QR code? We did see that the Minister of Health did stand in the legislature and say that they had reported that to you. Has that been under investigation?
I don't believe so, but it has been reported to me. And just to be clear, often, well, under mandatory breach reporting in the health sector and the private sector, breaches are often reported. They don't always, and in fact, in the private sector, they very rarely turn into an actual investigation. The breach reporting requirements are intended to be about making sure that individuals know what's happened to their information. In the health sector, certainly, we receive breach reports, we look into them, we assign them, we triage them, and in some cases it does turn into an investigation. I don't believe that's turned into an investigation at this point, but I can't say that for sure. Things happen that I'm not aware of. If we receive information about it and we're satisfied that a breach has occurred and we have all the information we need to know and notification has happened and appropriate steps are being taken, we may not decide to investigate it. So that's sort of the process.
Thank you. And next on the list, I have Member Rosen, mindful of the approved agenda's time allotment coming up in just a couple minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll combine my two questions into one with no follow-up to save us on time. Your business plan is very focused on protecting the personal health information, with priority one being modernizing regulatory mechanisms to support economic diversification and improve healthcare delivery outcomes. And then priority three being providing guidance to improve access to information and the protection of personal and health information. So I know economic diversification has been identified as a priority by your office, and I think a lot of people may not necessarily correlate privacy laws with economic diversification, but I would tend to agree with you that it is incredibly important to tie these two together. So I guess my first question would be if you can just elaborate on the importance of tying privacy laws to economic diversification and how those two can work together to advance a diversified economy in Alberta. And I also would like a bit more information on how you plan to implement outcome 2 under your priority 1. So priority 1 mentions the new technologies that are emerging in our province, and there's no denying that as our workforce and our marketplace and our whole world move digital, that things are significantly changing. So I'm just curious if you can also address how you expect to implement outcome 2 as it relates to that changing economy.
All right, certainly. Thank you for that question. Can you just I'm looking for, I have an electronic version of the business plan, but of course I can't find it in my open documents here. So priority 2 is?
Priority 1, outcome 2, if that helps.
priority 1, outcome 2. Okay, I'll have to.
That just
find
relates
that.
to data initiatives as part of a data economy, I believe is what it references.
Okay, if you bear with me. Okay, I'll answer your first question, and perhaps Kim could send me the document that I have open but I can't find, so if you could do that, that'd be great. Okay, so the first question, that question I think is incredibly important. I don't think that necessarily the public generally, and certainly public officials necessarily, understand that privacy laws and regulation is not an impediment to economic success and economic growth, but in fact is fundamental to that. As we see increasingly global information economies, and it's a bit trite for me to say this, information is flowing around the world, crossing all kinds of borders. Information collected in Alberta, we get breach reports all the time from international companies saying, you know, we've had a breach over here in the UK, or something happened in some other global country in the Netherlands, and the information of Albertans was at risk. So information is flowing around the world. I already mentioned this with respect to video conferencing solutions, virtual care solutions that we're using service providers that are around the world. So if Alberta wants to participate in a global information economy, information is going to be fundamental to that. People don't trust these kinds of solutions unless they know that their information is being protected. And what we are seeing are modernization of legislation around the world. So the GDPR, the Global Data Protection Regulation from a couple of years ago, has really set a much higher threshold for protecting, safeguarding personal information in the private sector in particular. And we're seeing in the private sector, Alberta and Canada, how best to explain this really? There's a threshold, and it's not, Alberta's legislation has been determined to be substantially similar to the federal legislation, and the federal legislation has been determined to be adequate to allow for information sharing with the European Union. And some of that is coming up for review in the next little bit with the new GDPR. And again, what's really important to ensure unimpeded information flows is that Canada's legislation maintains its adequacy standard, and that Alberta's legislation is considered to be substantially similar to that. Because otherwise, as you will see, there are issues with transferring information. We've seen this in the US with the Safe Harbor legislative framework when that was shut down and due to a privacy complaint. And then all of a sudden we see Privacy Shield, and there's continued issues with that legislative framework. So having strong, harmonized, I'll say not consistent, but harmonized privacy legislation that protects information, that gives the public a sense that their information is being protected, that there is transparency, that their rights are being protected, is exactly the kind of thing that that businesses can trust and can build on. Businesses that are operating outside of a trusted, modern privacy framework run the risk of having huge breaches and potentially problems with their business. I'm actually thinking now of a joint investigation that my office did with our colleagues in BC and Quebec and the federal commissioner into Clearview AI. So Clearview AI being a new company that's involved in scraping, I think now the number is 10 billion images from across the internet, and using those images, they have a facial recognition service that they provide.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Clayton. I just, mindful of the time, I just want to offer you an opportunity to just wrap up. We've come across, we've crossed past the time that was allotted according to the approved agenda. So I'll give you an opportunity to just wrap up if you could.
All right. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm all excited about this. I will leave it at that and let everybody move on to the next agenda item. Thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it.
Yes, and thank you very much for your presentation and to your staff as well. And just for your information too, we expect that the committee's decisions with regards to officer budgets will probably come out in writing early next week. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next agenda item, item 4 under 5A. We have Mr. Del Graff, Child and Youth Advocate, and his staff to our, I'd like to obviously welcome you to our meeting today. Thank you for joining us. We've set aside 20 minutes for your presentation, after which we will open the floor for questions, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Milliken and committee members. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present our 2020-21 annual report, our 22-25 business plan, and our 22-23 budget estimates. With me today is Terry Pelton, our Executive Director of Child and Youth Advocacy, and Bolo Idiwu, our new Director of Strategic Support. Mr. Chair, the work of our office extends throughout the province. We respectfully acknowledge that Alberta is the traditional and ancestral territory of many Indigenous peoples of Treaties 6, 7, and 8, the Métis settlements, and the 6 regions of the Métis Nation of Alberta. We remain committed to the calls to action as outlined in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And next slide, please. We should be on slide 2.
Your time just for your benefit as well, just as we work a little bit of a technical issue out here.
Should I wait for the slide to
I'll just for clarity, I'll let you know when we have it up on the screen.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
It should be a slide that reads advocacy in changing times.
Perfect.
There.
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Today's presentation will focus on our 2021, our activities in 2020-21, including programs, highlights, and performance, our priorities for the year ahead, and our 22-23 budget estimates and budget requests. We'll be meeting again in the new year to review our annual report in more depth. So today's presentation will briefly focus on our activities in the past fiscal year and our current challenges and opportunities. COVID-19 restrictions have compounded the challenges already faced by Alberta's children and youth. Our staff work very hard with these young people to continue to provide advocacy during these changing times. These challenges were also met with opportunities, which we'll talk about today. I'll now ask Terry to speak about direct advocacy and legal representation. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Del, and good morning. Our office works to advance the rights and interests of young people and to ensure their voices and perspectives are considered by decision makers. We do this through 3 areas: direct advocacy services, investigations and legal representation, and strategic support. The diversity of our OCYA team and the perspectives we bring to advocacy is one of our key strengths. We work collaboratively to better understand how issues are affecting young people and to determine possible solutions that can be brought forward to ensure they are succeeding in their lives and in their communities. It is important to recognize that the young people we work with are resilient and with the right supports and opportunities grow up to be successful adults. Next slide, please. I'll now talk about the highlights for the direct advocacy team. Direct advocacy includes intake, individual advocacy, systemic advocacy, and engagement and education. To better support young people during the pandemic, our intake team shifted how we track the numbers and types of calls we receive. Based on the increasing volume and complexity of inquiries, we applied additional resources to our team. We'll continue to monitor these trends and ensure we support this area so that young people, their families, and the public get the information and/or the services they need. Our individual advocates work directly with young people to help them have their voices heard and opinions considered by decision makers. Advocates are based in our Calgary and Edmonton offices that serve young people throughout the province. As we reflect over the past year,
Issues related to the pandemic continue to be central to many of the young people we serve and are often magnified because of COVID-19. Our advocates had to reduce their in-person contact, which can place limitations on relationship building. To mitigate this, we may use a hybrid approach of virtual and in-person contact, ensuring all the appropriate safety measures are adhered to. While individual advocates focus on supporting young people with their specific issues, systemic advocacy is about identifying issues that impact young people more broadly and working towards fundamental changes that will benefit them now and in the future. We've developed a systemic advocacy tool or framework that helps us to identify systemic issues and the appropriate method of addressing those issues, such as a special report, statement of concern, and/or meetings with decision makers. This past June, we released a follow-up report to our investigative review, Into Focus, that was released in 2018 and prompted by the opioid-related deaths of 12 young people involved with child intervention services. We determined that a follow-up report was critical because the number of young people dying due to opioid-related use has increased rather than decreasing. We are very concerned about this issue and interested in the government's response and implementation to the one recommendation arising from the report, that a provincial strategy be established to address youth opioid use in Alberta. Because of the pandemic and the related health restrictions, our engagement and education team had to shift how they provided educational opportunities and connect with young people, communities, and stakeholders. We strengthened our online presence and created new virtual resources. By offering a hybrid of in-person and virtual events, we were able to reach a broader audience. The feedback on this method of delivery has been extremely positive. We continue to focus on building and maintaining reciprocal relationships with Indigenous communities with the support of our Indigenous engagement team, both through virtual communication and in-person visits when safe to do so. This past year, we renewed our focus and energy on youth participation. We shifted resources to provide additional support to our youth council and to provide information across our office to integrate a youth perspective in all areas of our work. Next slide, please. I'll briefly walk you through some significant numbers. In 2021, Intake responded to almost 4,100 inquiries that fell within our mandate, in addition to 900 general inquiries. This reflects a 13% increase from the previous year. In individual advocacy, we provided services to over 2,700 young people. And in engagement and education, despite the COVID-19 restrictions, we delivered 63 presentations and workshops to over 1,000 participants. Next slide, please. Legal representation for children and youth, or LRCY, provides legal representation for young people involved in matters related to the Child Youth Family Enhancement Act, the Protection of Sexually Exploited Children Act. We have a roster of 67 independent lawyers across the province who have specialized training in child legal representation. Due to the pandemic, we've adjusted our policies and standards to support both virtual and face-to-face meetings between lawyers and their child and youth clients. We moved all lawyer training to a virtual online format. This allows for increased participation by reducing travel time, allowing lawyers to connect with colleagues throughout the province, and for sessions to be recorded. Ensuring that roster lawyers are well informed about the Act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, and the shifts in First Nations communities' provisions of child welfare services is a priority for the LRCY program, because access to lawyers who understand the traditions and worldview of Indigenous young people is important in representing their voice to the courts. This past year, we made over 1,100 new appointments and served almost 1,800 new young people, 56% of them being Indigenous. Over the past 7 months, new referrals are down about 13%. We believe that the decrease in LRCY referrals may be related to the pandemic, and it continues to take longer for matters to resolve at trial due to health restrictions. Del's now going to talk about investigations and recommendations. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Terry. We complete investigative reviews when young people involved with child intervention services or youth justice are seriously injured or pass away. We make recommendations to public bodies to prevent future tragedies and improve outcomes for young people. Our reviews focus on the young person's life experiences. We meet with the young person's family and those who are close to them. We're required to complete a review when a young person passes away and had legal status with the child intervention system at the time of their death or within 2 years. We must complete these reviews within 1 year of receiving notification, and we release reports twice a year. Over the last year, we released 2 mandatory reports, one in September of 2020 that reviewed the circumstances of 13 young people and made 4 new recommendations, and a second report in March of 2021 that reviewed the circumstances of 10 young people and made 2 new recommendations. In the last 5 years, we've observed a troubling trend regarding the well-being of young people whose families are involved in high conflict custody disputes. This led to the release of our first statement of concern in March of 2021, and to bring this issue to the attention of decision makers and call on them to ensure that these young people are heard and their needs are met. The number of young people reported to investigations is unfortunately increasing. This past year, we were notified of 19 more young people who passed away or were seriously injured than in the previous year. This reflects a 31% increase over the previous year. In addition to the increase in the number of serious injuries and deaths, we're also very concerned that the number of young people 18 years of age or over who were seriously injured or died more than doubled from 14 in 2019 to 29 in 2020. Next slide, please. Recommendations is one of the many ways we influence change. This slide reflects the recommendations we've made between 2013 and 2021. During this time, our legislation was amended 3 times. Public bodies with outstanding recommendations are asked to respond at 6-month intervals. Recommendations may be considered unmet for the following reasons. They're still in progress. Public bodies stopped providing updates, or they've been closed after an extended period of time, which in our case is 4 years. Currently, we evaluate progress on recommendations based primarily on the information provided by public bodies. I will note that there are some small inaccuracies in this slide, and we will send the accurate slide following this presentation. Can I have the next slide, please? This slide highlights the themes we've identified in our investigations and special reports, and the numbers of times we've made recommendations related to each theme. As I've raised previously, the themes we see can be repeatedly identified in our reviews and reports. The fact that recommendations on a theme have been made before and may have even been met doesn't mean they will not be seen again. This is unfortunate. As you can see by the number of recommendations made in each of these areas, these themes are critically important to young people. Next slide, please. I would now like to talk about the year ahead and 3 areas of focus for our office, which includes aligning ages for designated services across program areas, federal legislation, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, and a framework for recommendations. Next slide, please. The Child and Youth Advocate Act identifies age limits for the services we provide. Unfortunately, these age limits may be different than the ages for child intervention and youth justice services, which can impede our ability to serve young people. If our legislation stated that we could assist all young people receiving child intervention or youth justice services, we could both assist all of these young people, and we would also not need to request amendments on our legislation when changes were made related to our designated services. In the coming year, we'll be bringing forward proposals to address this issue. In January of 2020, proclamation of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children and youth and families brought forward the possibility of change for Indigenous peoples by affirming their inherent right to self-determination and self-governance, and that includes jurisdiction in relation to child and family services. This legislation affirms the need for a change in their relationships with government. There are many uncertainties about the commitments, interpretations, processes, and resources. The implications to advocacy organizations such as ours remains to be determined. As well, there are uncertainties about the roles and relationships between Indigenous people and the systems that currently serve them. We've spent considerable time reviewing this legislation and learning what other groups have had to say about the many opportunities and challenges identified by Indigenous people as the process moves forward. We know that one of the best ways that we can advocate for young people is to do all we can to help Indigenous people act on their inherent rights to care for their children in ways that are uniquely theirs. We're engaging with Indigenous people to learn more about how we might support them to provide the very best services they can to their children. Chairperson Milligan, I would now like to talk about our recommendations that are intended to influence systems and lead to better services for young people. As I have indicated to this committee before, I am concerned about the responses to our recommendations, which come primarily from two areas: investigative reviews or systemic reports. They're based on the experiences of young people and what their families and those who are closest to them tell us. We are also informed by experts and through research. My concern is about the response and accountability of public bodies for what they do with our recommendations. We're developing a framework to balance public body responses with accountability that leads to systemic improvements for young people. I raise this today because I want this framework to include a shift in focus for Section 21 of the Child and Youth Advocate Act. This section refers our annual report to committee for review and report back to the Legislative Assembly within 90 days. I would like that review to have greater focus on two areas. One, our process and actions for determining the recommendations we have made, and two, the process and actions taken by the public body to respond to the recommendations directed to them. In my view, additional reasons for this measure are: there's no legislative change required for this shift in focus to be made, that there's greater purpose to the review that follows our regular meeting with the Standing Committee, and that there's greater public attention to the recommendations of my office and response to them. I would be very pleased to bring additional information to the upcoming review meeting that we anticipate. Bolu will now talk about strategic support. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dale. Good morning. Strategic support ensures that appropriate resources, systems, and supports are in place to maintain the operations of the OCYA. We are responsible for strategic and business planning, quality assurance, human resource services, finance, information management and technology, and administrative services. Highlights from the prior year include implementation of the Government of Alberta's new Enterprise Resource Planning System, 1GX, and making significant changes related to information technology and management to enable remote operations. Opportunities and priorities for the coming year include successful deployment and launch of our new advocacy information management system, enhancing our processes on gathering feedback from the young people that we serve so as to continuously improve services and achieve our strategic priorities outcomes. Implementing the disaster recovery and business continuity plans. And lastly, adopting and continuously transitioning to the use of electronic records. Next slide, please. I will briefly speak to the 2020-2021 financials in our annual report. The approved voted budget for our operating expenses was $14,672,000, and for capital expenditures, $250,000. Actual spending in both operating and capital expenditure categories was approximately $13,952,000, which is $970,000 or 6% below the approved amount. This was primarily due to lower than budgeted spending in salaries and benefits for vacant positions, savings and contracts, and lower actual travel costs because of movement restrictions due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Dale will now introduce our 2022-23 budget estimates for the committee's consideration. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Bolu. We're requesting a budget of $14,922,000, which is the same as the previous year's budget. We're allocating $50,000 from the capital expenditure category to the operating expenditure category to address operational requirements across the organization. The impacts of COVID-19 continue to require us to explore innovative ways of delivering services to young people and introducing online engagement activities in several of our programs. We've also introduced efficiencies to address prior significant pressures in the LRCY program. I'll now ask Bolu to go through our budget estimates in more detail. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Dale. As Dale noted, we are holding our estimates for the coming year, the same as our current year's budget. We have reviewed all areas of our organization and identified areas where we can be more efficient. We are maintaining the same LRCY program budgets for the coming year, as we have worked hard to implement cost-saving measures to keep our prior cost pressures under this program era in check. Some of the measures implemented effective April 1, 2021 include reduction of lawyer reimbursements for non-court time, change in policy to allow for use of students at a lower reimbursement rate, and reimbursement for meals on travel status realigned with GOA standards. This chart shows how our 2022-23 estimates are allocated by expenditure type. Salaries, benefits, and allowances represent 58%, while LRCY costs continue to represent approximately 28%. Combined obligated costs for manpower and LRCY is 86% of our budget. Our travel costs is 2% of our budget. This is a reduction of 8% from our previous year's travel budget. This adjustment has been made in light of moving some of our interactions with young people and stakeholders virtually. Contracts on IT services represent 8% of our budget, and this is a reduction of approximately 1% from our previous year's budget, as we're experiencing some savings by moving our IT services from on-premise productivity systems to cloud-based services. This reduces our digital footprint and IT costs. In strategic support, contracted services for quality assurance file reviews have been reduced as we have moved to representative sampling methods. The replacement of our advocacy case management system is ongoing and will be completed in the upcoming year. We're asking for a capital budget of $200,000 for the upcoming year. I will now turn it back to Dale for his closing comments. Next slide, please.
And I will allow closing comments.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson Milliken and committee members. In conclusion, we are requesting you approve our 2022-23 budget estimate of $14,922,000, which we're holding at the current year's budget. For over 10 years, I've had the privilege of being Alberta's Child and Youth Advocate. My retirement is only a few short months away, and I want you to know how much I appreciate the positive relationship I've had with the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices and your support for the work of our office. I would also like to acknowledge the young people we serve. We are often involved with children and youth in very difficult life circumstances, and we see their courage and strength as they try to find their way. Finally, I want to thank my staff for the work they do every day to stand up for young people. They strive to uphold the highest values of public service, and I am both proud and grateful to have been part of this journey with them. I want to thank you again for inviting us to appear before this committee. I'll be happy to respond to any questions you have.
Thank you very much, sir, for your presentations and to your staff as well. I will now open it up to committee members and any other MLAs who are here for questions. And the first person on the list that I have seen was Member Pancholi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as I'm just joining this meeting, it's Raki Pancholi, MLA for Edmonton-Whitemud. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere thanks, Mr. Graff, to you for your 10 years of service as Alberta's Child and Youth Advocate. As all of us are aware, your dedication and commitment to not only advocating for Alberta's children and youth, but allowing them to have their voices heard has been a service to all of us. And I thank you for your tireless and persistent advocacy on their behalf. And we're all better for your work that you've done, Mr. Graff. So thank you. I'd like to begin my questions around the budget that's been presented and the request in terms of holding the line on the budget. I know you mentioned in your annual report, in your presentation today, you addressed that in the 2020-21 year, there were 81 notifications related to deaths and serious injuries of children and youth in care or within 2 years of care. And that was an increase of 31% from the year before. As I know, the advocate is very aware. We are actually on track this fiscal year to a heartbreaking and devastating record of far surpassing even the year before. Between April and October 31st, we are already, I believe by the advocate's count, at 48 children and youth who are involved in the child intervention system who have died. That is far surpassing the year before, and of course, we still have 5 months left in this fiscal year. So given that your role includes mandatory investigations of deaths, and as you described, the intensity of that work, working with the families, gathering information, do you believe that with this budget, if the requirements around those investigations are likely to be increasing significantly, how will you address that while holding the line, I suppose, on the current budget?
It's a very good question, and one of the things that we do when we do our budget planning for each of our program areas is we identify what are the parameters that we need to work within in terms of the possible circumstances that we'd be facing in terms of workload. And certainly the increase in the number of child deaths has gone to the edges of our parameters for sure. We do believe that we can manage for the time being, but I can tell you that if these numbers continue to grow, we are going to have significant challenges. And that won't mean that we won't be able to do the reviews. It will mean that we will be less timely than we normally would, or we may have to have less research than we normally would. But we would finish them on time as best we're able. We believe that we can do that currently. And so that's where we are, although I must admit, certainly the numbers are very concerning of tragic outcomes for these young people, and we are approaching that outer limit in terms of our capacity.
Well, as a follow-up then, thank you, Mr. Graff. Because as you mentioned, there is a legislated timeline to complete these investigations at 1 year from notification. And as I heard from your response, it was that you will meet those timelines, but I guess the ability to do the kind of review, not only that I know you would like to do and the staff in your office would like to do, but also to truly give voice to the young people and their families might be compromised as a result of having to meet these timelines. Is there a point where you imagine you will have to come back to this committee and ask for an increase to not only to meet the timelines, but to do the kind of review that you would like to do and you, I know, are dedicated to doing?
Well, certainly that's a possibility should these numbers continue to grow. The flexibility that we have on time frame isn't related to the mandatory review reports. It's related to systemic review reports. And so when I say that our timing might be slow to some extent, it would be in these areas of systemic reviews, not on the mandatory review timeframes.
Thank you. Next, I have online. I have member Mr. Long.
Thank you, Chair, and I have a couple questions. I hope it's okay to have a follow-up after the first one that will be completely unrelated to the first one. But just to the last point by Member Pancholi, I am assuming that. And sorry, first and foremost, thank you for your work and your dedication. You have a position that, yeah, obviously requires you to have your heart on your sleeve, but maintain focus on corrections and recommendations around systemic issues as well. So thank you for your dedication and your service. To the point on budget itself, you said already about the increase in caseload from 2019 to 2020. And we all know that COVID itself and the implications of pandemic response has had a tremendous impact on all families, but particularly marginalized families and youth. And so given the time frame that we're in, and your obvious, I'm assuming, recommendations around the impacts of the pandemic and its response on youth. I'm curious, again, just to follow up on Member Pancholi's question about how there isn't an ask for more resources at this time to delve into the impacts on youth and marginalized youth through the COVID response.
Well, I can tell you that we make the submission of a budget based on what we see our demands for resources to be. Historically, our challenges have been more concerning with legal representation for children and youth, and the swing that would take place in that budget in terms of the expenditures, and not in investigative reviews. And so, like I already indicated, we plan for a range of work in terms of investigative reviews, and this is approaching the upper limit of our range for sure. But we've not moved out of that range yet, and our expenditure patterns for LRCY have leveled out due to some measures that we've taken. As you'll note with our submission, our costs were down in the last year, and so our ability to be flexible and adjust to those demands, we think is adequate at the moment. But certainly, if this continues, we will have to come forward with a supplementary request in terms of if the trajectory continues as it has.
And as a follow-up, if that's what you, Chair.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. And yeah, and just so you know, you have an assembly within the legislature that has a lot of members on both sides of the aisle that are very passionate for youth and for seeing youth and families heal as well. So yeah, you have a tremendous amount of support for the work you're doing. My other question, I heard through the presentation about the Indigenous engagement team. And for context, I've been serving with a group of people to come up to provide the government with recommendations around MMIWG2S. Now, part of our discussions in that group have been Indigenous supports being provided by people who aren't Indigenous. So, and the impact that has obviously by creating further barriers. So my question is specific to that Indigenous engagement team, how many members of the team are Indigenous people? And how are they approaching specifically Indigenous community as opposed to just Indigenous family?
I can respond a couple of ways. One is that there are 3 members of our team who are Indigenous who are in that Indigenous engagement group. Their role is to help build bridges between our organization and Indigenous communities, and they do that effectively day in and day out. We also have advocates who participate in that and in fact have their own relationships with Indigenous communities. I'm not sure that you're aware, but the majority of young people who we advocate for are of Indigenous ancestry. My own background is as a Métis person, and I'm involved with Indigenous communities throughout the province. And so there's a lot of activity related to that. I don't know, Terry, if you'd have any comment about our work with Indigenous communities, but it's certainly something that we take seriously. And in my comments have said this federal legislation is critically important to us as an organization, as it is to Indigenous children and families throughout the province. Come.
Sure. The only thing that I would add is that when we're recruiting now, we are asking for an Indigenous preference when we're hiring, whether it's advocates or engagement consultants. Even at intake and analyst level, we really want to increase our level of Indigenous members of our staff. Currently, we have some vacancies in the Indigenous engagement team, and we're recruiting to those fairly quickly, and we will be looking for Indigenous folks to do that. And historically, only Indigenous people have served in the capacity of Indigenous engagement consultant.
All right, next I have Member Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Graff, thank you for your efforts on behalf of the children of Alberta over many years. As a former educator, I truly do understand the importance of your job. And I just want to say thank you for all of the efforts that you have put in. In outcome 1 of your business plan, you say that you are guided by both individual and collective rights. Now, I know that as an educator, I would often have First Nations and Métis and even the occasional Inuit child in my class. And there were times when we had to be aware of not only individual but collective rights and sensitivities. And so I guess the question that I have for you right now is, what actions has your office taken to promote awareness of young people's individual and their collective rights? Thank you.
Again, maybe I'll start the response and Terry can follow up, particularly with the area of education and engagement. I'll ask Terry to speak to that part, but I can tell you that our history as an organization, as a child advocacy organization, has been one of being clearly focused, I think, on individual rights, and sometimes at the expense of what might be in the area of collective or group rights for children, rights in relation to their culture, their identity, their belonging, there's just a whole host of collective rights that we have tended to historically not pay as close attention to as we have individual rights. And it gets challenging to advocate for young people without that context of what are their collective rights. And so it's become much more significant to our advocacy efforts, and our role in relation to the communities that we're engaging with, et cetera, include a significant level of education around the issues of individual and collective rights. Not only education of communities, but also education of ourselves. And certainly we've spent a considerable amount of time learning about the relationship between those two. So if I could ask Terry, do you want to comment on that as well?
Sure, thank you, Del. I think we have currently a committee of our staff that are researching individual and collective rights and sharing that information across our organization. All of our practice meetings with our advocates, we address the importance of collective rights because of the history of focusing mostly on individual rights. We know that young people are more successful or can be successful when they're connected to their roots and they have a sense of identity. And there is much more. They should have everything. They should have their individual rights addressed as well as their collective rights, or they're just missing a huge piece of what they need to know.
Thank you.
There will be another meeting focused on this.
Okay. All right. With a follow-up? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. You talked about the fact that sometimes we have to educate ourselves. And I know that as an educator, many of the schools in my constituency will often have First Nations elders involved in the schools to try to do exactly what you were just talking about, bringing in the culture and some of that collective rights into the education system, whether that's through a smudging ceremony or whether that's through a special ceremony that they go through when they are graduating, and special recognition of First Nations and Métis students, specifically in my riding. So what are you actually doing to try and promote that awareness within the education piece for the education system or in other systems that you're dealing with? Thank you.
I'm not sure how much I can comment about our role in promoting that with the education system. I can speak to our role in relation to promoting that within those organizations and communities that provide social work-related services to children. Certainly, we do a significant amount of that, and that's part of what our education and engagement group promotes. I'll give you an example. We have a workshop called Advocacy 101 that we provide in communities, and it's a workshop that enables people to learn advocacy skills and to be able to apply them, whether they're a grandmother of a child or an auntie who needs to advocate for a relative or a community member who has interest, etc. And so those kinds of initiatives are ones that we're working with all of the time. And we certainly strive to also learn ourselves. We have, as Terry mentioned, have this committee together that's been working on this for some time. It's not an issue that's only our issue in Alberta. It's an issue that is across the country. And in fact, our role with the Canadian Council of Child Youth Advocates is one where we've been asked to provide a facilitated discussion with other advocates across provinces to try to understand better the role of collective rights for young people in their well-being and in their health. So we addressed it in a whole range of different ways, but I wouldn't suggest that we go directly to the school system and provide that. We have often facilitated other groups doing that, so they may call us and say, well, we need to have some knowledge keepers to talk with our staff on a professional development day. Do you know somebody? And through those relationships, we've been able to do that kind of activity. Do you have anything to add, Bert?
I think the only thing that I might add to that is related to elders being part of our investigative review expert committees. When an Indigenous child passes away or is seriously injured, we always engage with elders or community members to provide advice to our recommendations and findings. When we're going out and meeting in communities, we'll frequently ask for an elder. We have some really good connections and we're working at building more all the time.
Thank you, Tara. The only other thing that I'd raise as well is that it is a normal course of action for us when we're making an organizational adjustment that is going to impact our relationships with Indigenous communities or with children from their communities to go out and to speak to elders. We do that just by calling them up and saying, look, we're thinking about doing this. Can we have a conversation? And we do that as a matter of course. So it's become a bit more normative for us to do, where historically it just wasn't that way.
Thank you. I have seen Member Pancholi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're running out of time. We've got a few more minutes. I'll just try to ask this as concisely as possible. So thank you, Mr. Graff. I wanted to pick up on something you mentioned in your presentation about your areas of focus for this upcoming year, and specifically the framework to bring balance, clarity, and accountability to the recommendations. This is certainly something that's been weighing on my mind as well, which is even when I came to sit on this committee last time you presented, was we sought to have ministries attend as well to provide some accountability on how they're implementing the recommendations that you have brought forward. And we were denied that opportunity by the members of the committee by the majority of the committee to actually bring those ministries forward to provide that accountability. But I see that that's a priority for you in this upcoming year. As well, I note that in your presentation you mentioned the most recent report on the opioid crisis for youth and the call for the Ministry of Health to develop a strategy, a youth opioid strategy. And so I'm wondering if you could just share your thoughts as to what, and you said that this work is going to be coming in the next year. What can we anticipate? What do you think your office would like to see in terms of accountability for implementing the recommendations you provide to the government? What would that look like from the government side?
One of the key reasons we raise this is that public bodies are provided with recommendations from our office because we have worked diligently to review tragic circumstances, to talk to family members who have been so affected by these losses. We've talked with experts, and we bring those experts to a collective committee and spend time walking through what they have to say regarding these circumstances. We have researchers who look very closely at the circumstances and provide what the research tells us about all of that. And then we send a recommendation to a public body. And our expectation is that they will take action and take decisive action on it because of how much effort has been put into developing these recommendations. And one of the things that we know makes a difference when there is that kind of recommendation that goes forward to a public body is we know that when there's public attention to it, it gets more attention from the public body. And we recognize that, you know, it's too high an expectation to think that our recommendations are going to be binding. But it's not too high for anybody to expect that a public body that receives a recommendation should be able to be accountable for what they do or don't do in relation to that recommendation that's directed to them. There isn't a current vehicle for that right now that I'm aware of that makes that requirement. When our legislation was reviewed previously, the Child and Youth Advocate Act, it was raised by the Auditor General as a possibility in terms of a public accounts committee type of review process. And in fact, it was significantly considered because they asked the Auditor General's office to come back a second time and to articulate a bit clearer what their perspective was. And that was part of our legislation, our legislative review, that it didn't go forward, that kind of provision. What that would have done, though, is it would have provided some accountability to say to a public body, not only do you have a recommendation that's directed to you from the advocate's office, but we will want to know what you've done or not done in relation to that recommendation. They may come back to say to us, a public body that receives a recommendation, they may say, well, we agree with what you're trying to do, but our way of doing it will work better if we do it this way instead of the way that you're proposing. And from my point of view, that's accountability at work. They're getting there, but they're doing it in the way that works for them. Or they may say to us, look, we just don't have the resources, or we're not prepared to do that, but here's what we are prepared to do. And that, again, is accountability. And so when we're talking about what we're wanting to propose, it's to find a vehicle that enables not only us to be accountable for the recommendations we make, but for those public bodies to be accountable for what they do or don't do in relation to them. And we think that is healthy, and I think that it's a really positive development if it were to be implemented for young people.
And with a follow-up?
I won't take follow-up. I'll just say thank you very much. I very much appreciate that, and I think that's exactly what we need. So thank you.
Thank you. And as noted in my earlier remarks, there will be another meeting with the Child and Youth Advocate at the call of the Chair Rutherford. Historically, it's my understanding that that can sometimes happen sometime in the middle of January, but I will not presume when he will call that. But I want to just take this opportunity then to thank you, Mr. Graff, and of course your staff as well. Thank you for your presentation. And as I've noted for the other officers, a written confirmation of the committee's decision will likely be will probably come to you sometime early next week. So again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Are they off? All right, so as scheduled, we will now break for lunch. We will be back on the record along with representatives from the Office of the Ombudsman and the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner as our next presenter. I will just take a quick question, or I'll just ask if people here are willing to maybe, it's been told to me that they'd be willing to come at 12:45. So it would mean that,
Great.
Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm seeing some nods, and I'm not hearing anything online. So how about promptly at 12:45, we will begin that presentation. Thank you very much. We are at lunch. of course, go around the table and give. I'll start with myself. My name is Nicholas Milken. I'm the MLA for Calgary Currie, and to my right.
Mark Smith, Great Valley Devon.
Sandy Al, Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
David Shepherd, Edmonton City Centre.
Lauren Dack, MLA for Edmonton McClung.
Jody Rempel, Committee Clerk.
And we will now go to online, and I see Member Cece.
Yes, Member CC, Calgary, Buffalo, in Calgary.
Member Loyola. And you might be mic'd, or sorry, muted. I'll come back. Member Allard. Also perhaps muted.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long?
Martin Long, MLA for West Yellowhead.
And there is, I'm going to just put it out there if there's any other MLAs online. We've got a phone number, so I just want to.
Yes, phone is Miranda Rosen, MLA for Banff Kananaskis.
Thank you. I had a hunch that was you. If you could.
Glenn Van Dyken, MLA, Athabasca, Barhead, Westlock.
Perfect. Thank you, MLA Van Dyken. Any others that I missed? Seen none. Before beginning the next presentation, I do also want to note that the corrected version of the Office of Child and Youth Advocates slides, there's that one that he said was perhaps not accurate. That has been corrected and it is posted for your viewing. Now we move on to 5 sub A sub 5. Office of the Ombudsman and Office of the Public Interest Commissioner. Our first guests, of course, with us this afternoon are Ms. Marianne Ryan and staff from both the office, as I just mentioned. In previous years, this committee has had the presentations from these two offices consecutively, followed by questions from committee members and other MLAs should they choose to join us. If there are no objections, I anticipate we will proceed in a similar fashion today. Seems that that was also part of the approved agenda, so I think we're all in agreement on that, and I'm seeing thumbs up. Ms. Ryan, it would be appreciated if you could limit your presentations to about 15-20 minutes each to leave ample time for questions, and of course, when you are ready, please introduce yourself and any colleagues, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the committee meeting members for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today about the offices of the Ombudsman and Public Interest Commissioner. I'm joined here today by Peter Schurstan, who is our Deputy Ombudsman and Deputy Public Interest Commissioner, and Suzanne Richford, who is our Director of Corporate Services for both offices. I will be presenting each office's 2020-2021 annual reports. Peter will address the 2022-2023 business plans, and Suzanne will speak to each office's budget for the upcoming fiscal year 2022-2023. In addition to copies of our annual reports, budget estimates, and business plans which we have provided, we have also provided the committee with a copy of our presentation, which I'm hopeful will also be of benefit to you. If you could please turn to slide number 2. It is important to note that while our two offices operate independently, they share administrative services. These services include executive management, finance, human resources, administration, IT, communications, and our general counsel. This has allowed us to achieve better efficiencies for our budget allocations. This is an area that Suzanne will speak more to in her presentation. This is our current organizational chart for this year, which shows a total of 35 positions for both offices combined. We have 30 positions which are with the Ombudsman's office and 5 positions on the side of the Public Interest Commissioner's office. 11 of the Ombudsman positions provide services to both offices. I'm pleased to report that because of our operational efficiencies, We will continue to operate with just the 30 positions in the Ombudsman's office going forward. On the Public Interest Commissioner side, we will be seeking to increase our 5 FTEs to 6, and I will be speaking more to this later in my presentation. Before I speak about the specifics of each office, I would like to briefly provide you with some information about how we continue to manage our operations during the COVID-19 pandemic over the last year. In compliance with public health orders, we temporarily closed both our Calgary and Edmonton offices, and our staff made the transition to work remotely. We upgraded our IT services and continued our day-to-day operations in a virtual environment. Staff continued to receive, investigate, and respond to individual complaints and requests for assistance from Albertans while working remotely from home. The public was still able to contact us by regular mail or virtually using tools such as our online complaint form, email, fax, or by telephone. A challenge we encountered early in our remote work environment was our inability to take live phone calls from complainants. This was particularly impactful to complainants who were incarcerated, as callbacks were difficult to coordinate within the correctional facility. However, we have since implemented Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP, as our new telephone system. The new system has allowed us to set dedicated lines to be recorded, such as reception and intake, and have mobile remote access, which allows us to answer telephone calls live while we are working remotely. Investigators also now have access to the Synergy inmate phone system, which has enhanced our ability to communicate with individuals making complaints from any of the correctional facilities in Alberta. Despite this success we have observed with this new process, we did see a decrease in complaints early on in the reporting year, and I will be speaking to our complaint statistics shortly. Over the past year, we also shifted our IT environment from on-site physical servers to cloud computing with Microsoft 365. By moving to a cloud environment, we have essentially future-proofed our office, as we will no longer need to budget for major hardware, software purchases, or maintenance. Please turn to slide 4. I'd now like to speak specifically about my role as Ombudsman, and while many of you are likely familiar with my office, I'd like to give you a brief overview of what we do. We conduct thorough, impartial, and independent investigations of complaints from Albertans who feel they may have been treated unfairly by administrative bodies that fall within our jurisdiction. I will be providing some examples of the types of cases we work on shortly. Once we determine that a complaint falls within our jurisdiction to investigate, we look for fair resolutions and may make recommendations to improve administrative processes. We may also launch investigations stemming from a referral by a committee of the Legislative Assembly or a minister of the Crown. I can also initiate an investigation on my own motion when I've identified an issue which I believe is systemic in nature. Early in 2021, we released 2 significant reports. The first publication was a paper entitled Giving Voice to Mental Health Patients and was presented at the 2021 International Ombudsman Institute World Conference in Dublin in recognition of the conference theme, Giving Voice to the Voiceless. This virtual international conference was a great opportunity for our office to present to over 100 countries on how ombudsman institutions can design investigations that protect the rights and interests of disadvantaged groups. The second report was an own motion, which focused on the use of segregation in provincial young offender centers. The Youth in Segregation report was published in March of 2021 and describes the indisputable impact of segregation on the mental health of young people. Our findings and recommendations provided guidance to the Young Offenders Branch on what changes need to be made to protect the rights of incarcerated young people. One of the most significant findings was the lack of legislation governing the use of segregation. I'm pleased to tell you the branch supported my findings and accepted my recommendations. Please turn to slide 5. I know some of you are new to this committee, so it's important to understand what other administrative bodies fall under my office's jurisdiction. We respond to complaints of unfair treatment by provincial government authorities, the Patient Concerns Resolution Process of Alberta Health Services, health professions and other designated professional organizations, and municipalities. Please turn to slide 6. It's equally as important to understand what types of complaints we can't pursue. We do not investigate complaints involving the federal government, police, universities, schools, private sector companies, or individuals. We do not investigate complaints about the decision of the courts or issues that are or may be before the courts. And unlike the Public Interest Commissioner, the Ombudsman does not investigate complaints about MLAs and individual elected officials, including government ministers. We are neither advocates for complainants, nor do we represent government departments or professional organizations. Please turn to slide 7. Now I would like to speak to you about our numbers. We did see a decline in the total number of cases we received by fiscal year end. This was largely driven by initial gaps in our ability to take live calls as we shifted to remote home offices, an issue, as I noted earlier, we have since resolved. This slide shows that overall, the volume of our work has decreased from the previous year by approximately 12%. This appears to be a nationwide trend and may be attributable to the pandemic. I have spoken to my colleagues from other ombudsman offices across the country, and many of them have also seen a decrease in the number of complaints received, which they too attribute to the impacts of the pandemic. You'll note we received 4,547 cases in our office, with 2,975 calls classified as assistance calls, as our service delivery includes helping people find the appropriate service provider or to advise if a complaint is not ready for us. We consider every issue, gather information, and help people navigate the system and understand their options for a way forward. That leaves a total of 1,572 investigations, which we opened this past year. Interestingly, while our overall volume decreased by 12%, the number of actual investigations we opened was only 4 less than the previous year. Please turn to slide 8. As noted in the previous slide, last year we opened a total of 1,572 investigations, and this slide gives you the breakdown of the various sectors of where those investigations relate to. With respect to the various sectors, I can also share with you that the majority of complaints received were for provincial government departments at 683, municipalities at 181, provincial colleges at 61, and 647 were assessed as non-jurisdictional. Please turn to slide 9. The timeline to close written complaints has remained consistent with the previous years as we continue to focus on early resolution as a key driver to ensure efficient, timely, and thorough investigations. Essentially, early resolution is an effort to front-end load our response to complainants by analyzing whether the complaint can be resolved informally or if there is a need to conduct a full investigation. A few years ago, the standard practice was to conduct full investigations, which could take a year or more to conclude. And what we have continued to find is that by introducing early resolution in all cases, our success at resolving complaints in a relatively short time frame remains at a high level. Further, you can see from the numbers provided in this slide, 93% of our total investigations were closed within 3 months. 5% of the more complicated or full investigations were concluded within 12 months, and 2% took longer than 1 year to conclude. Of the more complicated or full investigations, we made recommendations for improvement in 74% of these cases. Please turn to slide 10. I would now like to briefly highlight a few cases investigated by my office last year and the resulting resolution. In one early resolution case, a man was granted a development permit by a city for a new driveway to his house under construction. However, a tree previously planted by the city was in the middle of his planned driveway. The man was about to pour concrete to complete his driveway, but disagreed with the city's decision on who should pay for the removal of the tree. The city wanted to charge him $2,000 to remove the tree, claiming it was on the plot land identified by the surveyor the man had hired. When our investigator intervened, it was learned that this information was incorrect. The city reviewed the matter again, admitted its mistake, and removed the tree at no charge to the homeowner. If early resolution doesn't work or the complaint warrants a more complete examination, we may advance to a full investigation or an own motion. Another example relates to an own motion. My office opened in 2020. Following various types of complaints, my office launched an investigation to determine whether the application of Alberta's Emergency Isolation Support Program was administratively fair. This program offered temporary aid, a one-time payment for Albertans who were unable to work due to a requirement to isolate or to care for a dependent who was isolating as a result of COVID-19. The investigation looked into the application of the program policy, eligibility requirements, applicant assessment criteria, and how decisions were made and documented. Our investigation identified 5 key findings, which resulted in 2 observations and 7 recommendations for improvement. The recommendations we made in this case will ensure future rapid response programs provide everyone in need with fair opportunity. The Deputy Minister of Labour and Immigration has committed to incorporate my findings and recommendations into future emergency programs. These recommendations to improve emergency relief processes will benefit Albertans who may find themselves in financial distress due to unforeseen disasters. With that, I will now turn it over to Peter Schuurstand to present the Ombudsman Business Plan. Peter?
Thank you, Marianne, and good afternoon, everyone. Slide 11, please. The purpose of our 22-23 business plan is to lay out a figurative roadmap for the path forward. We want to have continuous improvement and to provide our investigators with the our managers and our corporate service and general counsel with a coordinated blueprint for the upcoming year. At this point, I'd like to highlight some of the key elements of the business plan for the upcoming year. Our mission statement, vision, and values, it remains the same, and I can summarize it as we are focused and committed to ensuring equitable treatment for all Albertans in accessing public services. Slide 12, please. To achieve this goal, we have 3 key priorities. With regard to the first key priority, that of thorough and timely and efficient investigations, we have learned that conducting investigations in a remote work environment can present challenges. While our investigators have been able to pivot to meet these challenges, we continue to learn and implement new practices and the use of technology to better serve Albertans. To that end, in 22-23, one strategy we will be using is to liaise with the other 11 ombuds offices across Canada in order to identify technological leading and best practices to employ when conducting investigations remotely. Additionally, our office will take the lead in developing a national working group to create a national training standard for mid-career ombudsman investigators. While there are existing standards for new investigators and for executive members in the ombuds community, we've identified a gap in ensuring that there are opportunities for our investigators with over 5 years of experience to continue in their specialized professional development. Now that we've identified this gap, we'll take the lead in addressing it through our business plan. With regard to the key priority of education and awareness, we have strategies focused on 3 different and distinct elements. First, we want to increase the everyday Albertans' awareness of our mandate and where we may be able to assist should they feel they've been treated unfairly when interacting with a public sector entity. Second, we want to continually enhance the understanding of our office's role with those agencies, boards, commissions. And third, we want to increase our own understanding, how we can better serve both Albertans and government departments. And one of the ways we'll address this is by holding roundtable focus groups with complainants and authorities with which we've engaged in the past year in order to identify possible areas for improvement or further development. Slide 13, please. With regard to our final key priority, the modernization of the Ombudsman Act, I'd like to again thank the committee for the support it's provided. The Ombudsman Act has not undergone a full review since it came into effect 54 years ago. The letter of support from your committee to the Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has been instrumental in opening that dialogue. We've been made aware that forthcoming changes to the Municipal Government Act, the Professional and Occupational Associations Registration Act, and potentially the Health Professions Act that would all directly impact the Ombudsman's jurisdiction. We're actively advocating that should these changes be forthcoming, it would be efficient and prudent to introduce further amendments to the Act in order to ensure it best serves the purpose for which it was originally created. And consequently, our business plan for 22-23 includes a focus on actively pursuing changes to the Act to better reflect the context of administrative fairness in the 2020s. With that, I would like to invite Suzanne to introduce the proposed budget for the Ombudsman's Office. Slide 14, please.
Good afternoon. Today I will provide the highlights of our detailed budget documents and answer any questions you may have at the conclusion of our presentation. As a reference for developing our 2022-23 budget, we review the current year's forecasted expenses to the budget. As such, we are forecasting a savings of $105,000 for 2021-22 due to position vacancies for a portion of the year. Turning to the Ombudsman's 2022-23 budget estimate, we require a marginal increase of $50,000 or 1% over the 2021-22 budget. Slide 15, please. This slide illustrates our commitment to responsible stewardship of public funds. The Ombudsman's budget remained at the 2018-19 level for 2019-20. It was reduced for 2020 and 21 and 21-22, and a marginal increase for 2022-23. This represents a net budget reduction of approximately 9% over these 4 consecutive fiscal years. The 2022-23 increase is reflected in the personnel budget and is required to ensure availability of funds for potential promotions, acting assignments, and vacation payouts, if required. Currently, we have a full complement of 30 staff, and there is no FTE increase in the 2022-23 budget. Since 2012, 4 legislative offices, the offices of the Ombudsman, Public Interest Commissioner, Child Youth Advocate, and Ethics Commissioner, shared a computing environment. Over the years, this arrangement proved to be cost beneficial, secure, and provided hardware and software that smaller offices could not access on their own. In 2020, the benefits of the environment began to diminish, and in 2021, the shared computing environment was decommissioned, and each office adopted cloud computing. This enabled a 10% reduction to our 2022-23 technology budget. The 2022-23 travel budget has also been reduced as travel for professional development has significantly decreased given the success of virtual conferences and training. Finally, I would once again like to bring to your attention that all non-union staff, includes all the staff in legislative offices, have had their salaries completely frozen for 6 fiscal years. They have not received cost of living allowances or performance merit increases since April 1st of 2015. Like the previous 6 fiscal years, both the Ombudsman's and Public Interest Commissioner's 2022-23 budget estimates do not include a provision for merit and cost of living increases. Marianne?
Thank you. That concludes our Ombudsman presentation, and we will now move to the Public Interest Commissioner presentation. I'm getting some echo.
We're hearing you pretty clear over here, just so you know.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll move to slide number 16 then. The Public Interest Disclosure Act, which is more commonly referred to as the Whistleblower Protection Act, came into effect 8 years ago in 2013. This past year, we, along with other key stakeholders, engaged with the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship to review and amend this act as part of a legislated mandated review. This was an important opportunity to ensure that the legislation remains current and relevant. It is also important to note that the Whistleblower Protection Act is completely separate legislation, and my work as the Public Interest Commissioner is different from my work as the Ombudsman. Peter will be providing more details about the committee's review of the Whistleblower Protection Act. For those of you who are new to the committee, the purpose of the Whistleblower Protection Act is to create a safe avenue for public servants in Alberta to speak out about wrongdoings or make complaints of reprisal. Protection from reprisal includes confidentiality, anonymity, and the legal ability to disclose confidential and private information without fear of repercussion. Our job is to ensure that thorough investigations are conducted when public sector employees disclose wrongdoing or make complaints of reprisal. Our larger aim is to promote a culture within the public sector that encourages employees and management to report wrongdoings in their workplace. By doing this, we can help to ensure public confidence is maintained in all aspects of the public sector in Alberta. Please turn to slide number 17. Under the Act, a wrongdoing can be contraventions of provincial or federal laws, acts or omissions creating a danger to life, health, or safety of individuals or to the environment, gross mismanagement of public funds or public assets, gross mismanagement of the delivery of a public service, or gross mismanagement of employees through conduct of a systemic nature that indicates a problem in an organization's culture relating to bullying, harassment, or intimidation. A reprisal refers to any measure taken by an employer that adversely affects the complainant's employment or working conditions. Please turn to slide number 18. So again, I think it's important to understand what is the Public Interest Commissioner's jurisdiction, or to whom does the Whistleblower Protection Act apply? Under the Act, it applies to provincial government departments, offices of the legislature, public entities, MLAs and their offices, ministers and their offices, the Premier and the Premier's office. Please turn to slide number 19. This next slide shows we received a total of 164 cases, which is down by approximately 14% from the previous years. Some of the reasons for this decrease in the number of cases may include the fact that jurisdictional entities are becoming more effective in promoting their own internal mechanisms. Public service employees are developing a better understanding of the Act, resulting in fewer inquiries, and that we have made improvements to our website, which provides more information and resources, reducing the need for direct contact with our office. However, I would like to point out that while the total number of cases has decreased from the previous years, we have observed that the majority of cases we received in 2020-2021 are of a more complex nature than has been observed in previous years, and that this trend is continuing. I will be speaking more to this and referencing examples of these cases shortly. Of the 164 cases, 66 were complaints or disclosures alleging wrongdoing or reprisal. The other statistics provided on this slide notes that we received 98 inquiries where assistance was provided. This includes requests for assisting with policy development and advice regarding the Act. We always try to ensure our complainant has the information they need to better understand the circumstances and advance their complaint forward. Please turn to slide number 20. As noted in the previous slide, last year we had a total of 164 cases generated, and this slide gives you the breakdown of the various sectors those cases relate to, as well as the number of cases which were non-jurisdictional. I won't go through the list, but these are provided for your information. Please turn to slide number 21. I'd now like to provide a few examples of the types of cases we investigated last year. Our office provided assistance and advice to a teacher who believed they were being bullied and harassed by another school employee. When the teacher reported the bullying and harassment as a human resource related complaint, the teacher experienced retaliation by being removed from an existing position. Our office guided the teacher through the whistleblower legislation and put the teacher in contact with the designated officer for the school. The teacher made a formal disclosure through their designated officer. Once the formal disclosure was made, the principal of the school immediately returned the teacher to their previous position, thereby mitigating a potential reprisal, and the alleged wrongdoing was investigated. Last year's annual report described a finding of wrongdoing against the Chief Executive Officer and President of the Alberta Energy Regulator. Investigation into potential wrongdoing of other senior executives at AER continued into the 2020-2021 fiscal year. In the end, while these executives should have acted more strongly to protect the public interest, I concluded their actions did not meet the threshold to be defined as wrongdoing. All of these executives investigated are no longer employed at AER. Nevertheless, my office made 5 observations to the AER board to further protect the public interest. In my final example, several employees from a community college made complaints to the college's board of governors and my office relating to the conduct and actions of its then president and CEO. The board of governors, in collaboration with my office, conducted an extensive investigation into the allegation. The investigation found serious and significant wrongdoing on the part of the former president and CEO, involving the gross mismanagement of public funds, gross mismanagement of the delivery of a public service, and gross mismanagement of employees through a pattern of bullying, harassment, and intimidation. The president and CEO's conduct had financial and reputational implications for the organization and impacted the culture of the college, particularly affecting those working closest to him. The president and CEO's resignation was announced by the college in May of 2020 at the onset of the matter, and an interim president and CEO was appointed. This investigation was a collaborative effort between the college's board of governors and my office. The board's actions demonstrated a progressive culture that supports whistleblowers and advances public constitution in the administration of the college by supporting its employees and taking steps to safeguard the institution. This case is an example of the effectiveness of this act and how organizations can work with my office to identify and remedy wrongdoing. I also commend the employees of the college who saw the act as a means to bring their concerns to light. My office continues to protect the identity of these employees. In my presentation today, I have reported on our case numbers which were concluded in 2020-2021. However, what is not reflected in the statistics is the increase in the complexity and seriousness of investigations we are observing over the last couple of years. While I have provided some examples of the types of cases we concluded in the reporting year, I feel it is also important to advise you of the types and severity of investigations our office is currently undertaking. These include investigations to determine whether the president and CEO of 2 provincial corporations have grossly mismanaged employees, whether the superintendent of a school division has grossly mismanaged employees, whether the acts or omissions of a public entity resulted in a serious and significant danger to the environment, and whether employees have been subject to acts of reprisal as the result of using the Whistleblower Protection Act. The upswing in serious allegations may suggest a maturing process where, after 8 years of effort by my office and public entities, public employees have a greater awareness and confidence in the role of my office and the protection offered to them under the Act. Although current investigative staffing is still able to manage existing case volumes, cases under the Whistleblower Protection Act have also become more complex from a legal perspective. Several investigations may require complex interpretations of law, and there is an increasing need for legal opinions and advice within our investigations. My office is not only interpreting provisions of the Public Interest Disclosure Act as a part of our investigations, but we are also required to analyze and interpret other legislation, particularly in cases involving alleged contraventions of law. Further, with the increase in seriousness of cases, we are seeing more involvement of legal counsel representing respondents, resulting in substantive legal challenges. The need for legal review of these challenges and providing opinions to investigators will become more commonplace. Our in-house general counsel is primarily responsible for advising senior management on various matters affecting both the Ombudsman's Office and the Public Interest Commissioner's Office. The addition of a legal counsel position operating under the direction of general counsel would provide an additional legal resource at an operational level. It is for these reasons that the budget estimate for 2022-2023 includes the additional funding to establish a new full-time position for legal counsel to assist in the increasing complexity of cases we are seeing in our Public Interest Disclosure Office. And with that, I will turn it over to Peter Schurstan to present our business plan for the Public Interest Commissioner's Office. Peter?
Thank you, Marianne. Slide 22, please. Thank you. The 22-23 business plan focuses on supporting the Public Interest Commissioner's responsibilities and those of her investigative team. The committee's been provided with a copy of our plan in which we've identified key priorities, supporting strategies, and performance measures that will guide our direction and focus for the upcoming fiscal year. So in the next few minutes, I would just like to highlight some selected elements of the business plan, and I'll be able to answer any questions you'll have after our presentation. This year's plan is essentially a carryover from our previous year. Last year was somewhat stymied due to the impacts of the pandemic, and simply put, we have some unfinished business, and there remains both relevant and important work to be done as we move forward that was in the previous plan, and we're carrying it forward into this one. Slide 23, please. Our first targeted outcome is educational. There's an ongoing need to increase the understanding of public sector employees, not only of the resources accessible through our office, but also the protections available to them under Alberta's whistleblower protection legislation. Our second key priority focuses on designated officers within the public entities and government departments, and our strategies to provide training and developmental opportunities for those key individuals. Our third targeted outcome focuses on strengthening collaboration between our office and the entities jurisdictional to the Act. This includes collaboration and investigations. We've made some good progress in this area during the current year, and we'll report on that next year in greater detail, but we want to continue to build on that collaborative foundation. Our final key priority relates to the forthcoming amendments to the Act that came as a result of the legislatively mandated 5-year review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act by the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship. This began in 2020 and was concluded in June of this year. The Commissioner's staff actively engaged in the review process by providing technical expertise to the committee when requested, and this was in addition to the 22 proposed amendments the Commissioner submitted for the committee's consideration. So moving forward, our plan is to actively engage with Alberta Justice and Solicitor General during the drafting of amendments, and once those amendments are finalized, we will ensure that training and educational resources are available for distribution to the public entities, departments, and offices impacted by any revision in legislation. Slide 24, please. Suzanne will now speak to our office's budget.
Thank you, Peter. For the current fiscal year, 21-22, forecasted expenses will be approximately $34,000 less than the 2021-22 budget. Like the Ombudsman's office, this savings is due to a position vacancy for a portion of the year. Currently, the office has a full complement of 5 staff. The Public Interest Commissioner's 2022-23 budget estimate is $1,192,000, which is a $149,000 increase over the 2021-22 budget. The personnel budget has increased to provide funds for an additional FTE for a legal resource position. This is the first FTE increase for the office since its inception in 2013. Like the Ombudsman, the 2022-23 technology services and travel budgets have been reduced, providing an offset to the increase in personnel expenses. Slide 25, please. For the 6 fiscal years, 2016-17 to 2022-23, the Public Interest Commissioner will realize a net budget reduction of approximately 11%. This savings is inclusive of our 2022-23 budget increase. As mentioned previously, the Public Interest Commissioner's Office receives administrative services from designated Ombudsman employees. The Ombudsman provides a cost allocation for these services, which is included in the Public Interest Commissioner's supplies and services budget. Most importantly, cash from the General Revenue Fund for these services is not required and is therefore a savings for Albertans. Over the last 6 fiscal years, this arrangement has saved Albertans approximately $2.5 million. Please refer to slide 26. The allocated shared services estimate for 2022-23 is $400,000, which represents 34% of the total Public Interest Commissioner's budget estimate. In other words, only 66%, or $792,000, of the Public Interest Commissioner's 2022-23 budget estimate will require cash from the General Revenue Fund. This further emphasizes the importance of our shared services arrangement and the actual savings to Albertans. Marianne?
Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentations for both offices. And so I'd like to thank you again and the committee for your time and consideration of the information we have shared here today. And at this time, we'd be pleased to answer any question about either of the presentations.
Thank you very much for your presentations. As noted, we will go to questions for committee members and any MLAs online as well. And the first member who caught my eye was Mr. Dack, Member Dack.
Thank you very much, Chair Milliken. Appreciate the opportunity to speak and to hear and interact with you once again, Commissioner Ryan. I did have the pleasure and opportunity of participating in the PITA review, Public Interest Disclosure Act, and was very, very enthused to learn about a lot of the details of that act through the Resource Stewardship Committee that I am a member of. So it's nice to revisit some of those issues here today, and of course combine that with your other role as the Ombudsman. Although I wanted to start off by wondering out loud if indeed there's room to perhaps change the title, given that we've changed alderman to councillor and commissioner is gender neutral. Is there any thought to changing the title of changing your title to one that would reflect more gender neutrality?
Well, I will certainly leave that to the committee, but I will say that when I first came into the position, I was intrigued by the name, to say the least. But what I learned from my other colleagues across the country, many of whom are women and are in the office of the Ombudsman, is that the word is actually derivative from a Swedish origin, which means representative of the people. And so the word Ombudsman is not gender related. It's more translated as representative of the people. And so around the world, the office of the Ombudsman is recognized as such because of that name and because of that origin. So having said that, I do know other offices in Canada have changed the name to Ombudsperson or Ombuds. So I leave it totally with the committee.
All right, well, sounds good. I appreciate that little bit of insight, and thank you for bringing us up to date on the initial meaning of the word. I did want to follow along on the education and awareness angle a little bit more, if I may, Mr. Chair, by asking about the level of understanding and how well aware employees are in the public service of the services you are able to offer and of your offices. I know that we delved into this a little bit when we were talking about the review of PIPA, but let's do it again here with respect to your office as Ombudsman and with the Public Interest Disclosure Act, the Whistleblower Act as well, that role as the Public Interest Commissioner. You must track the level of awareness of employees in some way to determine if they are aware of your office. And I know that education and awareness is one of your major outreach components. So what are those results of that tracking say to you? That are employees very aware of your services? Is there an orientation process that is one that goes out of its way to make sure people are aware of both of your offices when they're first employed?
Well, thank you, Mr. Dack, for the question. Just speaking on the Ombudsman side, actually both offices, it continues to be a challenge. So on the Ombudsman side, one of the key challenges is that our investigations remain confidential. So we can't disclose details about our investigations, even when they are resolved. We can talk, as I've done today, in generalities, but many times there's such interesting cases that I really would like to go to demonstrate the type of work that we can do. However, as I say, because the investigation remains confidential, it's difficult for us to go public in front of media or to sort of not advertise, but to really showcase the type of work we do. So that's a challenge. So we do considerable outreach in in all areas of our jurisdiction, whether it's with professional health colleges or whether it's with municipalities who have recently come on board. We attend AUMA and RMA, and we make it a priority to certainly showcase, our office on the Ombudsman side. On the public interest side, which deals, as you note, with public service employees, yes, we make a very concerted effort to really get the word out about what we do. However, we only have a small office, so what we do is sort of a pyramid effect. We reach out to all the designated officers in all the public service sectors, and we engage with them to help us educate new employees, and we do our best to monitor that. And again, at any opportunity that we get to engage with any public service employee or group of employees, we certainly take advantage of it. But as you know, it is a challenge, and it is on our strategic plan to certainly do everything that we can to increase that awareness and education.
And is there any way I'm asked about tracking, do you track somehow that level of awareness? How do you know whether or not your methods of communication are being successful or not?
Thank you. We do not specifically track, per se, the individual responses or awareness with each organization. Each organization has a designated officer who is responsible for ensuring that policy is in place. We assist those officers by providing templates and by having meetings with them if they so choose to develop that. So just like an onboarding of any employee within a public sector organization, they would be aware of their human resources policy, their payroll policies, and also their Public Interest Disclosure Act specific to the policy within their organization. So just like any piece of specific legislation or specific policy within the organization, that is the responsibility of the designated officer. But there is no requirement for them to brief up to us on what they've done within their organization other than to provide us with a copy of their policy.
All right, next I see Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in your budget estimate document, under the 2021-22 expense forecast, it states that you were and are anticipating that expenses will be approximately $105,000 less than what was given in the 2021-22 budget. And it attributes this savings, I believe I heard you say, in part to unanticipated employee vacancies. So could you comment on these unanticipated vacancies and what's being done to fill these vacancies and ensure a high retention rating in the Office of the Ombudsman? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the unanticipated vacancies happen during the year. People leave and then we have to rehire. That process usually takes a couple of months. Oftentimes, as the senior leadership group, we will assess that position in itself and decide whether or not it's an opportune time to change that position, and therefore it can sometimes take longer. This moment, we are fully staffed and expect to be going into April 1st of the next fiscal year fully staffed.
And if I may just make one comment, sorry, the anticipated vacancy, it's somewhat with pride that one of the positions was because of one of our individuals becoming the first ombudsman at the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. Another one is a result of one of our individuals moving to another ombudsman office just for family reasons. And also it should be noted that a former employer of ours is also the first ombudsman in the province of Prince Edward Island. So a lot of these anticipated or unanticipated vacancies are just people within our office who've grown and are seeking other opportunities, but remain within the profession, so to speak.
Thank you. Sounds like you're doing a good enough job that your employees are actually getting poached from you. So next I see the Honourable Member Yao.
Thank you so much, Chair. And in your annual report on page 13, you talk about improving your investigation timelines. And I wish to commend you and your office on what appears to be improved timelines for investigations, with a significant number being under 3 months. Can you explain what measures were taken by the office to bring investigations down, as well as did the pandemic impact any of these results, and what were the lessons learned, I guess? These are things that we should be celebrating. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yao, for the questions. Yes, so this has been a process over the last few years where, as I mentioned, we wanted to move to a quicker response. And so I talk about front-end loading, that's my term. And what I see now is, because we're working in investigative teams, when we get complaints, the team comes together and they give it the full court press as a team and decide how is the best way to handle this investigation. That front-end loading can really generate a lot of a great reduction in one investigator, chasing down a whole bunch of different avenues. So that front-end loading and that team concept has greatly reduced the length of time that we investigate. Secondly, with respect to your question about the pandemic, we did see, like I say, a decrease initially early on. It was mostly because of technology. We weren't able to take calls live, and people didn't leave messages or couldn't leave messages, as in people who were incarcerated. We get a great deal of our complaints from people who are incarcerated, and so we were unable to respond to those complaints. So having the ability now to take those calls live, or at least engage with people in a relatively quick turnaround, has greatly increased our time to conclude investigations. So I would say, and I'm sure many people now will say, that lessons learned with the advancement of technology has greatly improved our efficiencies and our ability to respond to complainants.
Okay. Yep, I see Member Dack.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Ryan, my questions involve around incarcerated people. You just mentioned that a great number of your complaints do originate with folks who are incarcerated in the province. And I speak in particular about youth incarceration. In March of 2021, you released a report regarding segregation practices at Alberta's youth correctional centres, leading from an investigation that started in 2019. How did the government respond to this report?
Thank you again, Mr. Dack, for the question. I will say the ministry responded very well. They were very engaged, and this investigation originated with a complaint from a youth who said that they were being denied a lot of access simply because they were being placed in segregation. And what we found was there were no policies in place about how long segregation should be. You would think it would be 24 hours, but what we were finding was a youth would be placed in segregation for 24 hours, released for an hour, and then placed back in again. And then the clock started again. And so technically, they weren't in segregation. And we were finding that once they were in segregation, they were being denied opportunities to pursue their education. They were being denied opportunities to have, access to legal counsel, these types of things. So once we started working with the Youth Offenders Branch, they were very receptive and very engaged and forthcoming with information. And as I said, they have accepted all of our recommendations. The only issue that we really are pushing for is to have legislation about what is the definition of segregation. We are one of the few provinces that does not have a definition in any legislation that speaks to the time frame for segregation, and we see that as a significant gap that we would encourage legislatures to address.
Sounds good. Very interesting. I know that also in this report you had 8 recommendations which would create a safety net for youth in custody, and you indicated the government's response is pretty positive. Have they actually indicated that they plan on accepting all 8, or you said there's one outstanding that you just mentioned?
Yes, I did receive a letter back from the Assistant Deputy Minister, Dennis Cooley, and he said that they reviewed our recommendations and they supported the recommendations made. As with any investigation, we monitor the implementation and we ask them to follow up with us, which they are doing. And they have said we are committed to providing open and transparent updates when requested. So it's an ongoing thing. We have had to follow up with them, again, just to make sure that the recommendations are being implemented. But at this time, I'm satisfied that there's a concerted effort to implement the recommendations.
Good, I'm glad to hear there is a follow-up. Finally, on
Sir,
this issue, if I may.
I'm just trying to be fair to everybody for just doing 2, if that's okay.
Of course.
Is that okay? Yeah, perfect. I will go to Member Long, and then I'll return to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks for the presentation. So just a couple quick questions around staffing, actually. So I was just wondering if you can explain why expenditures were down on staffing costs and supply and service costs. They were below the levels anticipated and below the levels of 2019, 2020. So if I could get something on that, then I just have another follow-up on staffing costs.
Certainly. Again, the biggest reason for expenditures being lower than what we budget for is not having full staff for the full entire year. That's the biggest reason. And inevitably, that's the case. And that is the case here and was for the previous fiscal year as well. Supplies and services going down is one of the reasons for it is that, like we had mentioned, the technology services decreasing, and as well travel. Our supplies and services budget really represents about maybe 6-7% of the whole budget, and so even trying to reduce that budget as much as we can, it still doesn't have the impact that it has, that the personnel budget has. So the main reason, again, for any sort of deficit or any, giving back funds or lapse is the vacancies during the year.
Okay, thank you for that. So there's obviously been a major shift in thought processes around staffing over the last 21 months in particular. And I know that early in the presentation, you talked about VoIP and using employees taking calls at home and what have you. So with that in mind, something that's very, very much essential for our mental health and well-being is a work-life balance. And with employees being able to take work home with them at this point, there isn't really a disconnect, and I'm sure that you all are feeling that as well. So inevitably, normally home is where we get away from work, and we capture those moments with our families and loved ones, and cherish that to achieve that mental well-being that's very important for us to be at our best when we go back to work. So I'm wondering if you anticipate any cost increases as far as basic training for employees on how to maintain a work-life balance, even if they are working from home and not getting that separation from work.
Well, thank you very much for the question. I will say it is a big priority for me and my senior staff, the mental health of all of our employees. And early on, when we went into COVID, no one really knew how long we were going to be working remotely from home. I think we were very cognizant of the mental health challenge. And so we brought in facilitators who specialize in this area, and we had virtual conferences, let's say. We had these presenters present virtually to our staff. We had like mini workshops to help people manage that whole mental health piece. I think that helped tremendously. The cost was very minimal. And since we weren't sending people on travel for courses or travel for training to other parts of Canada or anywhere outside of their cities, we were able to use some of those funds to bring in those facilitators. So going forward, again, it is one of the, I would say, the biggest issues that I see in our staff being productive is constantly monitoring that mental health. And so we meet as a team, we rely on the managers to check in, and they're doing everything they can. I think they're doing a great job of checking in with their investigators and their staff on their teams. And at any point we receive indication that there might be an issue, we're quick to try to address it. We'll see how it is going forward, but knock on wood, everyone has to manage it the best way that we can. Even with not being able to travel, we encouraged people to take time off, even though they were working from home, use their vacation allotment, go for a walk. We had a lot of flexibility there. At lunchtime, go for a walk, engage in something that helps you deal with your mental health. And so it's a constant message from me. Yes, it's an excellent issue that you raise.
Thank you. Next, I see Member Dack.
Thank you, Chair Milliken. I had a bit of a follow-up, Ms. Ryan, regarding the legislation that you found was lacking or that you had hoped would be entertained by the government, and that was legislation to define to amend the Youth Justice Act to define the use of segregation in young offender centers. So have you had any indication that the government is actually working on this? Given your plea that it be done, it seems to me that there is no action contemplated by the government that you're aware of. But what do you know about their intent?
No, we have had no indication that this is going to be pursued in the near future.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. One other further thing with the youth detention centers. Have you had any complaints in your office regarding the provision of appropriate food? I'm thinking in particular of kosher food, because I have been working with Rabbi Dralik in my constituency for some time now, and so far the issue's not been satisfied, and there have been complaints through him, but I'm not sure if they've been through your office about the lack of appropriate kosher food being provided to inmates in custody in Alberta, particularly in young offender centers.
I'm just checking with my colleagues. I don't believe we've received anything like that in terms of a complaint, but it is something that we would definitely look at.
All right, sound good. What about more in not only kosher food, but also other culturally appropriate foods? If indeed that was brought forward, that would be a complaint you would entertain then, whether it be the Jewish community or what have you?
Thank you. We have had complaints about food portion sizes and also about the quality of food in certain cases. Some of it is preference. I have no recollection of anything specific with regard to culturally appropriate or faith-based food preferences. If we had a complaint on that, we'd certainly investigate it, and that would be starting with returning to the center director to see what action had been taken, had they already received those requests. We always look for, before we take action, we always want to make sure that the individuals followed up with the appropriate decision maker within an organization. So within the center itself per se, but absolutely we would follow up. In the one case that I do recall, we looked at the Canada Food Guide and whether or not it was meeting the requirements as stipulated by a recognized body, and in that case it was. But there will always be individual preferences. We also have to recognize that there's different size and caloric needs for individuals. But in that one case, we were satisfied that it had been met.
All right, next I have Member Allard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I'm actually going to shift to the business plan, if that's all right, for 2022-23. I have a question about the first outcome. Strategy 1.1 delineates the intent to increase the public's understanding of the role of the Public Interest Commissioner. And while I see the initiatives the office intends to achieve this, Does the office have any metrics? Have you identified any metrics in place to determine the effectiveness of this initiative? So essentially, how are you going to know that you've achieved that?
So regarding the public interest outcome one, is that correct, Ms. Allard?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Correct, thank you. So again, it's always difficult to assess these type of things, and one of the reasons is we're competing with other interests within the organization. So we know that public interest disclosure legislation effectively launched or championed within an organization by their designated officer is competing with every other email that goes out, et cetera. So it's we don't have a specific metric at this time. What we do is the output that we put. So for example, how many seminars have we conducted? How many publications have we posted? How many times has our website been engaged? What's our Twitter activity, et cetera. So those are the types of things we can measure. But in terms of specifically reaching out into an organization, we have not done so. It is something, again, that we would have to consider moving forward.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. No follow-up, Mr. Chair.
All right, next I have Member Yao.
Thank you so much, Chair. To the Public Interest Commissioner's Office, on page 1 of your budget estimates for the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner, and my apologies if you answered this question in your preamble, but the salary related to the operating costs will increase from roughly 528 in 21-22 to 721 in 22-23. Can you explain this increase, please? That's about a 29% increase, I believe. Thank you.
Yes, I can explain that. The 528 is what we're forecasting the salary expense to be by the end of March 31st, 2022. Again, vacancies. One of the positions did not get filled till September, and so we had quite a few months of vacants. Now we have 5 individuals that are anticipate will be fully will be there on April the 1st. As well, we have a new FTE position that we're hoping for, and that is a legal resource. So that is included in that increase.
Thank you so much.
And a follow-up?
No follow-up.
Okay. Next I have Member Dack.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question regarding the full-time equivalent lawyer that was being requested, funding for was being requested. Now looking at last year, your budget for this year as well, costs associated with legal representation seem to be increasing due to complexity, and I'm wondering why you think that is. Can you tell us why the cases are becoming increasingly more complex, which ultimately are requiring the additional lawyer that you're requesting funding for?
Sure, I can give some explanation for that. What we're seeing is, as people become more aware of the Act, and as our investigators get into it, what we're seeing is challenges in terms of other contraventions of law, other acts involved which requires a legal perspective. I'll use the example of the AER investigation where we had 5 respondents. Each of those respondents had legal counsel. And so when we engage the respondents to, provide a response to the allegation, it comes with letters from legal counsel. And so we feel that each of those require that legal perspective, that legal advice. And secondly, when we are looking at some of these cases, we benefit from a legal opinion. And while our general counsel has provided that in the past, just because of the volume, we have contracted out for that opinion. And that is very expensive. It can be like thousands of dollars to get that legal opinion and get that independent advice. And so, as we get our office out there and as our investigators receive these complaints, what we are finding, I can't exactly say why they're becoming more complex. It's just, I think it's because the length of time that our office has been around, the word is getting out. Some of these cases have been high profile, and that is also adding, I think, to the complexity, just the increase in awareness of what our office is doing.
A quick follow-up, if I may?
Absolutely.
With respect to situations such as the AER investigation, where you indicated there were 5 lawyers involved, and you, I take it, felt a little bit underarmed from a legal perspective, and then necessarily had to contract out to lawyers, that kind of preempted one of the questions I had. What was happening in the interim before you have this full-time equivalent position added in? Which begs the question, given that organizations who are very complex themselves, such as AER, who are lawyering up big time in defending themselves in cases that you are adjudicating, would indeed it not be prudent to request more than one lawyer? Is one extra in-house lawyer going to avoid those costs? Because it certainly could be, one full-time equivalent could be eaten up in very few short outside lawyers contracted for one case.
Well, it's a very good point, Mr. Dack. But first of all, I'd just like to correct a point. It wasn't AER who was lawyering up. It was the lawyers representing the employees. The employees had individual private lawyers. They were not lawyers independent of AER. They were.
I hesitate to interrupt you. Would it be possible for you to start this question again? Start this answer again. We just lost you there for a sec.
Okay. I just wanted to correct just a point that Mr. Dack made. Just for clarification, it wasn't that AER lawyered up. It was the lawyers representing the respondents, the lawyers independently hired by the respondents who we engaged with. But yes, it's a very good point. So we've always approached our budget ask with well justified, and we want to make sure that what we ask for, we need. Going forward, it is possible we may need additional FTE in the terms of legal support. Right now, our general counsel oversees both offices, and he is fully engaged. So we feel by hiring a counsel just on the public interest side, that will certainly help a lot. But I'm not saying that going forward next year, we may see another increase needed. But at this point, we feel one additional legal resource will greatly help us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I don't have anybody else on the list. We are coming up to the time allotment as well. So looking through the room, I do want to take this opportunity to thank you, Ms. Ryan, Mr. Sherstan, and Ms. Richford for your very well put together presentation, as well as taking the time to answer our questions. And I've told every one of the officers that it's anticipated that written confirmation of the committee's decisions with regards to officers' budgets will be sent out sometime early next week. So thank you again very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to the next officer. We have Office of the Auditor. Process of connecting as we speak.
Get rid of this.
They should all be
Should be all.
able to hear us.
All right, thank you very much. Our final presenters of the day are Mr. Doug Wiley, Auditor General, and his colleagues. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Again, I will ask that presentations be kept to 20 minutes in order to ensure that we have ample time for questions from the committee and any other MLAs. Mr. Wiley, please begin when you are ready to proceed. The floor is yours.
Well, Chair, I'll just check. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
All right, thank you so much. Got a bit of a feedback, but we'll try and see how it goes.
You clearly
good
over
afternoon.
here.
And okay, good, great. Thank you, Chair and committee members. It's great to be with you and have an opportunity to speak with you today about our 2023 budget. I'm really honored to represent the staff of the Office of the Auditor General here today. And on that note, Chair, I would just like to start with a bit of some really good news from our office perspective. As you all are probably aware, we are a training office with CPA Alberta, so individuals who work with our office go through training and become chartered professional accountants. And this morning we got the results back of the CFE, which is the Common Final Examination. We had 6 individuals write, and all 6 of those passed. So, Chair and committee members, that is the future of our office. I am hoping those individuals will stay with us for quite some time. I'm just going to unprecedented, but maybe just mention their names briefly. It's a hard exam, and they've done a great job in getting here. So, Terry Salami, Kim Lytle, Taylor Collins, Kyle Berger, Harvey Minhas, and Lisa Bishop. So congratulations to them. Chair, I appreciate it's been probably a very long day for each of you. So I'm going to get right to it. Joining me today are 2 members of my leadership team, Lulu Eng, our Senior Financial Officer, and Karen Zoltanko, who's our business leader of our audit practice. You would have received in advance of today our budget and supporting plan for fiscal 2023, as well as our results report for the year ended March 31, 2021. During my presentation, I'll be making some references to each of these documents. So let me begin by stating that we continue to judiciously manage the dollars entrusted to our office. We did have an operating surplus of $1.7 million for fiscal 2021. This variance is primarily due to staffing levels, temporary staff services and agents, and travel-related spending due to COVID-19. I'll touch on some of these areas further in my presentation. Before I get into our budget too much, though, I'd like to highlight some of the accomplishments of our office over the past year. Our results report for the year ended March 31, 2021 provides you with an overview of our work. Charged with providing independent assurance that public money is spent properly and programs and services provide the value intended. Our work over the last year continues to demonstrate our ability to examine and report publicly on the Government of Alberta's management of the public resources entrusted to it. While COVID-19 pandemic significantly changed the way we completed our work, it increased the demands of our audit people and it added new audit risks. We remain focused on delivering high-quality audits. In fiscal 2021, we met all the deadlines for financial statement audits and issued a total of 120 audit opinions and other audit reports, including 2 performance audits, 7 assessment of implementation reports, 1 follow-up audit, and our annual post-secondary institution report card. We issued our independent auditor's report and the consolidated financial statements of the province on July 29, 2020, and that was ahead of the August 31 deadline. The audit required extra work to assess new common business processes and controls for the areas of finance, procurement, and human resources associated with the government's implementation of the new 1GX Enterprise Resource Planning System. I'd also like to mention here that the nature, extent, and timing of our performance audit work often results in work being performed and expenditures incurred in one year, but the reports are issued in a subsequent year. We released 12 additional reports shortly after year end, where the audit work was completed or near completion at March 31, 2021. You can see a listing of this work on page 21 of our results report. I'll also point out that early in fiscal 2021, we operationalized an updated methodology to report on the implementation of outstanding recommendations more quickly. This methodology focuses on whether management's actions in its implementation plan resolve the deficiencies noted in the recommendations, and it allows for more succinct reporting on the work performed and on our findings. While implementation is the responsibility of management, the value of our work is realized when our recommendations are acted upon. As a result of our work, we were able to report that 27 previously issued recommendations were satisfactorily implemented. Before I move on to our budget request, I want to pause and publicly recognize every member of my office for their resilience, adaptability, and professionalism. Their dedication and commitment to the work of our office has been remarkable over this past year. I'd now like to shift my focus from a look back to a look forward. Our 2023 business plan provides a high-level overview of our audit and organizational priorities for the coming fiscal year, and the budget required for achieving those priorities. Our work not only includes providing assurance on the financial statements of the province, but also reporting on the effectiveness of internal controls within key management processes. Through our performance auditing, we will look at specific aspects of government systems and processes. These include significant grant programs and contracting processes, the evaluation of performance measurement and reporting, and the effectiveness of frontline delivery government programs. We'll also continue to focus on the reporting and effectiveness of government's COVID-19 response initiatives. Our 2023 budget request reflects a 1.6% increase over our prior year budget to enable us to deliver on commitments to Albertans outlined in our business plan. This budget is similar to last year, with minimal adjustments for items such as materials and supplies and travel to reflect an anticipated gradual return to the office. I'll touch on our information and related technology and our agent budget requests in just a minute. But first, I wanted to provide some brief commentary around our compensation and staffing levels as we move into 2023. Our 2023 budget does not reflect any salary increases related to merit or cost of living adjustments for staff. And I'll just repeat that. It does not reflect any increases for cost of living adjustments. My office has followed the same salary restraint in place since April 1, 2016, and we continue to do so as reflected in our 2023 budget. That's coming 7 years, Chair and members. We're planning for the same number of full-time staff as reflected in last year's budget. As a result, our budget request for salaries and employee benefits for the 2023 year is similar to last year's budget. For the past several years, one of our greatest risks has been our ability to recruit and retain legislative audit professionals in an environment of salary freezes. We're not operating at our full staffing complement and don't expect to be so for the remainder of this year. This is demonstrated by our forecasted cost for salaries being considerably lower than our 2022 budget. In our results report for 2021 fiscal, we noted that our attrition rate was low due to COVID-19. I can tell you that trend has changed very, very quickly. Our staff are very marketable, and we have seen a marked increase in staff finding new employment. We're forecasting that 23 employees will leave the office during this current fiscal year, which ends on March 31, 2022. While we continue to recruit throughout the year to fill vacancies, we estimate that we'll be short 6 FTEs at the end of the year. Our ability to recruit accounting and auditing professionals sees us competing with major accounting and professional service firms, as well as other private and non-governmental organizations. These organizations, like us, are all competing for the same resources, but they're not necessarily restrained by total compensation offered. So what do we have to do about that? So in our business plan, we're highlighting that we're going to continue to monitor our attrition and assess the impact that that's having on our ability to do our audit work. We're assessing our hiring strategies, looking for new and optimal ways to recruit, select, and retain talent. And we're exploring opportunities to second staff from other legislative audit offices around the country. One of our overriding highlights in our results report for the fiscal 2021 was our people. Our greatest assets are the individuals who make up our office. Despite the disruptions due to COVID-19 and the increased staff departures over the past year, our staff have displayed an inspirational resilience and resolve, putting in all the extra hours necessary to deliver on our mandate. As I mentioned earlier, I'm extremely proud of their accomplishments. So I'll now move on briefly to contracted agent work. In our written budget submission to you, we requested a net increase of $450,000 for contracted agent work. Certain post-secondary institutions changed their year end from June 30th to March 31. The majority of our financial statement audits that we conduct also have March year ends. So that makes it the busiest financial statement audit period within our office, being from the beginning of April to the end of June. Our audit work is done within tight timelines to meet reporting deadlines. While our office reacts to the changes from the external environment the best that it can, and we do the best that we can, we do our utmost to try and accommodate these changes within our existing budget. However, we simply do not have the resources available to meet the increased demand for this change. And it's already going to be considering our already constrained staff complement that I talked about earlier. Our staff are working at 150% utilization rate during this busy period. Before arriving at a decision to contract this work to agents, we also considered hiring temporary staff. Temporary staff, however, are expensive and typically inexperienced in public sector audits. A significant amount of internal resources are necessary to train and supervise these individuals for the short time they are with us. Agenting provides the best alternative at this time, as firms dedicate a full engagement team to the audit, which they attempt to keep consistent over the contracted term. A consistent agent year to year also significantly reduces audit risks. Experience has also demonstrated it's easier on management of the entity being audited when their audit team is consistent from year to year. Finally, I'd like to provide some context around our information and related technology investments for the next fiscal year. I can't stress enough that our office's IRT operational capacity and the standards in which we safeguard the information we collect and generate remains critical to our business operations. Our budget reflects an increase of $275,000 over last year's budget to address critical requirements needed to support and secure our audit work. This increase is primarily comprised of the following: $100,000 to transition our IRT infrastructure to the cloud, which will result in a more scalable and reliable operating environment. Among other items, cloud-based services will allow for increased collaboration with our audit entities, some of which have already moved to the cloud, secure and scalable data collection, classification, and storage, and enhanced data analysis capability. And that's key to the credibility and accuracy of our audit work. Access to and support for the most current versions of software applications that our office relies on to conduct our work. We are already aware that some of the audit-specific applications we use will only be supported in a cloud-based environment. Excuse me for just a minute. Pardon me.
No problem.
Our fees transition plan will ensure we have the supports in place to migrate to the cloud. In addition to the IRT infrastructure cost, $44,000 represents licensing costs for network monitoring services and firewall support to maintain the security of our internal network, our remote access services, and to mitigate escalating security threats faced in a hybrid working environment. We're also investing $42,000 for the Adobe software licenses to improve efficiency for audit execution and reporting. This is particularly useful in working in the hybrid environment that we currently are. As part of our commitment under the GOA Enterprise Agreement, we're also required to spend $24,000 for our Microsoft 365 Enterprise Content Management license fees. The remaining budget amount of $65,000 supports our audit project management system to address necessary hardware upgrades. So in closing, I want to highlight our audit priorities for the 2023 fiscal year, and that's outlined in our business plan. So in addition to Financial statement audit work, we will continue to make our performance audit work a priority in 2023. We've identified 2 key areas of focus in the area of performance audits: COVID-19 and accountability and program delivery and reporting of results. We're finalizing our audit plan for 2023 and will release it publicly in the new year. In our 2022 audit plan, we had identified 15 performance audits, 5 related to COVID. Work continues on these audits, and we plan to be able to start reporting on them in early 2022. While we have an aggressive agenda of audit work to be done, we realize that many government departments are still executing programs to respond to this crisis. We continue to work with those we audit to deliver on our mandate, all the while respecting the operating challenges of our auditees. So with that, Chair, I'll close my opening remarks, and on behalf of all of us at the Office of the Auditor General, thank you for your time today. We'd be pleased to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you very much for your presentation. I will now open the floor up to committee members and MLAs who are on the line, and the first individual who caught my eye was the Honourable Member Joe Ceci.
Thank you. Auditor General, I heard that honorable member. That's very good. Auditor General Wiley, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to start off by saying congratulations, as you did, to all 6 of your staff that passed the CPA CFE. That's great. I'm sure they put a lot of hard work into that, and with your staff already working flat out, as you said, this extra additional work to get this done is very commendable. So please pass on from me to them my congratulations as well. My first question has to do with following up the COVID situation that you were just talking about. I see on your business plan, page 6, that you identify the work there. So my question revolves around that. As you mentioned, your office generally does 2 types of audits: a financial statement auditing and the performance auditing, as you've also noted on page 12 of your business plan. Has your office considered a little different style of audit, one that can be a lot more responsive with respect to time for specific and discrete questions like COVID, whether they come from the public or MLAs or government itself? We've written to your office to request a performance audit into the Premier appropriately delegating his legal authority over the summer as the 4th wave of COVID built. While this certainly is within the domain of a performance audit, it takes a certain amount of time to determine whether to proceed with a performance audit, to put it in the queue, to do the work, to publicly report. And you've done some of that, or the reporting out on some of that will take place, you said, in, I think, early 22. You're going to be reporting on 5. So COVID-related performance audits. But in the example, like I'm talking about, timeliness is even more important. We're still in this pandemic. We're approaching the Christmas holidays. Anything you can kind of assist with would potentially save lives. So have you considered that style of audit investigation that would be more responsive?
Well, we certainly try and be as responsive as we can, member. I guess depending on how you're looking at it, it could be a benefit, or it can be challenging in the sense of maybe the time it takes to complete an audit. But an audit is a high level of assurance. It provides the rigor that Albertans expect, quite frankly. They expect the credibility from the reporting. They expect that when we do work, that it is done thoroughly, completely, and within the standards. That does take time. So we do operate within a highly regulated environment, and that is within the practice of CPAs. So all of the audit work that we do is done within professional standards, as well as that's financial statement audits, as well as our performance audits. So we do follow standards in how those audits are done, and they do require a rigor with respect to the planning of the audit, the development of the audit criteria, so what will be audited, and how we will be doing that work and reporting on it. And then there's actually the audit execution. So, you know, it does take time to do it. With respect to COVID, certainly we recognize that this is an interest. We've received a request from two members. We've also received over the 21 reporting year 154 ideas and requests and concerns from general Albertans. We've received 22 other requests for specific pieces of work. We take all of these requests very seriously. And in the area of COVID, we actually are packaging this work under, I believe, is a very good framework. We've already done some work. So I'll put it this way. We've looked at COVID from the perspective at the transactional level. So as part of our audit of the consolidated financial statements and the transaction at the various ministries, we've looked at those transactions to ensure that they're fairly and accurately reported in the financial reporting of the consolidated statements and how they're reported within the accounts of the ministries. Appropriate restrictions, if there were adhered to. We've also looked at reporting requirements of the federal government on the province with respect to the receipt of the money. So in summary, we've looked at that transactional level. We're also looking at currently, and we're going to be doing more work in this area on looking at it from a program level. So the programs that were designed to achieve certain objectives related to assisting Albertans related to COVID. And then the third aspect is this corporate accountability perspective on how the organizations are actually reporting in their public reporting on overall accountability for the resources entrusted to the organizations as well as the results achieved. So essentially it's a three-part: transactional, then program level, and then of course corporate accountability perspective. But to come back to directly answer your question, the audit practice does require time and it requires rigor. We think that's important to demonstrate the credibility that Albertans expect of our work, member.
Thank you. And member Ceci, do you have a follow-up?
I do. Just listening to all of the different aspects of it that you are going to be reporting on. Do you have anything you can share with us with respect to the efficacy of the approaches of programs or the organizational level, or indeed the adherence to the federal programs that you were mentioning, if I've got some of those things right? Is there anything you can share now that would be useful for Albertans?
Yes, well, in our November report that we just recently released, in the front section where we discuss our audit of the consolidated financial statements of the province, we actually identified COVID as a key audit risk related to that audit engagement. And there we identified specific programs and we list them where we looked at the transactions specifically related to those programs. To give an example, and we conclude on the work that we did with respect to how those transactions were recorded and how they were disclosed in the financial statement. So that first part of the work has been published, member, and it is available for Albertans in our November 2021 report.
Thank you. Next, I see, and to be fair, the Honorable Tanny Yao.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sir, you mentioned staffing issues, which is a very serious concern, especially understanding this impacts your role to investigate issues that impact the public. So as an example, emergency medical services, ambulances, as well as EMS dispatch are very serious issues that have been identified by government members, opposition, as well as in the media. How do you prioritize these areas to be audited, and do you have the ability to initiate your own evaluations and report on, say, these EMS issues? Or with this shortage of personnel that you have, will you only respond to specific requests? Thank you.
Well, no, we look at all requests, and we also consider the areas of risk that are identified through our financial statement audits and that are addressed by our engagement teams. I'll just take the opportunity here to mention as well, one of the strategies that we implemented was to move to a full team-based approach. And that was actually to help benefit not only the efficacy of the audit process, but also to help with the identification of risks within specific ministries and sectors that ultimately would be considered for audit activity. We, as I said earlier, consider all requests. So anyone who writes into or sends us an email, I can guarantee you that we have a process that issue is tracked within the office and ultimately makes its way to the audit team. The area of ambulances that you'd mentioned, I know that there has been some discussion of that within the media, and I know that I've been made aware of it. I'm not too sure how that fits into our book of work right now, but what you can see is we do make public our audit plan. So we've made our 22 audit plan public, and as I say, there's 15 audits there identified. In our 23 audit plan, which we'll be releasing shortly, we've actually got that finalized. We just need to discuss that with the management before we make it public. We have identified another 10 projects. Now, I should point out that the projects in this separate audit plan are more significant or larger projects. We always will do work within the ministries on a smaller scale as issues come up. So it doesn't necessarily mean if it's not on this list that there's no work being done. I can assure you that there is constantly work being done, and we even do looking at processes as part of our financial statement audit exercise as well. We'll look at some extensions of some work that we do there. So rest assured, member, that all concerns raised with our office are considered, and I know that matter was raised with our health team. I'm not sure where that's at in the queue, though. As I said, we receive probably over 200 requests for audits from concerned Albertans yearly. So I'm just not too sure where that is in our process, member. Sorry.
All right. Next, I believe on the list, I have member Ceci again.
Yeah, thank you very much. I guess with regard to future audits, I'd like to ask about your capacity in your office to undertake a certain unique and complex kind of work. And I'll just explain what I'm thinking about. With regard to AIMCO, we know that unfortunately the volts-based trading strategy led to billions in losses, and the senior management board at the time reportedly didn't understand the risk they were taking on. Your office is legally the auditor for the government and all of its related agencies, including AIMCO. But if we look at CPPIB, they're allowed to use one of the big four accounting firms to do their audit. It's their position that because of their complexity of trading strategies, they need the expertise of an outside big global firm. We know AIMCO, at least under previous management board, signaled that it might be worth considering that they use an outside big four firm as well. So I'd just like to ask your perspective. I know that you have a legal, you're needing to audit AIMCO, but could there be merit in considering having one of the outside big four firms involved with the audit of AIMCO along with your office?
Well, a couple of points there I might point out that let me start with specialized skill sets first. In our business plan, we actually identified that we're going to be doing more of that. So you'll see in our 23 business plan, that was one of the areas of focus that we're going to look at. We've done that all along, though, member. I will tell you that in all of our audits, we put together the audit team that we need to deliver the quality product. As I say, at the end of the day, we want to make sure we've got a quality product that meets the standards. So, I think back to the report we did on the better healthcare for Albertans, where we actually engaged two specialists in the area. They were physicians. So we're always looking at specialists, and I want that to be a focus going forward. However, and that relates to financial statement audits as well, members. So we audit a number of organizations where we have actuaries that we contract with out of Toronto. We hire banking experts working out of Toronto. So we get the requisite specialists that we need, but having that specialist skill set does not necessarily mean that our office does not need to be the auditor of record or does not need to be the legislative auditor. In fact, I would caution against that, because having our office as the legislative auditor guarantees the Legislative Assembly of that accountability back, and that work that if an audit opinion is issued, we are involved. And at the end of the day, the audit opinion might be assisted through an agent, and we use agents often, where an agent will provide an audit opinion to us, and they're working with us, and then based on that collaborative work, we will provide an overall opinion on the financial statement. So that's where we use agents, and I actually made a change in that regard when I took over. ATB, we audit a bank. So again, highly regulatory business of auditing that we're in, and one has to make a decision in the areas of risk. How much internal effort do we build up to resource to have the specialist skill sets internally versus contracting? And in that case, I decided to, it was time to contract out the audit of ATB. So we have an agent do the audit. We are still the auditor. And what that has allowed us to do actually is to bring in the skill sets of all of the actuarial specialists and dealing with derivatives and all of these complex financial issues and transactions. We're getting that expertise out of Toronto, but we're still the auditor of record. We're still the one issuing the opinion. But again, we've harnessed the expertise that we need to ensure that we're continuing to deliver a quality audit, all the while recognizing that that's probably the most effective way for us to do it. It's very costly to build up and have that specialist skill set requisite within the office. And it's also very costly to contract that out on an individual basis, actuary versus, derivative specialists and these types of things. So remember, we certainly do use specialists. We use them all the time on our audits. The I-Corps engagement, the investigation we did on I-Corps recently, we had specialists involved in that as well. So it's something that we continually, it's a tool we continuously use.
Sure. Well, I hear that. I'm just following up this with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hear that it certainly wasn't challenging the abilities of your office. I was just wondering if specialists in the case that I mentioned were brought in and provided value added to the opinion that you delivered to government.
Yeah, they do. As I say, we use them all the time. I want to come back specifically, though, on the AIMCO, because I just want to make sure that this is understood. Having our office involved actually brings in great efficiencies. Let me give you a perfect example with AIMCO. So we do have the internal resources to do AIMCO. We've done that audit for years. We also audit the pension plans. The benefit of having us as one auditor do that is as follows. We audit the investments through AIMCO, and then we're auditing the pension boards. So the opinions and all of the audit assurance that we're getting from auditing those investments, that team and that assurance is in-house, and we can apply that when we're actually issuing an opinion on the financial statements of the independent pension boards. And that's a great efficiency for the system as a whole, because we're seeing the investment side as well as the pension boards and how they're reporting that. So anyway, I'll leave it there.
All right, next on the list, I see Member Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Priority 2, Outcome 2, on page 27 of the annual report, speaks about increasing capacity and capabilities of the audit teams. And we've been talking a lot about that today. And I want to specifically target on the use of data analytics. And the office far exceeded their target of 25% in regard to using data analytics. But could you explain what added value Albertans are getting for their tax dollars through this use of data analytics?
Sure. I'll speak at it from two perspectives. The first is the efficiency of the audit. What data analytics allows us to do is to use data on a much broader perspective to identify trends, identify anomalies, and essentially do a more efficient audit. So there's certainly that aspect to it. And I just will give you an example of, so we exceeded our target on this particular metric that we had. We had a target of 25%, we achieved 44, but I want to also identify that there's great opportunity for us to use this more in the performance audits that we do. So it's a widely used tool when doing financial statement audits, but it is extremely useful also in looking at performance audits. And you'll see some of that results if you'll recall the work that we did on the CT MRI. Data analytics and data was used extensively on that audit to identify trends, differences between, testing within zones within the province, differences with the ability to use the priority coding and those types of things. So it's a very, very useful and powerful tool. It allows one to see pictures and allows one to do this analysis of the data to bring forward audit evidence.
Thank you. No follow-up? Okay, just in the interest of the back and forth that often we do in this case, I am going to go back to Member Ceci. And Member Ceci, I do just also want to let you know that we are coming up to the portion that's been allotted to this.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Auditor General Wiley, thanks very much for your answers. Obviously, your office receives requests for performance audits from all sorts of places. You mentioned some of those public, private organizations, municipalities, MLAs, for example, and perhaps more importantly, government itself. I understand the private sector, it's common for businesses to ask their auditor to come and take a look at something, but in the public sector, sometimes that's a little harder to do. Governments of any stripe don't want to necessarily, air their dirty laundry in public. So there's a natural tension, I think, there in the public sector. Can you give me a sense, since you become Auditor General, how frequently government is coming to you to look at issues and do performance audits? And perhaps if it's not happening frequently, how can you improve that?
Yeah, I'm personally not aware that it's happening that frequently. I would suggest that at more of the front line area, there's probably a fair bit of consultation going on where management of the organizations might be asking for some periodic advice on how things could be improved at an operational level. But with respect to coming in and doing audits, we have not, to my knowledge, been requested in a broad scale to do audit work there. How could it be improved? Well, that's one of the things that we're trying to work on as well, is that, the understanding of our audits, our audit processes, and I think really the benefits that come out of our work. One of the areas we are trying to work on is to bring forward some more discrete audit projects and actually bring management involved in the outcomes and seeing the benefits of those recommendations, so that they're actually incentivized to implement the recommendations. And rather than seeing us as Big Brother coming in with the stick, to see at the end of the day, we really are trying to improve the systems and the processes. There is the unfortunate aspect that, yes, it's a public reporting, but at the end of the day, that's the benefits of having our Westminster accountability model and having the roles of accountability processes, is the role of the auditors general within within Canada and indeed abroad is we do need that public accountability. So yes, it does, I guess, maybe slow down the amount of consultation, if you will, or bringing in that. But at the end of the day, we do see the value coming from our work, and we are seeing, depending on the nature of the organization we audit, a receptiveness to that. We do get requests. As I'm speaking, I'm thinking about this, not so much at the government level, but at the organizational level, from boards, from audit committee members who are familiar with looking in from the lens of a governor, trying to assess the risks within the organizations. There are those conversations, and we have many of them, frank discussions with audit committees where they're interested in our perspective. And indeed, they have asked us to do some specific areas, like, for example, when we're doing a financial statement audit, could you have a particular look at this line and those types of things? So that certainly is happening, I would say, more at the organizational level than at the broad government level.
Yeah, just if I might, Mr. Chair, just follow up on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So with regard to government, I know that you've identified COVID-19 projects, and you're going to be reporting on performance auditing in the new year, early in the new year on 5, I think you said. But has government not come to you and asked specifically to do COVID-19 performance auditing work?
We've had no request from the government to do any audit work. Formal, at the high level.
At a high level, okay.
All right, next on the list, I believe I see Mr. Yao.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sir, on page 24 of your 2021 annual report, priority 1 is, outcome 1 is to ensure that 75% of financial statement audits are completed within budget. And it then notes that only 41% of audits were completed on budget due to unanticipated circumstances. I assume that's due to the pandemic. Can you just explain and expand on that as to what drove up costs? Thank you.
Well, this measure that we have deals with, I'll maybe try and attack this from 2 perspectives. The first is this measure is designed to really look at project management, if you will. So the 75% of projects completed within cost. And yeah, what we saw, it was predominantly related to COVID. What we saw was a number of factors. First, our audit plans were identified and the risks that we identified, the audit approach that we had identified, the timing of the audit and everything. That was all done in an audit plan that was prepared before we had COVID, right? Recognize we're talking about March 2020 year ends here. And so first of all, the budgets that we had essentially, I'll say, went out the window as soon as COVID hit, and as soon as organizations started to deal with COVID, it impacted their staffing. Year ends were changed. We were moving year ends were changed. We had to quickly, as an office, address what are the additional risk, financial statement risks associated with. So what's the impact on investments that are being reported and those types of things? What's the valuation of inventories and these types of things? So it did have a financial statement impact. We had to address all those new risks within that reporting period. So, essentially, that's what caused that variance. I would point to the fact that on an overall a higher level business perspective, we have 2 lines of business: financial statement audit line of business and our performance audit line of business. We're quite proud of the fact that during that whole period, our financial statement line of business was actually only over budget by 1.4%, which in my view is really good considering the fact that new guidance had not yet been issued from the professions. In fact, our office, our professional practices group led by Dr. Wayne Morgan here was kind of leading edge on what are the implications of risks, how these would be addressed in auditing and whatnot, because the private sector would mainly be dealing with this the following December when the majority of their year ends occur. So it was a very dynamic, it was a very fluid time, And the results you're seeing there just reflect the reality of what happened on the individual projects. And obviously, we did not achieve the target there. But overall, our variances were, as I say, 1.4% on an overall line of business perspective over budget.
All right, we are at the allotted time with regards to the approved agenda. I will, however, give a quick question to, the last question to Member Ceci.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I know we're very close to time. I'm just really appreciative of all your responses, Auditor General. I suspect most Albertans really respect your office, as I do, and trust your judgment and evaluation. You and your predecessors, in many ways, hold government to account. Of course, you hold our government to account. You're doing the same. You held our government to account. You're doing the same with this one. So with the nonpartisan approach you're holding whoever is in office to account, I think you provide excellent value for money. If you had another $2 million or a significant amount of money over and above, you're holding the line on your budget, what would be the next tranche of activity for your office that you would undertake?
Well, we'd continue to try and deliver on the performance audit line of business. You'll see in our business plan, we're not achieving our target. We're at 29. So we have a target for each line of business with respect to the resources that are applied. And what we want to get to is 35% of our resources are being applied to performance audit work. Right now, we're only at 29%. So that additional, coming up to that FTE count, those 6 additional FTEs will be going to senior audit individuals that will help on our performance audit line of business, which that's the area that we would grow from an overall
additional monies. What's the quantum between that? I think you said 29% and 35. What amount of money would that take to get to that number of performance audits in your business?
Yeah, well, that is the additional staff that we're looking for. So if we can bring our staff up to our budgeted FTE for 2023, which is what we're looking for, that will bring us very close to the 35% target split.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just take the opportunity to mention everyone within Canada. There are differences between the mix of audit work done by the various jurisdictions within Canada. So ours is looking at this 65-35 percentage, and that varies across Canada.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Wiley, and of course to your staff as well for your presentation and for, of course, responding to the questions. As I tell all the offices for your info, it's anticipated that committees' decisions on the officers' budgets will be sent to you likely early next week. So thank you again very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that was the last presentation for today. If it is the will of the committee, this might be a good time to potentially take a short break before moving on to making the decisions with regards to the officers' budgets. If everybody is in agreement, then we'll just take 5. Scene, we will come back at 5 to 3.
Do you want a timer?
Sure. Thank you, members, calling us back to order. Welcome back. As we have completed agenda item 5A, the committee now needs to make decisions on the budget submissions made by each of the officers. To this end, I've asked the committee clerk to provide some draft motions for use during our deliberations to ensure we have appropriate wording for each budget estimate under consideration. I would just probably suggest that perhaps we just do them, or we deal with each in the order that they were received, starting with Elections Alberta. Does that sound pretty good to everyone? I see Member Shepherd.
So I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair. I think we heard from the Chief Electoral Officer today, and it was clear from what he was saying that he said himself, their staff is stretched thin. And certainly we have seen what the results of that have been. There were the issues around the social media. There were the issues around, excuse me.
Sorry to interrupt the honourable member.
Should I just move the motion and then offer my?
So if this is a new motion, it's my understanding under 50. Perfect, yeah, okay. As submitted or as revised, there is no requirement on that front, so if the honourable member could please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and I do understand we at times try to pre-submit motions, but of course in this situation, we have information that's revealed in the process of the presentation, so I appreciate the flexibility. As I was saying, you know, the office stated they are stretched thin. And we have seen the concerns that were raised around social media, and those were shared at both sides of this table. We saw that we indeed had some discussion about some of the pieces that were put together around the referenda and the challenges that were faced there. We have had our own concerns from this side of the House, from the opposition, about requests and investigations that we know that went forward on things like the 2017 kamikaze investigation, questions around the actions and involvements of shaping Alberta's future. We have seen information bulletins that were posted on the Elections Alberta website that supported third-party involvement in the UCP's 2021 AGM in November. We disagreed with that interpretation, but that event speaks to a number of things that we continue to have concerns about. However, again, as we heard from the CEO today, he's giving him that benefit of the doubt, and what he said is that things are getting more and more challenging. He is facing more and more work, and certainly it seems that there are more resources needed, and there are certainly going to be many more demands put on his time. Indeed, Bill 81 that's before the House right now significantly increases the responsibilities of him, both of his roles as CEO and the Elections Commissioner. And so there are a lot of questions about how that all can be managed between the tensions between the dual oaths for both offices. It's our view that there should be an independent elections commissioner. However, that is at the decision of the CEO. So the long and the short of it is, I would like to move a motion that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-2023 budget estimates for the Office of the Chief Electoral Officer in the amount of $45,374,000. I'll repeat that for the clerk. $45,374,000. 45 million, yes, $374,000. That being $200,000 above the initial ask. Oh, pardon me. Yes, I apologize. 150,000. Yes, my apologies, Mr. Chair. I am better with my words than I am sometimes with my mouth.
I surprised myself by getting the 150, honestly. So, all right. Any discussion on the motion? I see Mr. Yao.
As much as I can respect the underlying sentiment of the member from Edmonton Centre, I would challenge that, recognizing that the legislative officer have done their due diligence in submitting their proposed budgets, as well as we have to recognize that the budget of $45,224,000 is in anticipation of an election 23 is substantially larger of larger than the budget for the 2019 election of 39 million. So he has really anticipated an increase in his expenses, and I just do not feel this is necessary. Thank you.
Any others? Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Shepherd, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no.
No.
And going. Any others online? That is defeated. That motion is defeated. A recorded vote has been requested. It's my understanding that I go around the room, correct? First, and then.
Yeah.
And just for everybody's information, if you abstain, that's not noted. So all those in favor of the motion as proposed by Mr. Shepherd, in the room, let's start in the room. Just say your name and identify yourself.
Emily Lordak.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
MLA David Shepherd, yes.
And online. Any others? Seeing none. All those opposed to the motion as proposed by Member Shepherd, please, in the room first.
No,
enter-
MLA.
Yeah, say your name and your vote.
MLA Mark Smith, Drayton Valley, Devon, no.
Kenny L, no.
And online, I think Glenn might be unmuted.
Van Dyken, opposed.
Any others? And I believe that I heard Martin Long also there, so that motion is defeated. Yeah, that motion is defeated. Do I have any other members wishing to make a motion with regards to this office of the Chief Electoral Officer?
Mr. Chair, can you go back to the original motion?
We are back on the original. Well, this motion hasn't been moved by anyone, so we're actually not on a
Okay,
motion,
then I
we're
would
just
move
at
that.
debate. I see Mr. Smith has indicated that he would like to move the motion as proposed on the screen, and for clarity, I think it's with the budget numbers as proposed that were submitted.
Yeah.
So moved by, let me just change it to Mr. Smith. There we go, perfect. Yeah. Moved by Mr. Smith, and then I'm going to read it into the record for you, or you can read it into the
I'll
record.
read it into the record, thank you. Moved by myself, Mr. Smith, that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates for the office of the Chief Electoral Officer in the amount of $45,224,000 as submitted.
Discussion. Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Mr. Smith, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And that's in the room. How about online? Any opposed in the room? See none. And online? And none. That is carried and so ordered. Moving then on to the Standing Committee on, Office of Ethics of the Ethics Commissioner. I see Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move the motion as it's presented. Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates for the Office of the Ethics Commissioner in the amount of $932,000 as submitted.
Any debate? Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by Mr. Smith, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And online. And any opposed in the room? Online? That is carried and so ordered. Moving on to budget estimates for the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. I see Mr. Smith.
Yes, I would move, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates for the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner in the amount of $7,159,415 as submitted.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion as moved by the Honourable Member Mr. Smith, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any, and online? Yeah. Okay, any opposed in the room? Any opposed online? Hearing none, that is carried and so ordered. Moving on to the budget estimates. Okay. Moving on to the budget estimates for the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate. I see Mr. Yao caught my eye.
I move that, by myself, Tanny Yao, that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates for the Office of the Child and Youth Advocate in the amount of $14,922,000 as submitted.
Discussion. Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Mr. Yao, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And online? Any opposed? Sure. Any opposed in the room? Any opposed online? Hearing none, that motion is carried and so ordered. Moving on to the Office of the Ombudsman. I see Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates of the Office of the Ombudsman in the amount of $3,897,000 as submitted.
Discussion. Comments. Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Mr. Smith, all those in favor of the motion in the room, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All those on, all those in favor online. Any opposed in the room? Any opposed online? That is carried and so ordered. Moving on then to the Office of the Public Interests Commissioner. Looking for a motion perhaps, actually. I see Mr. Yao.
I move that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates for the Office of the Public Interest Commissioner in the amount of $1,192,000 as submitted.
Thank you. Any discussion, comments? Seeing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Yao, all those in favor in the room, please say aye.
Aye.
And online? Oh, that's okay. And online? And in the room, any opposed? And online, any opposed? That is carried and so ordered. Moving then on to the Office of the Auditor General. The Honourable Member who caught my eye, I actually thought was Mr. Ceci.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, that's...
Calgary Buffalo, that the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices approve the 2022-23 budget estimates of the Office of the Auditor General in the amounts of, I'll read these numbers and not additional ones, $26,680,000 as submitted.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Discussion, comments, hearing none. On the motion as proposed by the Honourable Member Joe Ceci, all those in favour in the room, please say aye.
Aye.
Any in favour online?
Aye.
Aye.
I wish we could do it all in person. Any opposed in the room? Any opposed online? Hearing none, that is carried and so ordered. We have now completed the review of the officers' budget estimates for 2022-23. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now move on to other business. Seeing none. General discussion? Nope. Okay. Going on to then the next meeting. The next meeting will be at the call of the chair. Would I be able to have a motion to adjourn? I see the honourable member for City Centre, David Shepherd.
I second.
And that is carried. We are adjourned.